Chapter 334, Heavy Casualties. Wang Da's curiosity quickly dissipated. Looking at the fresh bloodstains on the ground, everyone understood that a death had likely occurred here not long ago. However, whether his parents had suffered an impact still required further investigation. Lu Zhou led the way, with the three others closely following behind. To accommodate He Yin, Lu Zhou occasionally adjusted his pace. However, he was surprised to find that even at his normal speed, He Yin was able to keep up effortlessly. He hadn't expected that she had indeed trained for a long time. Her physical condition would be very beneficial for survival in a post-apocalyptic situation. Wang Da looked at his wife with increased admiration and concern. But due to the urgency of the situation, they didn't stop to catch their breath. After continuing forward for about 5 or 6 meters, they finally arrived at a place with sparse vegetation. Aside from this, a distinct marker of the West Plaza became apparent to them. "It's the West Plaza," Wang Da exclaimed, but for safety's sake, he kept his voice low. Lu Zhou quickly scanned the area. This place was completely empty. He couldn't help but start to think. If he were the one being pursued, where would he escape to? If he were in that position, he would definitely choose to seek refuge indoors. If not indoors, he should at least stay inside a car. Recalling the layout of the West Plaza, the nearest indoor building was the security office. Let's check the security office in the plaza. There are weapons there, and it's a safe place. Uncle Wang and Annie Wang would definitely prioritize that location, Lu Zhou suggested. Wang Da and Lu Zhou had the same thought. The other two didn't express any opinions, so their temporary destination was set for the security office. Due to the excessive use of shadows, Lu Zhou's physical strength had been greatly depleted. At that moment, his head felt as if it were about to explode. He had to temporarily seal off that skill. At least he'd need half an hour before he could barely use it a few times. Fortunately, after reaching the plaza area, the density of the trees had significantly decreased. Using the machete and fire axe, they could easily cut through the obstacles in their path. Lu Zhou concocted an excuse for the mysterious figure that was his father, postponing the use of the shadow skill. Wang Da and He Yin were both very understanding. Such a powerful skill needing some cooldown time wasn't a big deal. The more powerful the skill, the longer the cooldown was. Neither of them found it unreasonable. Instead, they eagerly rushed forward to clear the obstructive vegetation. Their pace noticeably slowed down. Along the way, Wang Da, with his keen eyesight, spotted his family's abandoned car. The vehicle was in a terrible state. A huge gash was on the roof, the seats were in tatters, and it looked like it had been through a battle. Most critically, blood was currently oozing from the seats. Wang Da recognized the car by its license plate number. Seeing this scene, a chill ran down his spine. Lu Zhou's expression was cold as he stepped forward to open the car door and check inside. He Yin hurriedly grabbed Wang Da, her breath quickening. So much blood could it be? No one dared to continue that thought. Tears welled up in Wang Da's eyes, and his hands and feet felt icy, but he still worked together with Lu Zhou to pull open the car door. As Wang Da clearly saw the blurry bloodstains inside the car, she exclaimed, "Wow!" Lu Zhou frowned and whispered, "Don't make a sound for now. I don't think this is Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang. Take a closer look." Lu Zhou pulled Wanda's thoughts back to the present. He squatted down and observed closely again. After confirming once more, joy flickered in his eyes. "I was overthinking it. The people inside are definitely not my parents, but this car really is ours." Lu Zhou pondered for a moment. It was quite possible that at the very beginning, someone had stolen Aunt Wang's car in an attempt to flee, but unexpectedly met their end on the spot. "Let's keep moving." No one objected. Stimulated by what had just happened, everyone quickened their pace. After all, if they thought about it deeply, they would realize that Aunt Wang's situation was definitely not good at the moment. The four of them were all on high alert, and along the way, they encountered quite a few corpses that had fallen from the branches. These people had died horribly, with their bodies split open by the plants, their remains shattered into pieces after falling. The first time they came across such a scene, Lu Zhou even reacted too quickly and fired several shots at the corpse. Once they realized the figures were dead, their hearts eased a little. However, Wanda was more anxious, fearing that one of the corpses might be her mother. After overcoming numerous difficulties, the four finally arrived at the security room. From the outside, a small room stood alone in a sea of green, making it look eerily isolated. The security room was made of special materials, so the plants had not penetrated it. Wanda, feeling anxious, rushed over and immediately widened her eyes in shock. The others who followed were equally stunned, their scalps tingling at the sight before them. From a distance, the security room seemed intact, but as everyone looked closely, they realized it was far from that. Inside the security room, it was packed with people. Each person was pressed tightly against the window. From Lu Zhou's angle, he could see that the only window was completely covered with dozens of human heads. Wanda initially wanted to open the door, but upon seeing the horrifying scene, she quickly retracted her hand. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow intensely and finally found his voice from the silence. "Wait a moment, let me take another look." That said, Lu Zhou had already subconsciously activated the protective shield. The range of a shield was limited, but at this moment, it was quite useful. After all, Wanda's mother wouldn't have gone too far. Soon, as the shield expanded, a mass of white light spots appeared in Lu Zhou's vision. This indicated the presence of dead people. In the vast white light, it was relatively easy to find the green spots representing the living. Lu Zhou didn't exert much effort to lock onto several areas where survivors were located. "Follow me." Lu Zhou took the lead, and the other three quickly followed behind him. When they reached an open area not far from the security room, indeed, there were about 10 survivors there. Wanda frantically scanned the crowd, trying to find her mother, but unfortunately, she didn't see her. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou immediately turned to leave and headed to the next location. This group of people was also very cautious. At first, when they saw Lu Zhou and the others, they immediately raised their weapons in vigilance, but they gradually relaxed once they saw the group was leaving. They searched through 3 or 4 groups of people, still not finding Wanda's mother, and at this moment, Wanda's anxiety was at an all-time high. Lu Zhou focused on the last location, remaining silent. Chapter 335, The Rescue Mission. We can only check if this is it. If not, I don't know how heartbroken Wanda will be. The last location was the farthest from the security room. From the beginning of planning the route, Lu Zhou categorized the destinations based on distance and difficulty. The atmosphere was heavy. The path ahead was hard to traverse. The 4 of them took out their machetes and struggled to clear a path. Apart from the sounds they made, there was nothing else in the forest. The silence was like a monster that silently swallowed everyone, making it hard for each person to breathe. Lu Zhou silently chopped away the last vine blocking their way, and suddenly, the view opened up before them. This place looked a bit sparser than the previous path they had taken. After walking for less than 2 minutes, Lu Zhou sensed something was off. "Wait, there seems to be a sound ahead." Lu Zhou's expression tightened, and everyone was on high alert. With Lu Zhou's warning, everyone took out their weapons. They continued to advance. After pushing aside a cluster of obstructive shrubs, they were confronted by a wall covered in vines. These vines looked somewhat familiar. Wanda was about to move forward, but Lu Zhou immediately realized what was in front of them. "Back away, these vines eat people." Except for Lu Zhou, who had seen how terrifying this thing was, the other 2 were still a bit confused. The vines, at that moment, were quietly adhering to the wall, looking like harmless, ordinary vines. Since Lu Zhou said so, no one dared to risk their lives. They stepped back a couple of paces, and a strange sound started again. Lu Zhou frowned and shifted his gaze to the source of the noise. "It feels like a human-made sound?" Lu Zhou didn't think for long before he saw several of the vines moving at the end of the wall. Seeing this familiar scene, Lu Zhou couldn't hold back. Wanda, however, seemed a bit dazed. "It sounds like my parents' voices." Yin Yin listened closely for a moment, then her expression turned serious. Lu Zhou immediately understood. It was indeed Wanda's parents. At this moment, Wanda spoke up, asking Lu Zhou and the others not to approach, as he wanted to check the situation himself. He and Yin wanted to refuse, but after Lu Zhou thought for a while, he resolutely agreed. We'll stay back and keep watch, to prevent being ambushed if we all go over. Wanda nodded, looking very cautious. He took 2 steps forward, first testing for any danger. So far, nothing unusual. Lu Zhou and the other 3 watched as Wanda slowly approached the source of the sound. The closer he got, the clearer the voices became. It really is Wanda's parents' voices, Lu Zhou thought. Wanda was clearly anxious and quickened his pace. With just a few steps, the vines were startled awake. They immediately lashed out with their long tendrils, trying to bind Wanda and take him away. Lu Zhou shouted immediately, "Run!" Wanda quickly sprinted forward. He ran fast like the wind. He dashed toward a deep well. Some of the vines had already reached into the well. However, they didn't block the well completely. The sound was coming from here. Wanda leaped forward, narrowly avoiding the writhing vines behind him, and finally got a clear view of the situation inside the well. Inside the well, there was only a shallow layer of water, and standing in the water were 2 people. Both of them were holding weapons, swords and machetes, looking very guarded. Wanda's heart sank, and he called out, "Dad! Mom!" The 2 people in the well raised their heads in unison. After a moment of surprise, an overwhelming despair washed over them. "Wanda, run! These plants are alive. They will kill." His mother's voice turned frantic. Just as she spoke, the vines had already extended their heads over the edge of the well. Seeing that terrifying shade of green, Wangda's father warned, "Son, get back. There's something behind you." Wangda was startled and quickly sidestepped, just managing to avoid the plants. Not far away, Lu Zhou and the others were rushing over. Wangda calmed himself and took out his machete, assuming a threatening stance. The vines showed no fear, instead swinging their tendrils directly at Wangda. Sweat poured down Wangda's forehead as he gripped the machete tighter. He charged forward, engaging the plants and hacking away at them repeatedly. The opposing vines spewed out layers of thick, white liquid. Wangda quickly dodged, but some of the liquid splashed onto the back of his hand. It hurt. It felt as if his hand were being corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid. Wangda's expression changed from the pain, but his body didn't retreat, and the wound on the back of his hand began to bleed. Still, he never let go of the weapon in his hand. After hacking at several more vines, the opponent seemed to lose patience. Thunderclap. After a loud bang, everyone turned to look. It wasn't good to look. Once they looked, they were startled. The wall, covered in vines, suddenly split apart, forming a dense mass of intertwined vines. Wangda's mind was filled with curses. What the hell? There were just too many of them. He turned and ran, while the vines crazily twisted and pursued him. Lu Zhou and the others took the opportunity, while the vines were chasing Wang, to pull Wangda's parents up from the well. Wangda had already noticed what Lu Zhou was doing. He was responsible for diverting the vines, so he kept dodging and running, trying to buy Lu Zhou and the others more time to rescue his parents. Wangda's parents looked extremely disheveled, especially his father, whose arm was covered in blood. His mother had temporarily bandaged it with her clothing. Now that the people were rescued, they had to leave immediately. If they were surrounded and wiped out by the vines, it would be a joke. "Wangda, let's go," Lu Zhou reminded him, carrying Wangda's mother as he ran. Wangda's father was lifted by Lu Dad, while he and Yin took out her weapon, guarding their surroundings as they fled. Seeing his parents rescued, Wangda felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once the excitement faded, the adrenaline quickly decreased. Pain, fatigue, fear, and other negative emotions surged back. Wangda had barely taken a few steps forward when a vine suddenly wrapped around him, lifting him off the ground. Wangda gasped softly, attracting the attention of the retreating trio. He and Yin was taken aback to see Wangda caught, and she quickly tried to rush over to save him. Lu Zhou grabbed her, pulling her back, then took out a Molotov cocktail from his backpack, igniting it without hesitation and throwing it over. These plant-like things should be afraid of fire. Sure enough, When a Molotov cocktail rolled onto the vines, they immediately retreated from a large area. Seeing that it was effective, Lu Zhou entrusted Wang Da's mother to He Yin and took out his laser gun, aiming at the vines and firing. The scorching air burned the vines, forcing them to retreat. Wang Da was thrown aside by the vines, landing right in front of Lu Zhou. Chapter 336 Survivors. The vines danced wildly as Wanda cried out in pain on the ground, unable to get back up for a long time. When the vines wrapped around him, they secreted a large amount of corrosive juice, which was intensely eroding Wanda's arms and calves. Seeing the gruesome wounds on his legs, He Yin quickly rushed over to help him and hurried towards Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou and his father took out their guns and aimed at the continuously attacking vines, firing several shots. The impact from the gunfire caused a significant portion of the thick vines to be blown away. The results were promising, but this method could easily anger these mindless plants, making them even more frenzied. Feeling the chaos caused by these creatures, the four of them decisively grabbed Wanda's mother and turned to flee. There are too many vines here. It would be best to burn them all. With a swift movement, Lu Zhou activated his shadow traversal skill. Before teleporting, he threw out a dozen Molotov cocktails, attempting to incinerate the vines. They hadn't gone far when the plants behind them quickly ignited into fireballs. The strong winds helped the flames burn more fully. After letting out a terrifying scream, the vines fell silent. With 3 injured people by his side, Lu Zhou naturally chose to run first. After all, facing so many vines alone was already a challenge, let alone while carrying the injured. Each of them carried one person. Since Wanda wasn't light, Lu Zhou handed Wanda's mother over to He Yin and quickly took Wanda on his back to escape. After using the shadow traversal skill 5 or 6 times, Lu Zhou felt his strength depleting rapidly. Even Wanda, who was on his back, seemed to be losing support. Wanda was in excruciating pain, still unable to react to the subtle changes happening to Lu Zhou's body. Taking advantage of the others not paying attention, Lu Zhou found an opportunity to secretly drink a bottle of energy juice produced in the game, specifically meant to replenish energy. After gulping it down, he felt a bit of his strength return. To prevent any accidents, Lu Zhou forced himself to use the shadow traversal skill a few more times, until he felt increasingly uncomfortable throughout his body. Given the urgency of the situation, no one noticed Lu Zhou's condition. However, he knew that his body could no longer sustain him. Otherwise, he would certainly collapse during the journey ahead. We're almost out of that area. Let's hurry and continue to leave this place, Lu Zhou said while carrying Wanda, sweat pouring down his forehead. Yet, his back remained straight, like an unyielding tree, guiding everyone forward. No one dared to delay. When Wanda's mother saw her daughter drenched in sweat, she immediately insisted she could move on her own and urged her daughter to let her go. He Yin refused and quickened her pace even more. Wanda's mother, worried about her son and feeling sorry for her daughter, couldn't help but fall into regret. It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked your dad to come buy something today, you wouldn't have ended up in this danger. Lu Zhou shook his head, softly comforting her. Aunt Wanda, don't say that. It's not your fault. If we trace it back to the source, I'm the real culprit. Wanda's mother hastily explained a few more things, and the group quickly returned to their previous high-efficiency pace. The plants were no longer as lush as before. Since Lu Zhou's group had been the vanguard, many areas had remained undeveloped, but now, time had passed, and it was clear that others had opened safe paths. Everyone tacitly followed the trail blazed by the crowd, continuing to move forward. When Dad finally broke through the obstacles in front, he heard Wanda, who had calmed down, whisper, "There are sound ahead." Everyone's nerves instantly tensed up. Lu Zhou's physical strength had been greatly drained by his abilities, and his sensitivity had decreased significantly. Upon hearing Wanda's words, the group paused to listen intently to what the sound was. Soon, a clear and bone-chilling chopping sound came from the bushes not far from Lu Zhou. This sound must be someone chopping wood nearby. In the next moment, The bushes beside Lu Zhou suddenly rustled. A few disheveled people emerged from within. Although these individuals looked quite ragged, a closer inspection revealed that their combat capabilities were not low. A few burly men appeared, and it was clear they had considerable attacking power. Wanda immediately became tense upon seeing these people. However, Lu Zhou looked somewhat surprised. "Uncle Zhang, what are you doing here?" It was quite a coincidence that most of these men were familiar to Lu Zhou. Thanks to Uncle Zhang, Lu Zhou had met quite a few people in the trading field. After sizing up Lu Zhou and his group, the man referred to as Uncle Zhang relaxed his vigilance a little and his expression softened somewhat. It was easy to imagine that compared to their strong and sturdy group, Lu Zhou's team posed less of a threat. Uncle Zhang spoke with concern. "Where are you all headed? If it's on the way, we might as well travel together to save some effort." Lu Zhou didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. After both parties exchanged their destinations, everyone was delighted. "We really have a connection. We're heading in the same direction." Uncle Zhang smiled, and the others, seeing how familiar he was with Lu Zhou, also smiled brightly. Having more companions is definitely better than having more enemies. As the two groups moved forward, they exchanged information with each other. After a bit of understanding, Lu Zhou finally learned the situation. It turned out that these people had planned to negotiate a deal, but their vehicle had suddenly been blocked by the plants, leaving them with no way out. At that time, they saw no other vehicles apart from their own. Moreover, with the signal gone, everyone decided to leave quickly since they were not the kind of people worth rescuing. Their vehicle had long broken down, so they pulled out machetes and fire axes from the trunk and set off. At this moment, someone spoke up. "We need to be careful. On our way here, we killed a wolf and just barely avoided a wild boar." As he spoke, there was a hint of fear in his voice. Lu Zhou also shared his information. Upon hearing that Lu Zhou's group had come from the West Square, Uncle Zhang's group looked at them with a complicated expression. Before the still-recovering Wanda could voice her confusion, they spoke first. "Is that true? You guys are pretty fierce to have escaped from there." Lu Zhou and the others were somewhat puzzled when they heard the other party, while chopping plants, continue to talk. "On our way here, we encountered a group of people. They said they came from the West Square as well. They told us that there's a mysterious plant over there that can kill people. Those who managed to escape were lucky enough to avoid fatal attacks." Chapter 337, Regret. Wanda couldn't hold back any longer and quickly asked, "Is it a kind of moving vine?" Zhang Shu's eyes flashed with surprise. "You guys encountered it too?" "We learned from those people that it is indeed like that. However, the most terrifying thing isn't just the vine. The most horrifying part is a kind of object that can hypnotize people. They say that as long as someone looks at that plant, they'll be bewitched and hypnotized. Many people seem to have died because of it. In short, it's too dangerous outside right now. Let's speed up and get home as soon as possible." Actually, it might not be safe at home either, but it felt safer than being exposed in the open air. Lu Zhou fell silent for a moment, recalling the scene of a room full of people pressing their faces against the window. This situation must be referring to that group of people, right? Fortunately, if they hadn't opened the security room just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even if they were lucky and not killed, they would probably be seriously injured. The thoughts in Lu Zhou's mind were shared by Wangda, Lu Dad, and He Yin Yin. They had all seen that thing together, and now that they were reminded, they immediately recalled the hair-raising situation from before. They quickly shook their heads, trying to rid their minds of that horrifying scene. The group continued to move forward. Along the way, they occasionally encountered a few large animals, but they were all non-aggressive creatures. Their group was fortunate not to encounter any terrifying beings. Although their journey was becoming smoother, for some reason, Lu Zhou felt an ominous sensation in his heart. However, everything around them was indeed very quiet, and nothing happened. Just then, an unfamiliar person suggested that everyone wait for him for a moment as he wanted to go to the bathroom. Solving a personal issue would be quick, so everyone decided to wait together, taking a break. After carrying Wangda for a long time, Even the strongest person couldn't endure it. Lu Zhou first placed Wang aside and rubbed his extremely sore back. The others also temporarily set down the people they were carrying, waiting to continue their journey after a brief rest. At this moment, Wang's mother looked at her exhausted daughter-in-law and insisted that no one should carry her anymore. They rested for about 5 minutes, but they still hadn't seen the person who went to the bathroom. Everyone was getting a bit anxious. Isn't Oldly taking too long to pee? Did he accidentally pee on himself and is too embarrassed to come back? Should I go check? We can't delay everyone's time. The feeling of anxiety spread among the group. A chill grew in Lu Zhou's heart. He took out the protective shield's detection function and discovered that the green dot indicating life for the person who left had already disappeared. In this situation, it's highly likely that he has encountered danger. This place is very dangerous. Let's carry the injured and leave here quickly. Lu Zhou spoke briefly, and the people on his side quickly strapped the injured onto their backs and prepared to move out. However, another group of people seemed reluctant. Hey, little brother, wait for Oldly. He's alone. How will he get back? We all came together, and we should take care of each other right now. Lu Zhou's eyes turned cold. To put it bluntly, Oldly is highly likely dead. The environment here is complex, and there are many deadly creatures. The situation is clearly abnormal. We must leave. The others looked at Lu Zhou, who, despite his young age, exuded a commanding presence. At this moment, someone intervened. Let's all calm down. I'll go check the situation first. Don't argue. Harmony brings wealth. This person was Qin Shu, someone Lu Zhou recognized. He had always been smooth-talking, but was not a bad person. Lu Zhou reminded him. Qin Shu, it's best if you don't go. Hurry up and run. Sorry, everyone. I have to go ahead first. Saying that, Lu Zhou immediately stepped forward, leading his group and leaving Zhang Shu and the others far behind. Wana felt a bit uneasy. Lu Zhou, is it really dangerous? As he spoke, he turned to look back, seemingly trying to see what dangers might emerge from the depths. Lu Zhou ran at an incredibly fast speed, using 2 shadow traversals in quick succession to distance himself from the scene. The group was frightened by Lu Zhou's anxious demeanor, and for a moment, no one spoke. The atmosphere was unusually tense. Disregarding everything, Lu Zhou led the group in a frantic dash. Meanwhile, after Lu Zhou hurriedly left with the others, several people also felt a surge of anxious emotions. Oldly, who wanted to check the situation, no longer dared to go after Lu Zhou's warning. In the end, they discussed it and decided to go take a look together. If they arrived and didn't find anyone, they would quickly run away. Uncle Zhang honestly felt a bit dissatisfied when he saw Lu Zhou leading the group away. After all, the people going to help were his brothers, and they had been partners for over a decade. How could they just leave like that? He thought Lu Zhou would stay for a while for their sake, but who would have known that he just took his team and ran? The friendship they had before vanished in an instant. He contemplated that once they returned, he would never cooperate with Lu Zhou again. Each person had their own thoughts. After searching for several minutes, they still didn't see Old Li's figure. Old Zhang, this doesn't feel right. Old Li isn't stupid. He wouldn't just run around aimlessly. Someone spoke up. In the current situation, it was clear that something had happened to Old Li. Old Zhang turned around decisively and urged everyone to leave quickly. They had been running for about a minute when suddenly a head rolled out in front of them. The group's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. What the hell? Among them, Old Chun trembled as he pointed, his voice shaking. Look, isn't that Old Li? Everyone collectively swallowed hard, staring at the rolling head for a long time without saying a word. Once everyone reacted, they immediately turned and fled in a panic. After only a couple steps, they heard a terrifying thud-thud sound coming from behind. Old Zhang couldn't help but look back, and upon seeing what was there, fear shot straight to the top of his head. A massive creature resembling a centipede was rapidly charging towards them. Their souls seemed to scatter. As they looked at the creature, fear flooded their minds. Old Zhang just wanted to run faster, faster still, afraid of dying at the monster's jaws. But then a strange sensation came over him. His entire field of vision suddenly turned bizarre. Old Zhang looked at the centipede's massive mandibles swinging wildly, saw its body as hard as iron, and its horrifying, bristly legs. The sounds around him became exceptionally muffled. Old Zhang realized he was looking at the centipede and his fleeing friends from an absolutely impossible angle. It was an extremely low angle. He saw his own headless corpse not far away. No wonder. It turns out I'm already dead. In the last second before dying, Old Zhang regretted it. He should have listened to Lu Zhou's advice, but it was already too late. His body's consciousness instantly realigned, and his awareness completely vanished. Chapter 338. Speculation on the Truth. After running about 2 kilometers, Lu Zhou finally stopped, panting heavily. Due to overexerting himself while using his skills, Lu Zhou gulped down several bottles of energy drinks to replenish his energy. Once he had enough, he shared some of the drinks with a few others. Although the amount wasn't much, it was enough to boost their energy and help everyone continue running. After expressing their gratitude, everyone took a swig of the drink, downing it in one go. It felt like the fear from earlier had faded quite a bit. Yin, who had been exhausted from running, felt her strength returning significantly after finishing the drink. However, she didn't think too much about it. After all, it was common knowledge that juice, being high in sugar, could quickly replenish energy. The drinks provided everyone with a boost, and they prepared to set off again. There was still more than 2 hours of travel left to reach home, if they were going on foot, that is. Clearly, walking through this jungle was dangerous, especially with all the unfamiliar obstacles surrounding them. Lu Zhou hesitated for a moment before making a decision. He decided to keep moving for another hour, and then, when he had recovered, he would use his shadow traversal skill to reach home at full speed. After making up his mind, Lu Zhou took the lead, picking up his machete to clear the obstructive bushes in front of him. "Keep up. We need to reach home before dark. It's too dangerous to be out here overnight," he urged. Wangda replied, seeming to notice Lu Zhou's fatigue. He struggled to walk on his own. "Don't worry, I can manage. The injury is still bearable." Wang Da's face was pale, but he spoke with an air of nonchalance. Time was of the essence, so Lu Zhou had no choice but to comply. Those who could wield a machete were determined not to slack off. Even Wang Da, who had injured his arm, did his best to use his other arm to chop through obstacles. Progress was undoubtedly difficult. By the time everyone's arms were sore from chopping trees, an hour and a half had passed, but they still had half the distance left to cover. Lu Zhou calculated how far his skill support could take them, and optimistically, it could last for another hour. To be cautious, he decided to continue forward for about 40 minutes, just to prepare for any worst-case scenarios. "Let's take a 10-minute break. After that, we'll set off immediately," Lu Zhou said coldly, and everyone nodded. They sat down back-to-back in a circle, which was the safest way to rest in the wild. Everyone cherished this hard-won moment of stability, breathing heavily as they caught their breath. There were many mosquitoes in the forest. Back when they rescued Wang Da's parents and fled, Yin had quickly helped them put on protective clothing. The cuffs, necklines, and pant legs were tightly secured with tape and ropes. Additionally, Wang Da borrowed Lu Zhou's mosquito repellent to spray on his parents. Thanks to these preventive measures, they hadn't encountered any mosquito bites while on the road. Furthermore, to ensure safety during their journey, Lu Zhou also took out bear spray and sprayed it on everyone to reduce the chances of encountering wild beasts. They had been quite lucky on their way, as they hadn't run into any fierce animals. After a brief rest, the 10 minutes passed quickly. Everyone got up and continued their journey. "My muscles are a bit sore, but compared to the threat of death, it's nothing at all." Along the way, everyone hurried along the road, fearing some uncontrollable accident might occur. With victory in sight, everyone was extremely excited. Wanda tried to control his pace, and Lu Zhou supported him as they quickly moved forward. Night fell quickly, and it was already dusk. Many dangers had already begun to reveal themselves. During their advance, they encountered a number of snakes. However, these snakes were small and not very aggressive, so it was more of a scare than a real danger. Just hold on a little longer. We only need to keep walking for another few minutes, Wanda said. Yin understood that in just a few minutes, the mysterious person would be able to use their special abilities to take them away. However, Wanda's parents were somewhat worried and anxious. Night was approaching, and they still had about an hour's journey ahead. They could even foresee what kind of accidents might happen once it got dark. Wanda couldn't explain to his parents and could only keep comforting them. Lu Zhou interjected and asked Wanda's parents what exactly had happened to them. The couple found an outlet for their emotions and recounted their experiences. It turned out that shortly after they had driven to the West Square, they sensed that something was wrong. Wanda's father reacted quickly, intending to escape in the car with Wanda's mother. It was chaotic at the time, and there were few cars. In the midst of the emergency, they were hijacked by a few people who suddenly rushed in from nowhere. Seeing those people drive away, Wanda's father had no choice but to take his mother to the security room. However, that place was already crowded. There were many people surrounding the security room. With more people, it should be safer, so Wanda's father and mother found a suitable spot to wait. They didn't crowd into the innermost part, but found a location that was easier to escape from. This place was defensively and offensively suitable. They waited anxiously for a short while when something happened inside the security room, and everyone hiding inside was killed. The people outside quickly realized the situation and struggled to escape. Wanda's father pulled his mother closer to the outside, making it easier to flee. In the midst of the chaos, many vines appeared from nowhere, moving quickly. Soon, the vines chased after Wanda's father and mother, cornering them back to where they had been earlier. In a moment of desperation, the two fell into a well. They thought they were doomed, but who would have known that the vines, upon seeing them fall into the water, began to retract one by one and no longer appeared. I wonder if there's something magical about that well water. Otherwise, the vines wouldn't have let us go, Wanda's father said, recalling the harrowing experience, his emotions unstable. Wanda's mother offered another explanation. It could also be that there's something more dangerous at the bottom of the well that scared off the vines. After all, I felt that the water itself was fine. Wanda's mother's analysis was reasonable. From Lu Zhou's perspective, Wanda's mother's deduction was more convincing. Seeing that the topic had strayed quite a bit, Wanda breathed a sigh of relief as he no longer had to explain the current situation to his parents. Lu Zhou's mind was racing. Once we get back, I should report this information. We should let the military send people there to check it out, preferably handling it before the crisis escalates. Chapter 339. Home at last. Everyone was in a state of chaos, their thoughts racing, and when the time finally arrived, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Lu Zhou was about to speak, he suddenly heard a tremor coming from below the ground. The sound was quite loud, and the vibration felt intense. Lu Zhou immediately activated the protective shield, but found nothing unusual. The shield wasn't intelligent enough to recognize anything beyond humans. However, relying on his sixth sense, Lu Zhou instinctively felt that this was definitely not a good sign. Get ready. We need to leave immediately. After giving the order, Lu Zhou focused his energy, preparing to use shadow, shifting to escape. Just at that moment, the sound finally weakened and gradually faded away. What on earth was that sound? Wanda asked, his face pale with fear. Yin spoke up to comfort him. Whatever it was, we just need to get out of here. At that moment, suddenly, a gigantic creature burrowed up from the ground. It made such a commotion that the surrounding soil collapsed, and clumps of dirt rolled and bounced around, filling the air with dust and choking the mouths of Lu Zhou and the others. Ugh! Lu Zhou spat out the dirt and looked up to see that the colossal creature was a centipede. Moreover, it seemed to be chewing on something. Lu Zhou squinted and noticed that something was falling from the centipede's constantly opening and closing mouth parts. Everyone was stunned, having never seen such a terrifying and gigantic centipede before, and they stared in shock as it wriggled around. When they finally saw what was dropping from the centipede's mouth, their hair stood on end and goosebumps covered their bodies. It was none other than the head of one of the people from the team that old Zhang had brought with him. The face was covered in dirt, but the terrified eyes betrayed the person's emotions. Seeing such a monstrous creature, Wang Da's mind flashed with a few words, "We're done for." When he recognized that familiar head, he felt even worse. The others were just as bad. One by one, they seemed frozen in place. Lu Zhou took a deep breath and, without waiting for the centipede to react, immediately activated Shadow, shifting to lead everyone to escape. Each time he jumped, Lu Zhou chose the longest distance of shadow available. The centipede behind them relentlessly pursued them. Its massive, hard body exerted an overwhelming pressure. The numerous legs moved quickly, generating a thumping sound. Thanks to Lu Zhou's shadow shifting skill, he managed to stay just ahead of it. If an ordinary person were in this situation, they would definitely be doomed. After using the skill 8 or 9 times in succession, the centipede still pursued them closely. Its enormous, emotionless eyes conveyed an inexplicable desire for human flesh and brains. From its relentless chase, it was clear that it was not easy to shake off. Lu Zhou struggled to calm his racing heart and signaled for everyone to fire their weapons, trying to create some distance between the centipede and themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhou's father reacted first, pulling out an air gun and aiming at the frantically charging centipede, firing off a barrage of over a dozen shots. The others quickly followed suit. After all, while Lu Zhou was responsible for escaping, the others were in a relatively calmer state. Unfortunately, the centipede's armor was too tough. The air pellets barely tickled it, making a series of pop-pop sounds with almost no effect. Seeing how difficult the centipede was to deal with, beads of sweat began to form on everyone's foreheads. Damn it, it's too tough to deal with. After realizing the situation, Lu Zhou quickly focused and took out his laser gun, aiming it at the centipede behind him, firing several shots. The laser gun was highly effective, and this time was no exception. The superheated weapon broke through the centipede's armor, finally exposing its tender flesh to the air. Now's our chance. Lu Dad and the others immediately seized the opportunity to break through. The situation was urgent, and Lu Zhou threw out several self-tracking guns. These were the rewards from the last treasure chest, and now was the perfect time to use them. One of the tracking guns was deployed, targeting the tender flesh of the centipede for concentrated fire. Its power was equivalent to that of an air gun. After dozens of rounds, the centipede finally stopped moving like a heavy tank and began to show signs of pain, slowing its frantic movements. "Looks promising." Wang Da's expression brightened, and he immediately pressed the attack. No one dared to relax. This was a life-or-death moment. Lu Zhou took the opportunity to fire a few more shots from his laser gun, the high temperature distorting the air around the muzzle. When the centipede realized it was being shot, it suddenly paused, as if afraid to continue the chase. After all, it was genuinely hurt. However, Lu Zhou's shots continued to hit their mark. Hiss, 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 the centipede was hit and screeched in pain, looking furious, but no one paid it any mind. The group coordinated with Lu Zhou to launch a beautiful counterattack. Sure enough, after this barrage of gunfire, the centipede's forward speed decreased significantly. Lu Zhou couldn't afford to relax. The shadow was still on the move. As he saw the centipede being pulled further away, his tense heart gradually calmed down. He continued to use his skills while constantly sipping on game juice. The food for restoring energy had a limit. Lu Zhou could only keep moving for about 10 more turns. After that, he wouldn't be able to use it again today. Fearing that his group was still within the centipede's attack range, Lu Zhou gritted his teeth and stubbornly pushed forward. The pain in his head was so intense that he felt he might collapse. The pain felt as if someone were using a glowing red steel needle, jabbing into his brain, deliberately stirring it up. But Lu Zhou couldn't afford to stop. Facing the centipede head-on, killing it would be challenging. Although he had a shield he could use, what if the energy ran out? He still had to break through as quickly as possible. Lu Zhou endured the frenzied nerves, his fingernails digging deeply into his palms. Lu Dad watched his son suffer and felt a sharp pang in his heart, but he didn't dare speak up and distract Lu Zhou. Finally, Lu Zhou managed to smile as he reached the vicinity of home. With less than 300 meters left to his house, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. His limbs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Wangda immediately helped lift Lu Zhou, only to realize that he had already fainted. Lu Dad was frantic, but remembering that escaping was the most important thing, he led everyone onward until they finally reached home. When they finally arrived at the Lu family's house, they carried Lu Zhou and knocked on the door. Chapter 340. No difference. While Dad Lu carried his son back home, Mom Lu was anxiously pacing around the room, feeling restless. When she heard the knock on the door, her mind jolted awake. She took a quick step forward and opened the door for everyone. As soon as she opened it, she saw her son collapsed. In that instant, a wave of fear hit Mom Lu's heart. She was terrified. What on earth happened to her son? When Dad Lu saw his wife for the first time, he gently set Lu Zhou down and then went outside to change his disguise before entering the house. Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Zhou, so no one noticed Dad Lu. Mom Lu's eyes were filled with tears. After laying her son on the bed, she stubbornly refused to leave, sitting silently beside him, wanting to stay with her son for a while. Dad Lu emerged at the right moment, calling out to the others. Wangda was extremely anxious. Lu Zhou had gone through so much to save his parents. How could he just leave him alone? He immediately rushed in to check on Lu Zhou's condition. In the end, he was pulled away by He Yin. He Yin had learned some first aid methods, so she stayed behind to assist Mom Lu. Mom Lu's emotional state was quite poor, but the good news was that Lu Zhou's vital signs were stable and there was no immediate danger to his life. Probably just needs some rest. Yin, you should step outside and take a break. I'll stay with Xiao Zhou. Mom Lu managed to send He Yin away with some difficulty. He Yin felt bad too. Looking back, it was true that Lu Zhou was still young, and he had been running around tirelessly. Coupled with the shock, it was normal for him to faint. One couldn't say that the child had been strong before and then neglected his health now. After hearing his wife analyze the situation, Wanda took out a bottle of nutritional powder from his bag and handed it over. This was originally meant as a thank you gift for Lu Zhou's family, but now it came out a bit earlier. Wang had decided that later, he must express his gratitude to Lu Zhou properly. Lu Zhou had saved their family twice. He Yin took out first aid supplies for external injuries and began to apply medicine to Wangda, his parents, one by one. Mr. Wang's condition was particularly concerning, while the others were relatively fine. Wangda was injured more seriously, and Mrs. Wang had the least injury, with only a small area affected, which would heal with a few days of rest. However, He Yin noticed Mrs. Wang's pale complexion and sighed. It was likely that the monsters had left a psychological shadow on Mrs. Wang. After soothing everyone to sleep, He Yin, feeling physically drained, also fell into a deep sleep. When Lu Zhou opened his eyes again, he found it was already 9 p.m. He had slept for 3 or 4 hours. Now awake, his head was still throbbing with pain. Did I escape? Lu Zhou shook his heavy and dazed head, trying to get out of bed, but he was too weak and fell to the floor. Oh, you child, really worrying. Mom Lu quickly ran in, and upon seeing Lu Zhou fall, she couldn't help but scold him a little, but she selflessly helped him up and back onto the bed. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed again. Mom, where's Dad? And Wangda and the others. Finally escaping from that environment, Lu Zhou woke up and immediately asked anxiously. Mom Lu's expression was very indifferent. All is well, son. You mustn't make me worry like this in the future. The conversation felt a bit strange, and Lu Zhou's brow furrowed even deeper. He tentatively opened his mouth to ask, Mom, do you remember when I was sick before? You would always make me a bowl of steamed egg custard. Mom Lu immediately made an exaggerated expression and got up to go outside to make Lu Zhou steamed egg custard. Lu Zhou's heart sank, but he stopped her with his words. Mom, I feel like I have a fever. You should check. You child, you're getting worse at taking care of yourself. Mom Lu smiled as she reached out her hand, and Lu Zhou seized the opportunity to grab her hand. He had a cold expression, and his eyes were as if they wanted to kill. "You're not my mom. Who are you?" Lu Ma was taken aback. After a moment, she smiled and extended her hand. "What are you talking about, child? If I'm not your mom, then who am I?" Lu Zhou's gaze turned dangerous, and he had already pulled out a sharp small knife from under his pillow. "Tell me the truth. Why are you pretending to be my mom? Where is she?" A sense of anxiety suddenly ignited Lu Zhou's volatile heart like a flame. He could hurt himself, but Lu Zhou couldn't accept hurting family. You caught me." Lu Ma transformed into a stream of blue electricity. The electric sound crackled, emitting a sizzling noise. Lu Zhou's expression remained cold. "A game? Why do something like this?" A mechanical voice echoed. "Don't you find it interesting? To me, I can mimic everyone according to their characteristics. However, this is my first attempt at imitation, and you still found the discrepancies." The voice sounded somewhat regretful. Lu Zhou coldly replied, "Give it up. You, as a silicon-based life form, cannot understand human thoughts, let alone mimic human emotions." The voice suddenly burst into a violent laugh. In the empty room, the laughter sent chills down one's spine. "I cannot imitate things that are fundamentally different from me." Lu Zhou's brows furrowed even deeper. His expression had turned from merely unpleasant to terrifying. He dismissed the voice's words as mere attempts to deceive him. "Do you think I would believe you?" Lu Zhou spoke coldly, his expression flashing with distrust. However, the voice fell silent. Lu Zhou was lost in the empty electronic stream for an unknown amount of time, and finally, a glimmer of light appeared in the distance. Lu Zhou reached out and walked toward the direction of the light. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally woke up. When Lu Zhou opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Lu Ma, who was sleeping beside him. In that moment, Lu Zhou felt somewhat dazed. As he lifted his head, Lu Ma had just been startled awake by his movement. She sat up with a start, her face filled with joy. "Son, you're awake." Lu Zhou smiled. "Yeah, I'm awake." After waking up, the first thing Lu Zhou did was check the situation outside. In the living room, the Wang family was lying asleep. When Lu Dad saw that Lu Zhou was awake, his eyes lit up. The two stood by the window, looking outside. The plants had grown too quickly. In just this short time, they had turned into a dense forest. From the forest came occasional sounds, and there was something frightening in the rustling. Due to the sudden abnormality of the plants, all the signal towers had been impacted. It would likely take a long time for the signals to recover. After the plants mutated, miraculously, the water and electricity had not stopped. However, to be safe, Lu Ma took some containers from the house and filled them with water. As for the electricity, they still had power because of the generator. Chapter 341, Conveniently Delivered. Along with the Lu family, other households made the same decision. The Zhang family on the upper floor had long stocked up on supplies and also reminded the Lu family downstairs to be prepared. When Zhang Jiahao came to the Lu family, he didn't forget to express his fear. "Have you seen those strange things? My mom thinks they're terrifying." While saying this, Zhang Jiahao's body trembled slightly, as if recalling the fear. "Lu Zhou, you need to be careful. My dad heard that many types of insects have grown unusually large and have killed a lot of people. Your family is on the first floor, which isn't very safe. Do you want to come to my house and hide?" Zhang Jiahao genuinely invited the Lu family. After all, they were companions in facing danger, and everyone wanted to support each other in such a situation. Before Lu Zhou could respond, it was Lu's mom who politely declined. "Good kid, thank you, but not for now. You see, we have quite a few family members, and we plan to bring your Aunt Zhang's family over to take care of them as well. There are too many people, and your house won't fit us. Besides, we all live in the same building. If anything changes, we can easily react." Lu's mom was clear and logical in her reasoning, and Zhang Jiahao didn't insist further. Before leaving, he worriedly reminded Lu Zhou, "You all must be careful. It's too dangerous to go out casually." This was a hint for Lu Zhou to avoid taking risks by going out for the time being. After saying this, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly went back upstairs. Lu Zhou was thinking about his aunt's family. Although he had reinforced their place, and it wouldn't face immediate danger, over time, he still needed to help them out. To be honest, Lu Zhou was not very reassured about his aunt's family's safety. No, maybe he should consider letting his aunt's family move upstairs to his place. After thinking through the residents living above, Lu Zhou furrowed his brows. It seemed that he wouldn't find a suitable family to swap with his aunt's family anytime soon. He could only look into it again in a few days. Lu's mom was also concerned about the safety of his aunt's family, and soon, Lu Zhou came up with a solution. Use a drone to connect with his aunt's family first, and then discuss specific issues as they come. This plan was good, both safe and quick. Lu's mom didn't hesitate, and, together with Lu Zhou, started operating the drone to fly to his aunt's house. The two families were not far apart. It was only a few minutes' flight. Once the drone flew past clusters of bushes and smoothly reached its destination, Lu Zhou and Lu's mom both let out a sigh of relief. The drone landed on the windowsill of his aunt's bedroom. The sound of the impact caught his aunt's attention. She looked at the drone in surprise, and then heard the voice of her sister coming from it. "Xiaolin, it's me. First, bring the machine inside the house." His aunt quickly opened the window and brought the drone into the living room. The look of joy in her eyes was clear to Lu's mom and Lu Zhou. "Sister, why are you using this to contact me? Xiao Zhou said he wants to come and pick you up to our house. If there's a chance later, we'll directly find a family for you to swap with from upstairs." At first, they didn't buy the apartment together, mainly because there were too few remaining floors. On the floor where Lu Zhou lived, there was only one penthouse available. Considering his grandmother's age, Wei Qingzhu could only reluctantly choose the closest available unit to Lu Zhou's family. Now looking back, the situation keeps getting worse. If they could switch to the unit above Lu Zhou's, their family's safety would have some assurance. However, at this point, who would casually agree to a swap? It would be a hassle. Jiang Xiaolin asked herself, and realized that this matter was quite tricky. However, Lu Zhou comforted her, saying there would be a way. During this time, Lu Zhou also advised his aunt's family not to leave their home, as it was the safest place. In addition, Lu Zhou vividly described the terrifying monsters outside, those gigantic insects. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaolin felt a wave of fear. God knows, she was the kind of person who was most afraid of bugs. She couldn't even handle small insects, let alone those gigantic, deadly ones. With Lu Zhou laying out the situation, Jiang Xiaolin was immediately more determined not to leave. Fortunately, she hadn't encountered any of those insects yet. But who could say what the future held? Apart from informing his aunt about this information, Lu Zhou also told her that if they were short on anything, they could let him know, and he would use a drone to deliver supplies. Additionally, he mentioned that every afternoon, he would control the drone to check if his aunt's family was safe. After discussing the specific process, Lu Zhou quickly left with the drone. In the following days, the routine continued. His aunt's family was relatively safe, though they occasionally lacked some vegetables. Lu Zhou would pack some of the vegetables he had grown in a small bag and send them over with the drone, solving quite a few problems. Of course, during the process of using the drone, Lu Zhou witnessed many frightening scenes. Various insects were flying around, and what was even more terrifying was that each one was quite large. Even ordinary-looking insects had grown several times bigger than usual, not to mention some that looked as terrifying as monsters. When Lu Zhou returned, he didn't forget to show this footage to his aunt's family. His aunt's face turned pale upon seeing it, and her desire to relocate grew even stronger. No matter what, being with family was definitely safer than being alone. Aside from checking on his aunt's family daily, Lu Zhou would also inquire if anyone on the floors above wanted to move to a different place. He knocked on doors one by one, but every household rejected Lu Zhou's proposal. Lu Zhou felt a bit discouraged, but then thought that actively suggesting a move would indeed make people suspicious. This matter still needed to be approached carefully. Initially, Lu Zhou thought this would take time, but just 2 days later, several strangers came knocking on their front door. The visitors were dressed in green military uniforms, equipped with protective gear and weapons. Lu Zhou looked through the peephole at the group outside. Seeing that Lu Zhou's group had not opened the door, the visitors respectfully stated, "Is Mr. Lu here? Commander Zhao has asked us to inform you that the residents above have been properly relocated to another place. Soon, we will be bringing Professor Wei's family to temporarily stay in your unit." This statement left Lu Zhou and his group confused. Lu Zhou wondered how they knew about this matter. He couldn't just leave the people outside waiting. So Lu Zhou hid his weapon and opened the door with a cold expression. "How did you know about this?" Chapter 342. All changed. The newcomer saw Lu Zhou's cold face, but still maintained a respectful demeanor. "Mr. Lu, we are here on behalf of Commander Zhao to handle the relocation of Professor Wei's family. Professor Wei is currently working with many scientists to study the recent changes, and his family has needs that we can assist with." The leader spoke word by word, very serious. Lu Zhou felt a bit relieved. "So, it's about this matter. It must have been brought up by my aunt." Lu Zhou no longer hesitated. "Do you need me to come along?" The leader immediately shook his head. "You don't need to go. We just wanted to inform you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared. We will take full responsibility for the relocation." Then, these people left. As they passed by downstairs, Lu Zhou even saw the type of military truck they had arrived in. Lu Zhou couldn't help but be a bit curious. The road is already passable? This question was quickly answered. He saw these people driving the truck, and suddenly a giant centipede emerged from the ground. Above the truck, several artillery turrets appeared, which immediately fired a barrage at the centipede. The power of the artillery turrets was immense. The turrets vibrated, seemingly on the verge of tearing apart everything in front of them. The shells they fired exploded all over the centipede's body. The centipede was instantly ripped apart, oozing green fluid, and fell to the side. The entire process was incredibly smooth and swift. Lu Zhou quietly stepped back from the window. Indeed, individual power cannot compete with the strength of a base. For instance, if he wanted to deal with that centipede, he would have to expend a lot of effort and engage in combat. But with a base, it was just a matter of a few bombs. Aside from the military truck, Lu Zhou noticed that many drones had appeared in the sky. He didn't know when they had come. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed before, but the trees were too tall, blocking the view. Now, those trees had seemingly been dealt with by the military in some way, leaving only shorter trees behind. The drones were flying around, and from their wings, a liquid was leaking out. Luzhou esquinte, catching a familiar scent. Gasoline? Alcohol? Both smells were present, but not overwhelming. Lu Zhou speculated that it was some kind of new fuel that had been developed. So, what did the military intend to do? It was obvious. Soon, after spraying the fuel on these trees, Lu Zhou saw the next moment, the area was engulfed in flames. Lu Zhou frowned a bit. Wasn't burning everything a bit too much? But given the current situation, this was the quickest way. After all, these plants had invaded human living spaces and severely threatened the remaining safety of humanity. The higher-ups meant that all plants must be eradicated to expedite the new construction. No one had the right to oppose this, as the ultimate goal of this operation was to benefit humanity. It was also called the Plant Elimination Plan. Lu Zhou watched helplessly as the flames rolled and consumed all the plants on that piece of land. Once the plants were burned away, only a thick layer of ash remained. This layer of plant ash would soon become fertilizer for farmland. The people above still considered the agricultural operations. The fire burned for a day and a night, dyeing the horizon with a red hue, distorting the air, and raising the temperature by several degrees. Lu Zhou's parents and Wang Da's parents. Everyone stood silently at the window, watching a grand display of fireworks. When everything calmed down, the remaining plant ashes on the ground were already picked up by a special vehicle dispatched for the cleanup. The streets seemed to regain their former brilliance. Many insects hiding underground were killed during the burning process. Occasionally, some lucky insects that managed to escape would be blown to pieces by a bomb from the armed forces when they poked their heads out. Green blood flowed everywhere. The entire world felt much quieter. After dealing with the dangerous mutated plants, many people finally ventured out of their homes. Having experienced this unprecedented disaster, a sense of fear emerged from the depths of everyone's hearts. However, aside from the cleanup team, this trash had to be dealt with. These tasks were assigned to every citizen of Liangshan. This time, however, after the cleanup, there would be corresponding rewards, some food. Seeing the food incentives, one by one, people began to step out and start cleaning up the garbage. Since Lu Zhou's family did not lack for food, they did not join in the cleanup. However, the land scorched by the fierce fire, after the ashes were cleared, presented a charred appearance that was quite shocking to behold. "Xiao Zhou, come out and help your aunt with some things." Lu Ma's voice came from the doorway, pulling Lu Zhou back to reality. His aunt's family, with the help of the military, had just moved over, and they were currently bringing items upstairs. Lu Zhou responded and immediately went out to help his aunt with moving things. There weren't many items at his aunt's place. After all, in the apocalypse, no one had much. It didn't take much time for his aunt's family to settle into the apartment above Lu Zhou's. Lu Ma was in a good mood. Finally, the whole family was together. After the soldiers helped his aunt's family move in, they all said their goodbyes and left. Moreover, because of his aunt's special identity, the higher-ups even went so far as to include Lu Zhou's family when distributing benefits to appease Wei Qingzhu. This action was meant to reassure Wei Qingzhu, "We haven't forgotten your relatives." Lu Zhou and his aunt's family discreetly accepted the benefits given by the military. In addition to some regular staples like rice and flour, the military also provided some more precious items, such as sugar, seasonings, and snacks. These items would have been quite expensive if purchased in the market. As for Wei Qingzhu, she had the military send a message to her family, indicating they would return home in about 3 days. Ever since Jiang Xiaolin moved upstairs to her sister's place, she began cleaning the house every day, also reorganizing things. Grandma Shan, after all, was getting old, and her physical condition was not looking too good. Considering Grandma Shan's health, Jiang Xiaolin declined the hospital's offer of work for her. Grandma Shan sighed slightly. "There's nothing to be done. I have the will but no strength." Ever since the military burned away the plants, they started repairing the signal tower. Soon, there was a signal again. Water and electricity had been interrupted a few times during this period, but overall, it didn't significantly disrupt life. After this incident, Wang Da's family also started thinking about moving into the same building as Lu Zhou. After experiencing a lot of trouble, they finally found a suitable opportunity. Wang Da spent a considerable amount of resources to exchange floors with a household in Lu Zhou's building. In fact, the interior of Wang Da's previous floor was better decorated than that of the household they exchanged with. Chapter 343. Time to leave. Wanda had done quite well for herself. She had furnished her home with a lot of useful and beautiful furniture. However, this household had just settled for the most basic furnishings, and Wanda couldn't help but think about the dangerous events that had occurred in the past. She felt that she could not wait any longer. Regardless of her living conditions or other messy circumstances, Wanda decided it was time to move out as soon as possible. The family that agreed to exchange homes was quite a troublesome bunch. They were generally a difficult and sharp-tongued family. Wanda had visited them a few times, and they had made things quite difficult for her, even putting forth several unreasonable demands. Initially, Wanda was very sincere and took the family to see her home, hoping they would be interested in the swap. Because Wanda had kept her house in excellent condition, the family was indeed tempted. However, they were also suspicious of Wanda's motives for moving. "Your house is so nice, and the size is about the same as ours. Why are you moving? Is there something bad in your house?" Wanda quickly explained, "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong. It's just that my friend lives downstairs from you, and we thought it would be better to be close to friends. When we bought the house, we simply couldn't find a suitable one to buy together." After hearing this, the woman's eyes started to twinkle. "We're quite happy in our house. We won't move unless you give us 20,000 as a compensation." It was indeed a case of asking for a lion's share. Wanda had no choice but to endure it. Thus, she spoke kindly, offering benefits and sweet talk, eventually convincing the family to hurry up with their move. However, unexpectedly, the night before the move, this family approached Wanda again and started to backtrack. On second thought, we really like our house, and we're not moving after all. Even Wanda, with her good temper, was instantly infuriated. Her expression darkened as she coldly said, "What do you mean by going back on your word?" One woman from the family stepped forward, her triangular eyes narrowing. "Xiao Wang, we heard that others who moved got paid more than what we're asking." Wanda was both amused and furious at their shamelessness. Their demand for 20,000 was already outrageous, but since she was anxious, she just accepted it. Where else would these people find a fool to exploit? Time was of the essence. She didn't know what might happen next. In the end, Wanda gave the woman an additional 5,000 as compensation, just to send the family on their way. Of course, Wanda made sure to complete all the formalities to prevent this group of rascals from changing their minds again. Once the paperwork was done and everything was moved, Zhang Jiahai and Lu Zhou helped out. When they arrived to assist with the move, they saw that family greedily stuffing their filthy mattress onto the solid wood bed that Wanda had custom-made. Their appearance showed no sign of wanting to leave. Lu Zhou glanced at these people and had a thought. He took back all the steel plates he had set aside for the game. His belongings wouldn't be given away cheaply to these rascals. Wanda felt somewhat helpless. There's no way around it. I was just anxious to move. I really appreciate your help. Wang's father hadn't fully recovered from his injury, but Wang's mother was able to help with the move. Wanda rented a truck, planning to move everything in one go. During this time, Zhang Jiahai and Lu Zhou contributed quite a bit of effort. When they arrived at Wang Da's home, looking at the mess and bare walls, Lu Zhou felt a bit uncomfortable. Zhang Jiahong opened his mouth in indignation. This family really has no standards. They made Brother Wang leave all the furniture for them, while they took all their own stuff. Isn't that disgusting? Lu Zhou nodded, agreeing with this sentiment. But there was no alternative. After all, Wang Da was an urgent need. Wang Da chuckled, "It's okay. Their furniture is quite shabby. Just look at the ceiling and the floor. They need to be cleaned up." Wang Da was a tidy person. Every time Lu Zhou visited his home, he saw how well Wang Da kept everything organized. "I'll go get some paint and things to freshen up the walls, and I'll find someone to move the furniture for me." Wang Da said this while preparing to call someone to delegate the jobs. Zhang Jiahong interrupted him. With a smile on his face, Zhang Jiahong said, "Brother Wang, don't worry about it. My dad just happens to have what you need. Maybe because this time the disaster was serious. Everyone is in need of furniture. Vangavas ovajat." Really? That would be such a help. However, this set of furniture is made of iron. Is that okay? Wang Da quickly nodded. "Of course it's fine. Iron doesn't get infested with bugs. How much is it? I'll pay you right away." "All right. The delivery people will bring it down soon." Vangavas trilit. He was lucky to have encountered such a fortunate situation. Zhang's father's work efficiency was quite fast, and before long, the set of furniture Wang Da wanted was moved over. The paint also arrived, and for the next 2 days, Wang Da worked hard to paint the walls clean. During this time, he temporarily stayed at Lu Zhou's house. He Yin offered to cook, but was refused by Lu's mother. "You and Wang are already quite tired from cleaning the house. Let me cook. Once you've tidied up your place, you can cook." He Yin tried to argue several times, but ultimately couldn't win. During the medication changes, it was He Yin who personally took care of Wang's father and Wang Da. The recovery speed of their injuries was relatively optimistic. Luckily, it's not summer. Otherwise, the wounds would have gotten infected by now, He Yin thought to herself. Fortunately, they had stocked up on medicine, which was why they had supplies to use now. Lu's mother agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, it's a good thing the temperature has dropped considerably. At this time, the temperature was similar to a normal autumn day, averaging around 18 to 21 degrees Celsius. Wearing long sleeves and long pants felt quite comfortable. After they finished painting, Wang Da's family moved in immediately to avoid bothering Lu Zhou's family. The paint they used was not harmful to the body, so they didn't wait too long. Once the renovations were completed, Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahong visited a few times. It looked good. The walls were clean and bright. While the floor couldn't be changed, the cement floor had been polished to a shine by Wang Da. After a few days of not seeing each other, Wang Da's home had added quite a bit of furniture. There was a bed, a table, and a sofa. These basic necessities. Wang Da was preparing to add more appliances one by one. Both Lu Zhou's family and Zhang Jiahong's family received an invitation from Wang Da's family. Just as they sat down to eat and took a bite, the phone rang, cutting through the moment. On the other end of the line was a familiar voice. Lu Zhou frowned. It was Gao Shan's voice. Lu Zhou, I have something to tell you. My wife and I plan to leave Liangshan. Chapter 345, Dead. Gao Shan's voice came through with a sense of sorrow and distress. Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback, sensing that there was something weighing on the other side. Brother Gao, are you in a hurry to leave? Is something wrong? It seemed that Gao Shan could no longer hold it in, and he sobbed as he spoke, tears rolling down his face. Lu Zhou, last night, Jing Hang died. Lu Zhou's brain took a few seconds to process the meaning of this statement. What do you mean he died? How did such a young child die? Lu Zhou felt a bit lost in space, and then he heard Gao Shan's hoarse voice. To avenge my son, my wife and I plan to leave Liangshan. Lu Zhou instinctively asked, where to? Not sure, but it's decided. Lu Zhou, you must not come to see us off. I'm afraid this will drag you down. After the call, we will leave immediately. Even if you come, it will be in vain. Gao Shan's voice was filled with exhaustion. In the chaotic background of the call, Jiang Lishue's low sobs could be heard. Jiang Lishue was a tough person. In the past, no one had seen her cry, but this time she was heartbroken over her son. That's it. We have our own things to do. We'll meet again if fate allows. The call was abruptly cut off. Only the urgent beep 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 sound remained. Zhang Jiahua anxiously asked what had happened. Lu Zhou relayed Gao Shan's words one by one to everyone. When everyone learned of the news, their expressions were filled with disbelief. Impossible. When we contacted them just before, Jing Hang was fine. Lu Ma found it hard to believe, and the two children, Tong Tong and Zhang Lele, who had played with Gao Jing Hang, stood frozen in place upon hearing the news. Then, someone started to cry out, Wah! Jiang Xiaolin looked at her daughter, who was crying uncontrollably, and hurriedly picked her up, taking her aside to comfort her. Zhang Lele didn't cry, but her little face turned pale. Everyone instantly lost their appetite. Lu Zhou wanted to see Gao Shan's family, and this proposal was unanimously supported by Wang Da and Zhang Jiahua. Everyone felt that, at the very least, they should bring something to them before they left. Although Gao Shan had said that his group had already left, it was still important to find a chance to give them something as old friends. The group drove quickly to Gao Shan's home. Thanks to Liangshan just finishing the cleanup of mutated plants, the roads were quite clear. Before long, they arrived near Gao Shan's house. As they approached Gao Shan's home, everyone became alert. Be careful. What if there are people lying in wait here? Lu Zhou's expression was cold and composed as he drove, while Wang Da scanned their surroundings closely. Zhang Jiahua was responsible for observing the area, just like Wang Da. Everything looks normal ahead. Lu Zhou accelerated slightly. He had expected there to be someone watching near Gao Shan's house, but to their surprise, the surroundings were silent, with no sounds at all, let alone anyone lying in wait. Lu Zhou opened the protective shield to take a look and confirmed that there were indeed no suspicious individuals in sight. The group smoothly arrived at Gao Shan's home. When they arrived at the door, seeing that there were not many people around, Lu Zhou got out of the car, intending to go upstairs to check the situation. Wang Da initially wanted to go too, but due to his injury, still not fully healed, he ultimately stayed in the car to wait for them. Zhang Jieqi and Lu Zhou quickly got out of the car, planning to go inside to take a look. They were quite cautious when they entered, but when they reached the entrance of the Gao family, they found it eerily silent. Lu Zhou quietly activated the protective shield and took another look, realizing that there were no green dots representing living people and no white dots representing the dead. None at all. As expected, the Gao couple had left. Lu Zhou felt a sense of loss. Zhang Jiechi, disregarding objections, forcefully slammed against the door. He intended to break it open, but accidentally rolled in and crashed into the room. The door was not even closed. The first thing the two saw upon entering was the chaotic scene inside. The room was filled with a mess of items, but upon closer inspection, they found that all the valuable things had been taken away by the Gao couple. Lu Zhou quickly scanned the Gao family's place and spotted the potted plant he had given to the Gao family. They had left one pot behind. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel suspicious. This potted plant was highly effective and should have been a must-take item. Since the Gao couple had been smart enough to take another pot, it was unlikely that they would leave this one behind. While he was pondering this, Zhang Jiechi quickly tugged at Lu Zhou's clothes. Lu Zhou, let's leave here first. I have a bad feeling. Zhang Jiechi subtly reminded him. His sixth sense was going haywire, and he felt that something bad was about to happen. Lu Zhou's expression darkened as he understood Zhang Jiechi's hint. He quickly found a spot and set up a hidden camera. Then, without saying a word, Lu Zhou picked up the potted plant and hurried downstairs. Zhang Jiechi was panting as they ran, and the two of them shoved the potted plant into the car. Lu Zhou didn't stop to linger. He started the engine and turned to leave. Wang De looked at the two with a confused expression. What happened? Did you run into Brother Gao? Why are you two in such a hurry? Wang De threw a series of questions at them, but Lu Zhou had no time to respond. Zhang Jiechi protected the potted plant and spoke. Brother Wang, when we went in, there was no one inside. Lu Zhou and I thought it would be dangerous to stay longer, so we decided to leave quickly. Wang De nodded. You scared me. I thought you ran into something. Turning his head, he focused on the potted plant again. Hey, this potted plant, I remember it was... Wang De didn't finish his sentence, but his gaze met Zhang Jiechi's. The look exchanged between them clearly said, yes, you're right. This indeed is the potted plant that Lu Zhou gave us. Wang De was shocked. Only someone who had used it would know how effective this potted plant was. He couldn't believe that the Gao couple had left without taking this plant. If it were him, even if there was no space in the car, he would still carry the potted plant away. Lu Zhou had no time to joke with the two. He trusted Zhang Jiechi's sixth sense completely. Since Zhang Jiechi sensed a threat, something indeed was about to happen. The car started smoothly and quickly. In a short while, they had left the area around the Gao family. Zhang Jiechi kept a tight watch beside him, fearing that anything might happen. Strangely, on a road that had previously been empty, suddenly several cars appeared. These cars looked quite luxurious, but were lined up in a row, passing by Lu Zhou's car. The three instinctively looked up, and at that moment, they caught sight of several sinister and menacing faces in the opposite cars. Chapter 346. Arson. Several people seemed to sense something and turned their gazes towards the window of Lu Zhou's car. Zhang Jiehua and Wang De immediately felt a bit nervous. Lu Zhou coldly said, "Don't worry, our car has a film on it. They can't see in from the outside." Since the apocalypse began, very few cars have been able to apply this film. It wasn't a rare item before, but in this environment where food and resources were scarce, the overall demand had decreased significantly, so not many people were getting it now. The cars with film on them were mostly products from before the apocalypse. It was called a glance, but in reality, the two cars passed each other in just a moment. For some reason, after passing the opposing vehicle, Wang De felt his breathing finally return to normal. He cleared his throat, looking worried. "I just have this feeling that those people weren't good." Zhang Jiehua pressed his pounding heart and forced himself to stay calm. "Relax, Wang Yi. We don't know them, so there's no need to be so tense." Lu Zhou, however, quietly stared at that group of people, his expression thoughtful. When those people first appeared, he had instinctively activated the protective shield. As a result, the shield marked the opposing group with a yellow color. This color indicated a threat. It seemed that the other party were dangerous individuals. Lu Zhou wondered if Zhang Jiehua's sixth sense was warning him about these people. While pondering this, he also made sure to tag the people in those vehicles. In the future, if those people appeared within the range of his protective shield again, he would be alerted. After leaving that group, Zhang Jiahua felt much lighter. However, he couldn't help but frown. Was it really these people that triggered his sixth sense? What danger could they possibly pose that warranted such a warning? Each of the three had their own thoughts, but Lu Zhou reminded Zhang Jiahua to check his phone. There, he could view the feed from the hidden camera. Zhang Jiahua obediently opened it, and within the camera's field of view, there was no sign of anything unusual. After waiting for nearly 15 minutes, there was still no change. Just as the three of them began to relax, they suddenly heard an unusual noise coming from the phone. Zhang Jiahua quickly adjusted the sound and the image, and when they looked at the screen, they saw the group of people they had encountered earlier ransacking the Gao family house. Their movements were wild and reckless, and the already messy house became even more chaotic. These people seemed to be professionals. Their house-searching skills were remarkably smooth. Through the hidden camera, Lu Zhou and the others could clearly see the movements of these individuals. Unfortunately, at that moment, all of them had put on black masks, making it impossible to discern their true identities. Gao family. The black-clad individuals frantically searched but found nothing. One of the reporting individuals spoke up first. "Boss, we didn't find anything. What should we do?" The leader of the masked black-clad men was covered completely. He sneered coldly. "Keep searching. Even if they escaped, they must have taken that thing with them. The brothers responsible for monitoring the exits haven't reported anything about them taking anything." After the leader finished speaking, the reporting individual immediately turned around and continued searching. However, no matter how thoroughly these people turned the place upside down, they still couldn't find anything. The man in black suddenly felt a chill of fear. After relaying this news to the leader of the black-clad group, he saw the leader remain silent. The tension among all the black-clad individuals grew, as their leader's silence was more terrifying than any words. The leader's cold gaze swept over the interior of the room, where this group had failed to locate the items even after using professional detection equipment. His demeanor instantly turned much colder. The consecutive defeats of his subordinates made him feel extremely humiliated. First, they had let a child's mother escape, and now they had failed to retrieve the items they sought, which truly made him furious. The promotion plan he had set for the year was now ruined by this group of incompetent fools. When his subordinates, panting and wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, reported that there were indeed no items, everyone expected a furious outburst. However, what made them all uneasy was the leader's reaction. He said nothing, but a look of satisfaction appeared on his face as he coldly stated, "The house is burned. If we can't have it, neither can anyone else." "Understood, boss," the others said, lowering their heads and quickly diminishing their presence. "Quickly, finish up and everyone come with me." After the leader said this, he stepped out of the range of the camera. The other black-clad individuals in the footage started to leave and then returned. They had somehow procured gasoline, which was now splattered across the ground, and the brown liquid was being poured with a thud-thud-thud sound. The camera then shifted, capturing the group completely, leaving the range of the recording. Lu Zhou, witnessing all of this, whispered, "These people are going to set the place on fire after they leave." Zhang Jiahua breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how close they had come to being caught by these ruthless individuals. Given their cold-blooded nature, even if the three of them managed to escape, it would mean provoking a mad dog. As long as they didn't kill them, their future days would certainly be difficult. Wang Da's eyes widened in shock. He involuntarily muttered, "Damn it, these people are simply savages." Wang Da was right. Aside from Gao Shan, there were still others living in that building. For these individuals to calmly set it on fire was nothing short of insanity. Wang Da felt a wave of fear wash over him. Lu Zhou accelerated the car. Meanwhile, all three were focused on the situation displayed on their phones. A few minutes later, flames burst out from the house, spreading rapidly. In an instant, the fire shot up high. The flames licked the ceiling, and soon the other furniture in the room was ignited. The furniture began to smoke, and sparks flew. Within a few minutes, the fire had grown significantly. The camera feed started to become unstable. Lu Zhou knew this was because the camera was being affected by the fire. At the same time, people upstairs and downstairs seemed to have noticed something was wrong. When they realized that the Gaoshan residence was on fire, everyone began to scream and rush to fetch water to extinguish the flames. It was too tragic. All three felt a pang of compassion. Soon, the screen went dark, and the three could no longer receive any information about the situation across the street. After taking a trip to the Gaoshan residence, they hadn't expected to witness such a scene. Once back home, all three felt a sense of unease. Lu Zhou stared at the potted plant, deep in thought. After a moment, he walked over, took out a shovel, and began to dig into the pot. Zhang Jiahao, seeing Lu Zhou's rough actions, frowned and was about to say something, but he watched as his friend pulled something out from the flower pot. Chapter 347, The Mask. The three of them suddenly halted their movements in unison. When they finally saw what had been dug up, they were all taken aback by the terrifying appearance of the object that Lu Zhou had unearthed. It was a mask that looked ominous, resembling something filled with foreboding. The mask was not very large, only about the size of a palm. Based on previous findings, it was highly likely that Gaoshan had hidden this item to prevent it from being discovered by others. However, a puzzling question arose. Why were Gaoshan and that group going to such great lengths to search for this item? Did this thing have some sort of special significance? As Lu Zhou pondered these questions, he couldn't help but bring the mask closer to examine it carefully. It appeared that the mask was made of a material similar to bone china, but when the three of them tried to pry it open, they found it to be exceptionally hard. "Damn, this thing is really sturdy," Zhang Jiajun exclaimed, frowning as he continued to work at it. It was Wang De who suddenly raised his voice. "Oh wow, I just knew this thing looked familiar. I finally remember what it is." Wang Da's sudden outburst immediately captured the attention of Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiajun. Sensing his companion's eager gazes, Wang De quickly spilled what he knew like pouring beans. "First of all, I've seen a photo of this mask before. It was said to possess ominous powers that could awaken some unknown entities. Later on, for some reason, I actually encountered this mask once. But after that, it was protected by the military and no one could get their hands on it anymore." After hearing Wang Da's explanation, Zhang Jiajun suddenly realized. So, as security personnel, Gao Shan and his wife might have been tasked with protecting the mask and later became the targets of certain people, which is why Gao Jingheng. Wang De continued to elaborate, his tone filled with confusion. However, the security level of this mask is very high. Normally, it would be protected by special forces, so it shouldn't have involved Gao Shan and his wife. It's possible that something unexpected happened midway, leading to the current situation. The truth was shrouded in mystery, and the three of them couldn't come up with any conclusions no matter how they speculated. They could only helplessly abandon their guesses. Lu Zhou said solemnly, "I'll keep this thing for now. When Brother Gao calls us, we might as well ask him about it." This suggestion received unanimous approval from the others. The mask was then stored in Lu Zhou's game warehouse. As soon as it entered the game warehouse, the game's voice immediately expressed a mix of emotions. "Where did you get this thing? What a peculiar item." Ever since the game had upgraded him, Lu Zhou noticed that it had become filled with human-like emotions. Sometimes he even doubted whether the beings in the game were actually human. However, lacking evidence, he kept this suspicion to himself. "Oh, you recognize it?" Lu Zhou asked with interest. The game responded proudly. "Of course. There's quite a bit of power within this thing. If you let me absorb it, I can give you some insights for free." "Never mind, I'm not interested," Lu Zhou replied. As soon as the topic of absorption was mentioned, Lu Zhou immediately lost interest in the game. The game let out a hum and spoke again. "Fine, but I must warn you. Keeping that thing around is a disaster. It's better to let me deal with it for you." Lu Zhou continued to shake his head, refusing the game. Without Lu Zhou's permission, the game could only helplessly watch as the mask lay quietly in the warehouse, neglected. After temporarily settling the mask's origin, when Lu Zhou came out of his bedroom, he saw Zhang Jiehui and Wang De curiously gathered around his flower pot, examining it closely. Inside were some tender amaranth greens, which Lu Zhou's father usually took care of. Ever since the garden on the first floor was temporarily abandoned, the potted plants at home had become a target for harvesting fresh vegetables during meals. As soon as Zhang Jiehui saw Lu Zhou approaching, he waved. "Lu Zhou, your amaranth greens look great. They really shine." Lu Zhou smiled and plucked a big handful, handing one bunch to Zhang Jiehui and another to Wang De. "They taste great too. Give them a try." Zhang Jiehui was just making small talk, but he didn't expect Lu Zhou to give him and Wang De the vegetables. Now he was awkwardly holding a handful of greens while his other hand waved aimlessly, mumbling for a long time without knowing what to say. Just then, Lu Zhou's mother came out and saw this scene. Laughing so hard, she couldn't stand up straight. She quickly walked over and harvested a big handful of vegetables from the flower pot, distributing them one by one. "Take these home. If you run out, just come to my place. As long as I have vegetables in my pots, you won't go hungry." Lu Zhou's mother smiled naturally, and Zhang Jiehui and Wang De, who were just eating at home, quickly expressed their thanks. Soon, after Zhang Jiehui and Wang De left, Lu Zhou's family sat down on the sofa. Lu Zhou's father was concerned about the incident involving the Gao family and gestured for Lu Zhou to explain the details. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, both Lu Zhou's father and mother sighed heavily. "Jing Heng was such a good kid, and now he's gone. I just can't get over it." Lu Zhou's mother spoke, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. They had genuinely become friends, going through quite a bit together, and Lu Zhou's mother quite liked Gao Jingheng, who was smart and kind. It's a pity he left so abruptly. Lu Zhou's mood was also low. After comforting his parents a couple of times, he went to the window, intending to take a nap later. As Lu Zhou's thoughts wandered at the edge of the window, a slender green vine quietly climbed up. This tiny vine seemed alive, stealthily avoiding the window, then crazily climbing up, rushing upwards. In no time, this inconspicuous green vine had completely wrapped around the entire building again. By the time Lu Zhou noticed, it was already too late to stop it. The green vine grew at an astonishing speed, yearning to climb higher until it reached the top floor, preparing to bask in the first rays of sunlight the next morning. Lu Zhou tested a bit. These vines weren't food for humans, and this species simply grew at an extremely rapid pace. Then, Lu Zhou immediately looked up at the window, only to see a sea of tender green. When they first arrived, the ground was barren, blackened earth, and now it had transformed into a green lawn. Lu Zhou's mind suddenly conjured up a bad feeling. Sure enough, not long after, these plants began to grow wildly again, and this time their speed was even faster than before. Fueled by the anger from the previous destruction, the plants surged back once more. While Lu Zhou was in shock, he remembered to call the others. In their panic, everyone hurriedly shut their doors and windows tight, not giving these plants a chance. Thanks to Lu Zhou's timely warning, his group managed to prevent any troublesome plant invasion at home. Chapter 348, A Difficult Night. For those who were caught off guard, they were not so lucky. The newly built home was soon turned upside down by these plants. The power of sprouting seeds is indeed formidable. They can break through any obstacle in their path and mercilessly kill everything that hinders their growth. The survival rules from the plant world applied to human society are shockingly cruel. Many people, completely unaware, were pierced through by the sprouting plants. In an instant, blood flowed everywhere. The plants absorbed the nutrients from the human bodies, growing faster and stronger. Not only was it happening on Lu Zhou's side, but other places were also gradually being overtaken by the plants. Just a few days ago, humans had forcefully swept through the plants, burning them down to ashes, but today, the plants attacked again. In some areas, the ashes were not even fully cleaned up, and these ashes became nutrients for the plants, causing them to grow even more luxuriantly. Lu Zhou's family gathered in front of the window, watching helplessly as the plants grew recklessly. The speed at which the plants grew was astonishing, almost a change every second. Lu Zhou watched as the roots and stems of the plants twisted, expanded, thickened, and grew rapidly. The Zhang family called Lu Zhou, their tone filled with anxiety. "My God, Lu Zhou, did you see? The plants have started growing again. Soon, the signal tower will be destroyed." When Wang De saw this scene, he was also frightened. Fortunately, they had moved quickly. Just after relocating, disaster struck. However, no matter what, it was a small comfort that Lu Zhou's whole family was together. That was the only good news in this disaster. Lu Zhou's gaze swept around the house, and he immediately noticed something was off. 2 wooden stools in the house were rapidly sprouting branches and leaves. It looked as if those stools were coming to life. Without a second thought, Lu Zhou pulled out a lighter and ignited the sprouting stool. In no time, the flames crackled, incinerating the stool that had already rooted and sprouted. The tender shoots on the stool had completely withered. The stool was now char-black. To avoid any further dangers, Lu Zhou decided to take no chances and simply disposed of both stools. At the same time, he called to alert the other 3 families. After Wang Da's aunt burned a few wooden stools, she chopped them all up and threw them away. The Zhang family did the same. They had a solid wood single bed, which they also struggled to chop up and dispose of. The only fortunate one was Wang De, as he had just moved in and had few possessions, and all of them were made of metal, so he didn't have to fuss over it. Meanwhile, Wang De thought about the previous tenants of the house he had just moved into. They had many wooden furniture pieces. He wondered how they were faring now. Wang De shook his head, dismissing that thought. This was a serious transaction among adults. He didn't need to worry about the other family, especially since they were all a bunch of rogues. At the original residence of the Wang family, at this moment, the bedroom, kitchen, and living room were brewing an unusual transformation. What should have been a quiet time for sleep was instead filled with a stench of blood. The Wang family had originally had a lot of wooden furniture. He had planned to take these pieces with him when moving, but in the end, he couldn't and had to leave all the furniture for the new tenants. This family is surnamed Sun, and before the apocalypse, they were the epitome of stinginess. The main reason they were fortunate enough to be assigned a house in Liangshan was that they had a beautiful daughter. The daughter became a mistress for a high-ranking official, and in order to take care of her, the entire family was settled in Liangshan. However, their good days didn't last long, as chaos soon erupted in Liangshan. It was either locusts, mutated humans, or mutated plants. The Sun family was not living comfortably. Fortunately, during this time, all sorts of subsidies were sent to them by their daughter. In truth, the daughter had no obligation to support these good-for-nothing relatives. However, they held her secrets over her head, making it impossible for her to abandon them. Several times after arriving in Liangshan, she wished to rid herself of these burdensome people. The Sun family members were idle every day, doing nothing serious, simply aimlessly wandering the streets. Yet, they relied entirely on their daughter's support and never truly felt comfortable. Just when the Sun family was pondering how to make money, they stumbled upon Wang De, a big sucker who came to them. Although they had no idea why Wang De was in such a hurry to exchange houses, the Sun family clearly calculated their benefits. Both houses were the same size, and the furniture and interior decoration of Wang Da's place were much better than their own. They all decided to switch. However, seeing Wang Da's anxious demeanor, the Sun family discussed it and decided to squeeze out a bit more money. After all, if it was free, why not take it? They could tell that Wang De really needed their location. Once all the procedures were completed, the Sun family officially moved. Upon moving into Wang Da's house, the Sun family finally felt comfortable for the first time. The feeling of pre-apocalypse life had finally returned. Wang De had given them a good amount of money, and they still had some savings. They thought they could gather some more and ask their daughter for additional funds to buy a house for their son. It was a good plan, and that night, everyone slept soundly. They even had sweet dreams. Unfortunately, this good dream would never wake up. The wooden furniture began to sprout crazily, with tender vines slowly wrapping around the limbs of the sleeping people, layer upon layer, until these people died. After dying, the plants treated them as their growth material. They suffocated the humans like a dissection board, wrapping them up and stacking them. At times, they would unlock a person, drilling roots, stems, and leaves deep into their bodies to extract nutrients for a new cycle. If someone could witness this scene, they would have to marvel at how similar these plants' actions were to the historical practices of humanity. The plants stored the bodies, and when needed, they would take them out for further use. Among the Sun family members, there was one lucky person who woke up briefly. Upon seeing this scene, they were terrified and trembling, trying to escape, but were ensnared by the pursuing plants wrapping around their ankles and brutally torn in half. Thick, sticky blood flowed all over the room, making a drip-drip sound. As if reinforced by steel plates, the rapid growth of these plants was not possible. After all, the steel plates could delay the external air or some substance. But once the steel plates were gone, the plants could unleash their growth without restraint. Moreover, not only that, but the plants outside also broke through the walls, forcefully creating a large hole. The plants outside sensed the smell of blood and wanted to come over for a feast. That night was a long and torturous one. Chapter 349, Division of Areas. Lu Zhou and his parents were staying at home when they quickly realized that chaos had erupted outside. There were the sounds of human screams, the rustling of plants sprouting, and some indistinct noises that were hard to identify. Many people had not slept a wink all night. Lu's dad and mom were also wide awake throughout the night. When the sun rose, the growth rate of the plants outside clearly decreased. Soon, the front door of Lu Zhou's house was knocked on by several neighbors. When he opened the door, he found his aunt, Wangda, and the Zhang family waiting outside. Everyone entered the house, their faces clouded with worry. The plants outside have started to grow again, and I've observed that our building is already covered in vines. It's going to be tough to get out, Wangda said, frowning and speaking in a low voice. His aunt also looked more anxious and immediately added, I have news that the military is discussing plans to eradicate the plants. Are they going to burn them again? That method didn't work last time. It was all for nothing, someone from the Zhang family interjected. This time should be different. We'll have to wait for the specific response plan, Wangda replied. Everyone fell silent. But life must go on. Each household had some food stored, so they wouldn't have to venture out during this dangerous time. Gathered together, they didn't waste time. The little cousin who had cried her eyes out for her friends the previous day, along with Zhang Lele, was today being firmly urged by Wang Da's father to continue their studies. The two little girls were quite obedient and found a quiet spot where the four of them began their lessons. Lu Zhou glanced over and noticed that they were studying subjects like mathematics and physics from before the apocalypse. The girls were learning diligently, and Wang Da's father was beaming with pride. Both kids were very smart, and at this learning pace, it wouldn't be long before they were familiar with and could apply these concepts. In addition to teaching them daily studies diligently, Wang Da's father also prepared many practice problems for the two kids to work on. To avoid disturbing their studies, Lu Zhou and the others intentionally went to another room to talk. Closing the door carefully, Lu Zhou spoke first. We should wait for news from the government before making further plans. I share the same thought. We don't really know the government's stance on the plants at this point, Wangda chimed in. The others nodded in agreement. In essence, there wasn't much to discuss about the situation. Days passed quietly. Besides the vines outside wrapping around the windows and blocking the light, making the house somewhat dim, nothing particularly unusual happened. The signal had only been cut off on the first day, but by the third day, it was restored again. Water and electricity were functioning normally. The peaceful days made it hard for people to grasp that this was the apocalypse. On the fourth day, Wei Qingzhu called. Lu Zhou answered the phone and immediately heard Wei Qingzhu's tired voice. Lu Zhou, regarding the plant mutations, the military has made a final decision. Lu Zhou perked up, eager to hear the final strategy. The final decision is to coexist with the plants. Furthermore, the military will form a vanguard team responsible for collecting information on dangerous plants, which will then be compiled into a comprehensive plant encyclopedia for everyone to view. Currently, this team is being organized, and it is expected that they will begin their first collection soon. Also, I've heard something quite interesting. Xiao Zhou, you should really want to know about this. Before Lu Zhou could finish processing the previous message, he was momentarily distracted by his aunt's new news. The Yu family's residence was collapsed during this incident of plant mutation. Wei Qingzhu, a serious researcher, had a hint of amusement in her voice. Lu Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly, a pleasant gleam flowing through his gaze. Previously, due to the unexpected plant mutation, he hadn't had the chance to intervene in the Yu family's troubles. Now, unexpectedly, before he could take action, their house had already been destroyed by this natural disaster. Lu Zhou's expression was icy as he silently cursed them for what they deserved. Wei Qingzhu's voice continued. Xiao Zhou, don't run around these days. According to our tests, the oxygen concentration in Liangshan is gradually increasing. It's highly likely that the oxygen concentration will exceed the maximum value. Lu Zhou quickly acknowledged her warning. Then, he recalled the oxygen that Yu Onghua had taken from here. He probably never expected that what was once a valuable commodity would, after just a few days, become the final straw that would drag the Yu family down. Lu Zhou silently curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. In the following days, just as his aunt had informed him, the oxygen concentration in Liangshan continued to rise. Initially, it returned to normal levels, but then there was an unusual spike in oxygen concentration. Within just a few nights, the once highly sought-after oxygen canisters became things that nobody even glanced at. The extreme increase in oxygen concentration brought about the biggest downside, the risk of oxygen poisoning. To address the rising oxygen levels, the government implemented numerous measures. First, they had the vanguard team identify the plants that could best replace oxygen, and then they controlled the number of these plants to a very low quantity. But that wasn't all. After scientists worked overtime, they developed a type of mask. This device, when worn, would reduce the intake of oxygen. Outdoor activities exceeding 4 hours were recommended to wear the mask. For activities under 4 hours, the human body could still endure. In addition to the emergence of the high-tech masks, the government also designated areas based on the oxygen concentration levels. According to the levels, they categorized the regions into high oxygen concentration, medium oxygen concentration, and low oxygen concentration areas. Among them, the high oxygen concentration areas allowed outdoor activities for only 1 hour. The medium oxygen concentration areas permitted 2.5 hours. Only the low oxygen concentration areas allowed up to 4 hours. Liangshan's first and second rings happened to be low oxygen concentration areas. At this moment, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel grateful once again that he had bought early and had a good geographical location. Located in the first and second ring areas, daily life was mostly unaffected. The situation was not so favorable in other areas. Aside from the government's vanguard team detecting plants and controlling oxygen levels, the government also made corresponding plans for the public. Now, during the day, information about dangerous plants was continuously broadcasted, and the entire population began to participate in learning about plant species. For government personnel, there would also be weekly assessments on plant species. This ensured that every dangerous plant would be deeply ingrained in people's minds. This policy was effective. Right after it was implemented, the casualty rate in the first week decreased significantly. As it continued, people from 60-year-old seniors to 6-year-old children came to recognize many dangerous plants. In addition to encouraging the public to study hard, the vanguard team delineated safe and dangerous areas throughout Liangshan. Dangerous areas were temporarily off-limits to the public. Chapter 350, The Unlucky Yu Family. Within the safe zone, there are hardly any plants that actively harm people. For those passive harmful plants that cannot be moved, the government has set up a quarantine area, placing warning signs nearby to alert the public not to come into contact with them. The government efficiency is rapid. With several concurrent plans and policies, the people, who were initially disturbed by the chaos caused by mutated plants, have largely settled down and accepted the situation. Once again, social order has returned to a semblance of stability. Lu Zhou observes the decisive actions of the person in charge of Liang Mountain and immediately understands why. Prior to the apocalypse, Liang Mountain was a place everyone yearned to live in. It's not for any other reason, but because the measures taken by the person in charge are effective and swift. With such capable leadership, one can comprehend why the residents of Liang Mountain are living relatively happily. As a series of measures stabilized, nearly a month has passed. During this month, Lu Zhou has been quite busy. He either helps his uncle with experiments or seeks information about the current situation of the Yu family. Since Lu Zhou's requests are not difficult, and he offers sufficient payment, the informant managed to deliver the needed information to him in just one day. Lu Zhou's eyes narrowed with joy as he read the news. After the Yu family's house was destroyed, they urgently sought connections and managed to secure a small place for the entire family to temporarily stay. Previously, the Yu family lived in a large house with ample space and sunlight, but now they were cramped into a small house, feeling stifled and uncomfortable. Yuanguo was feeling quite depressed. That house had cost him a significant amount of money and connections to acquire, and now it was gone so easily, leaving him with a sense of loss and frustration. His family was not like other wealthy people who had abundant capital. Losing one house meant that buying another was not so simple. Soon, Yuanguo pinned all his hopes on the oxygen tanks. He had spent a considerable amount of money to buy this batch of oxygen tanks, and now it was time to sell them quickly. He searched around and eventually found a few suitable buyers. However, what disappointed him was that the prices offered by these buyers were quite average. If he sold them at such low prices, he would feel he had wasted his efforts in acquiring the tanks. Determined to make a better profit, Yuanguo held onto the oxygen tanks for a few more days. Unexpectedly, within just one night, the oxygen concentration suddenly soared back to normal levels. Yuanguo was dumbfounded. What a joke! With oxygen no longer in short supply, could he still sell his oxygen tanks at a good price? The buyers who had been considering purchasing the tanks just days ago were now relieved that Yuanguo hadn't sold them. Otherwise, they would have ended up with a loss. And who would they complain to? Yuanguo suddenly found himself in a dilemma. If he sold now, he would certainly incur losses, substantial losses at that. Wouldn't it be better to wait and see if the oxygen concentration would drop again? If it did drop, he could still make a profit. Meanwhile, the buyers were also caught in a quandary. Should they buy or not? It was a troubling decision. If they bought now, any future price increase would benefit them, and buying at this point would definitely be at a lower price. However, there was also the risk that if they purchased and the oxygen concentration continued to rise, the price of the oxygen tanks would fall even further. However, if Yuanguo could manage to lower the price of the oxygen tanks to a normal range, then even if they bought them, they wouldn't lose too much if unforeseen circumstances arose. After all, this thing can also be stored as a supply of oxygen for emergencies. Soon, these people found Yuanguo, and their words revealed a desire to have him lower the price. However, Yuanguo was also shrewd. With just a few sentences, he easily brushed them off. These people were gambling, but Yuanguo was also taking a gamble himself. If he won, the profits from the oxygen canisters would be enough to cover his previous losses from real estate. A silent game of chess began between both parties. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the oxygen concentration. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a week passed. The oxygen concentration showed no signs of decreasing. Yuanguo's head was drenched in sweat. For the first time, he felt everything was slipping out of his control. In his life, he had never experienced such a nerve-wracking moment. Yuanguo was particularly anxious several times, wanting to contact those sellers to sell all the oxygen canisters, even at a loss, just to recover something. As soon as he picked up the phone, the ubiquitous broadcast announcement followed. Attention residents, please return indoors immediately. According to the test, the oxygen concentration is about to rise again, and no one is allowed to stay outside. Repeating, after hearing this broadcast, Yuanghua was stunned for a moment, then heavily sat down on the sofa, looking utterly defeated. It's over, it's all over. Years of business experience told him that this batch of oxygen canisters would definitely be a loss. These oxygen canisters would surely cost him his entire fortune. Once the broadcast announcement was over, the oxygen concentration skyrocketed, reaching a level that required special measures to control it. Now, not to mention buying oxygen canisters, even if they were given away for free, hardly anyone wanted them. Some shrewd individuals even went out of their way to find areas with the highest oxygen levels, filling oxygen bags, one after another, to collect oxygen and prepare for the future. Many people, upon learning this, also grabbed some tools to store a bit of oxygen. Yuanghua was horrified to discover that the oxygen canisters in his hands had become worthless. This realization hit Yuanghua hard, and the atmosphere in the Yu household remained gloomy for a long time. Lu Zhou looked at the materials in his hands and immediately smiled even more happily. Ah, the Yu family is getting their just deserts. By the way, back then he had installed cameras in Yuanghua's former house. He wondered if they had captured any explosive footage. Lu Zhou quickly found the phone connected to the camera. The camera would automatically save footage after 10 minutes. When Lu Zhou opened the phone, he found a ton of videos. He patiently watched them all, and his smile never faded. He hit the jackpot. The videos captured Yu Ziming and his stepmother very clearly, revealing their numerous secretive encounters. Moreover, in the videos, Lu Zhou noticed something odd. This woman was the former nanny of the Yu family. In the video, Yu Ziming repeatedly claimed that he and his group had killed his mother and that he wanted to take revenge for her. However, Lu Zhou remembered very clearly that when they entered the Yu household, there was a female corpse whose face was unrecognizable. Chapter 351, Dog Bites Dog. Various questions connected in his mind, and Lu Zhou pieced together the truth. When they left Jiguang Manor, they all thought that the unidentified female corpse was the nanny. But that was clearly not the case. Coupled with Yu Ji's inexplicable hostility toward his own family, Lu Zhou quickly guessed some possibilities. For this matter, Lu Zhou was too lazy to question the little nanny. He only needed to probe a bit to get his answer. Soon, Lu Zhou saved some explosive video clips, planning to find an opportunity to send them to Yuanghua. Just thinking about that scene brought a rush of satisfaction to Lu Zhou. Of course, this little bit of medicine was not enough. He needed to come up with a few more explosive pieces of news. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou turned and sent a message to Yu Ji. He had received Yu Ji's contact information from an informant. Lu Zhou opened his phone and sent a message to Yu Ji. "Do you want to know the truth about your sister's death?" Yu Ji replied quickly. "Who are you?" Lu Zhou smiled silently. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you have the wrong target for your revenge." Yu Ji seemed unwilling to engage with this message, but when he saw the next part, he couldn't help but respond. "What do you mean? Be clearer." Lu Zhou, seizing the opportunity, replied, 50,000 exchange points to tell you the real truth. Otherwise, you'll never know what the truth is." Yu Ji's brow twitched wildly. He thought that the scammers nowadays were truly insane to sell fake news for such a high price. Just as he was about to ignore it, he saw Lu Zhou's next message. "Does Qiu Wenyo know that her son has never avenged her, and that her enemies live peacefully and happily every day?" This sentence completely enraged Yu Ji. For him, 50,000 exchange points was quite a lot. After some haggling, the price dropped to 35,000. In fact, the price was secondary. Lu Zhou mainly wanted to reveal this news to Yu Ji. He wanted to watch the two of them tear each other apart. After paying the necessary exchange points, Yu Ji quickly received the news he wanted. When a message appeared before him, Yu Ji felt a wave of dizziness. Lu Zhou's message was simple. "Your dad and the nanny killed your sister." It was absurd. This was Yu Ji's immediate reaction. Lu Zhou, feeling merciful, added another sentence. "Haven't you been repeatedly advised not to seek revenge? You can go test whether it's true or not." After saying this, Lu Zhou stopped responding to him. Whether Yu Ji believed it or not, The outcome was already sufficient for Lu Zhou. The seed of doubt had been planted. Now all he had to do was wait for it to take root and sprout. Yuji's emotions were complicated. Looking back, it was indeed true. Wang Xin had repeatedly advised him not to continue seeking revenge. How had he responded at the time? He had vowed to make those who harmed his sister pay the price. Now, the actual truth was so absurd that it felt like a joke. After thinking it over, Yuji's anger surged, and armed with a weapon, he walked towards his father's room. On the other side, Yuanguo was outside, trying to find someone to take over his oxygen tank business, when he received several unfamiliar videos. At first, Yuanguo didn't want to open them since they were sent by strangers. However, for reasons he couldn't explain, he clicked on the video. As soon as he opened it, a stark white screen burst forth, temporarily blinding him and causing him to squint. The woman in the video had a nice figure. Wait, why did she look so much like Wang Xin? Yuanguo's breath quickened as he turned around to find a quiet place to continue watching. As he continued, he recognized the people in the video. His eyes widened in shock when he confirmed that one was his son and the other was his current wife. He was immediately filled with rage. That little brat, Yu Ziming, was tired of living. With so many women outside, why did he have to compete with his own father? Yuanguo's anger flared, and he no longer wanted to pursue business. He immediately drove back, intending to catch them in the act. On the way, he was so consumed by this matter that he nearly crashed into several cars, drawing curses from other drivers. But at that moment, Yuanguo couldn't care less about this. He just wanted to rush home and slap both his rebellious son and that shameless woman. What kind of situation was this? When Yuanguo quickly returned home, he found Yu Ziming sitting quietly on the sofa, looking surprisingly calm. Remembering the scenes from the video, Yuanguo's expression darkened instantly. After coughing a couple of times, he opened his mouth to yell in anger, but was cut off by Yu Ziming's words. Dad, did you and Wang Xin kill my mom back then? Upon hearing this, Yuanguo's eyes widened in shock. His heart was in turmoil. Impossible. Who told him this? The incident had been handled very cleanly at the time, and with the information being concealed, it was impossible for anyone to know the truth. Yuanguo forced himself to calm down, then grabbed the cup next to him and smashed it on the floor. Bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? How could I do something like that? You have doubts about me? Why don't you explain what all this is? Yu Ziming retorted, pulling out the videos from Yuanguo's phone and showing them to him. The sounds of passionate voices echoed from the phone. Anyone else would have been embarrassed and left by now. But Yu Ziming remained motionless, showing no reaction. Yuanguo thought it was absurd and was about to make an excuse to leave when Yu Ziming suddenly punched him in the head. Haha, Dad. Did you kill my mom just for her? You really are heartless. Yu Ziming stepped closer to Yuanguo, his gaze instilling fear. Yuanguo quickly shouted, Nonsense! How could I do such a thing? Are you being used by someone? You need to be careful of those who are trying to sow discord between us. What could we not talk about as father and son? Though he said that, Yuanguo felt no confidence inside. He had indeed accidentally killed Qiu Wenyo back then. Now, how could he even open his mouth about it? With a wicked smile, Yu Ziming replied, Dad, your woman is really something. This remark made Yuanguo's face turn pale and then flush. He pointed a trembling finger at his son, unable to say anything. How can you be so shameless? Yu Ziming laughed mockingly, pulling out a blood-stained knife and waving it in front of his father. Don't say that. I've already killed Wang Xin. Yuanguo's eyes widened in disbelief, and his breath quickened immediately. Chapter 352. Inspection. Son, listen to me. I didn't mean to harm you. It was an accident. I thought your mother had accidentally left, and I didn't want you to hate me. In desperation, I had no choice but to resort to this method. Yuanguo struggled as he spoke, trying to escape. Yu Ziyu was in a state of collapse. I already know everything. You were unfaithful first, which drove Mom mad. You are at fault. You deserve to die. After saying this, Yu Ziyu disregarded Yuanguo's pleas for mercy and lunged at him, delivering a flurry of blows. Soon, Yuangwa's body was covered with various wounds. Once Yu Ziyu's emotion stabilized, he felt a twinge of regret for killing his father so quickly. If he had kept him alive, he could have continued to make money and further his career. But then he remembered that Yuangwa had already spent the money on oxygen canisters, and they had moved from the wealthy district to this place. Everything seemed to be going wrong. Yu Ziyu frowned slightly, but soon he found a perfect excuse. His father had a friend who might be able to help him, allowing him to rise through the ranks in the military. Although there was a misunderstanding regarding the Lu family, Yu Ziyu felt no remorse or unease. Instead, he thought it served Lu Zhou right. Who told him to be so arrogant at that time? If not him, then who? After Yu Ziyu had thought everything through, he first cleaned up the 2 corpses in the house. Then he found a buyer and casually sold that batch of oxygen canisters before going to look for his father's friend. Yu Ziyu believed he had covered his tracks perfectly. He had handled everything neatly. But what he didn't realize was that the house they were in had been installed with cameras by Lu Zhou later on. The scene of Yu Ziyu committing murder had been completely recorded by the cameras. Although the laws in Liangshan were not as strict as before the apocalypse, murder was still absolutely forbidden. In Liangshan, intentional homicide would result in a lifetime of hard and dangerous labor. Now, everyone was a valuable labor resource, and they had to be fully utilized before anything could be considered complete. There was no such thing as good times where one could just eat for free anymore. Moreover, many jobs were both dangerous and exhausting. If criminals didn't contribute their strength, Liangshan would indeed be in a bit of trouble. This was also a kind of positive cycle. Because the work was too tiring and hard, many people who stayed for a few months ended up not daring to commit crimes after they came out, determined to become good people. The social atmosphere had unexpectedly improved quite a bit. Lu Zhou looked at his phone, satisfied as it recorded the scene of Yu Ziyu committing murder, and then he smiled slightly. He would keep this evidence for now and use it at a critical moment to bring Yu Ziyu down entirely. Today, besides dealing with the mess in the Yu family, Lu Zhou also planned to visit the Yin family to check on the 3 people there. During this time, the robots had been sending him information about the Yin family. Overall, after the robots arrived, people were initially afraid of their size, and a few even contemplated desperate measures. But seeing the robots deal pain in a very effective way, many who had such thoughts quickly abandoned them. Lu Zhou felt that regardless of what the robots said, he should go see for himself. He drove for about 3 hours before arriving at the Yin family. The journey took twice as long due to the overgrown plants along the way. When Lu Zhou arrived, he didn't come empty-handed. He brought plenty of food and entertainment to give to the little girl. As soon as he entered the door, the first thing he saw was the robot's towering figure. To be fair, Lu Zhou thought that the people around him still had a fair amount of respect, and the robot's appearance indeed scared off some people with ulterior motives. The elderly lady was warm and welcoming. As soon as Lu Zhou arrived, she hurriedly busied herself preparing a meal. The little girl had already become familiar with Lu Zhou, no longer shy, and instead sweetly called him Brother Lu. The small home was kept very clean by the elderly woman. When mentioning the previous period of rampant plant growth and the dangers it posed, the old lady still felt lingering fear. Oh, we were so lucky. The families next door had their homes destroyed by the plants, but ours remains intact. What great luck we have. She believed that Bingzi was silently protecting their family. When the old lady mentioned Bing, her face still showed signs of sadness. To avoid worrying Lu Zhou, she had never revealed this emotion since the beginning. Lu Zhou stiffened his expression and changed the subject. This time, they talked about educating the little girl. Recently, it has been Dazhuang teaching Yaya. Dazhuang was the old lady's term for the mechanical person. Lu Zhou thought that the name suited him quite well. A comprehensive mechanical person indeed knows more. As it stands, the education for the child should be completely sufficient. Dazhuang scratched his head, showing a simple smile. For a moment, Lu Zhou even felt that the mechanical person was just like a human. He shook his head to dispel that thought. It's good that Yaya has someone to teach her. Although it can't be compared to before, the child's education still needs to catch up. During this time, Lu Zhou also inquired about Yin Bing's friends. The old lady appeared a bit forced when she mentioned this. The mechanical person Dezhuang explained, except for Lao Lu and Lao Cheng, who genuinely came to help, the others have a bit of an inquiring mind. Lu Zhou immediately understood. They were all trying to find out why Yin Bing could receive the compensation. The old lady noticed Lu Zhou's expression change and quickly explained, "Don't worry, little Lu. We haven't told anyone about this matter, and I've also taught Yaya not to speak of it casually." The old woman seemed very afraid that Lu Zhou would have any opinions about her family. Having lived for so long, she vaguely felt that to live well, she must not provoke Lu Zhou's displeasure. Lu Zhou smiled. "Auntie, don't be nervous. I trust you all. By the way, these are the things I brought for Yaya. Please help her keep them." After finishing the last sip of soup, Lu Zhou stood up to say goodbye. The Yin family saw Lu Zhou off to the car, watching as his vehicle drove away. Yaya came out of the house holding a lollipop that Lu Zhou had brought, her eyes squinting happily. "Grandma eat. Uncle Dezhuang eat." Since seeing the Yin family, Lu Zhou's troubled heart finally relaxed for a moment. He silently thought to himself, "Brother Yin, you've gone on your way. I will take care of the elderly and the child for you." The car was driving at a slow speed, often stopping for security checks along the roadside. People had become too crazy. Instead of cherishing this hard-earned life, they were using a dangerous plant to produce addictive drugs. For the upper, middle, and lower classes, these drug dealers had a clear division of labor. The checkpoints along the way were responsible for routine inspections to check for any illegal drugs. Chapter 353. The First Step to Success. Lu Zhou was no stranger to this kind of situation. The other party was standing at the roadside with a gun in hand. There weren't many vehicles, but they all had to go through a simple detection device. The vehicle ahead of Lu Zhou was a bread van. Its windows were completely tinted, making it impossible to see inside. The bread van quickly passed the inspection, but Lu Zhou's car was stopped. The personnel in charge of the inspection, holding a gun, signaled for Lu Zhou to get out of the car for a check. Lu Zhou raised his hands in compliance, feeling puzzled. He was certain he hadn't been involved in any illegal activities and that nothing could be found on him. Sure enough, after checking, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. The leader apologized to Lu Zhou, and he took the opportunity to ask, "Comrade, why was there a misjudgment?" The other party, filled with regret, explained repeatedly, "It might be a problem with the machine." It suddenly lit up. Lu Zhou nodded in understanding and drove away. This small incident seemed trivial, but as Lu Zhou continued driving forward, he noticed that the game was indicating a change in the mask he had dug up. Lu Zhou was puzzled because he hadn't done anything at all. When he clicked on the game, sure enough, the mask had an attached status. Unsealed 1%. Lu Zhou frowned, thinking it over. He could only assume that the aura detected earlier had affected the mask. But where did that thing come from? Almost instantly, Lu Zhou's attention focused on the bread van that was in front of him. Could it be that the bread van was up to something? Perhaps they had some method to conceal illegal drugs, but despite their precautions, a tiny bit leaked out. As a result, for some reason, he was misunderstood. Lu Zhou found this thought somewhat unbelievable, but after considering it carefully, it seemed to be the most fitting explanation. While driving home, Lu Zhou kept pondering this matter. Just as he arrived home, Wei Qingzhu called him first. "Xiao Zhou, come to my house. I have something to tell you." As soon as Lu Zhou entered his home, he didn't say a word and went straight upstairs to his aunt's house. At this time, his aunt happened to be resting at home. When Lu Zhou went up, it was Wei Qingzhu who opened the door. The two quickly made their way to the small laboratory, and it was only then that Wei Qingzhu continued speaking. "Xiao Zhou, my research has made progress." Lu Zhou's heart stirred, and he felt a bit excited. "Annie, are you talking about T-34? "Yes, after my continuous research, I can now produce controllable T-34. Moreover, after several experiments and considering the reactions of the locust people, this T-34 can enhance human bodies and accelerate cell metabolism. If my research is correct, This thing could allow humans to live at least 2 more years. Of course, all these data were derived from experiments on the locust people, but it's highly likely that it can also be applied to humans without any issues. At this point, Wei Qingzhu's eyes brightened a bit. I have created something and compared it with the T-34 extracted from Tongtong's body. As it stands, Tongtong's version is still better. If it's a survival template, it could at least extend life by 5 years. However, at the same time, the difficulty of manipulating it is also high. Moreover, the preliminary experiments are over, and I am confident that the results will improve further. Wei Qingzhu said a lot, mainly conveying that there has been a significant breakthrough with the T-34 substance. Soon, his daughter and wife would no longer have to live in constant fear. Lu Zhou sincerely felt happy for his uncle. That's great, uncle. I believe in you. Your future research will definitely get better and better. By the way, uncle, have you heard about some criminals using plants to make illegal drugs recently? Lu Zhou cautiously inquired. His uncle, being in a position of power, would certainly have more information than he did. Sure enough, Wei Qingzhu responded affirmatively. I know about this. The military has actually arrested a group of drug dealers producing these substances. However, what's strange is that the drug powder in the hands of these dealers does not have the addictive properties of finished drugs. Furthermore, many pharmacologists have analyzed these substances and found that they do not contain any components that cause addiction. This matter is now prioritized for high-level handling. Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised. He initially thought it was just the work of unscrupulous people, but now the truth was becoming murky. In an instant, Lu Zhou thought of something. At that time, the game had hinted that his mask had undergone some changes. Could this incident be related to the mask? Speaking of which, ever since the Gao couple escaped from Liangshan, they hadn't contacted any of them. Now, everyone was in the dark about the mask's purpose. By the way, since Uncle hadn't been home before, he was the only one who didn't know about the mask when it was acquired. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou immediately shared this information with his uncle. However, Wei Qingzhu surprisingly looked a bit anxious. Xiao Zhou, do you have a mask? Let me see what it looks like. Lu Zhou used a sleight of hand to take the mask out of his backpack and switch it with what he had pulled from the pouch. As soon as he took out the mask, the atmosphere in the air suddenly twisted. The previously calm and peaceful air immediately thickened with a strange aura. Wei Qingzhu widened his eyes, staring at the mask that was continuously emanating an eerie energy. He whispered, "This mask, as far as I know, the military has been searching for it for several days now." Xiao Zhou, haven't the Gao couple contacted you again? Lu Zhou shook his head. No, they haven't. Wei Qingzhu pondered for a moment before finally saying, in that case, let's put the mask away for now. As far as I know, many people want to get involved with it. Sending it out now could lead to greater consequences. We'll talk about it when the situation calms down. Lu Zhou didn't say anything and put the mask away. However, Wei Qingzhu quietly added, Xiao Zhou, there's an internal saying that the mask has some strange power. Do you remember that group of people who believed in the true God cult? They derived energy from the true God, which is why they respected that thing so much. Recently, it has been discovered that this mask might be one of the very important sacred objects. The more Wei Qingzhu spoke, the more absurd Lu Zhou found it. They're a bit ridiculous, talking about believing in the true God. How could such things exist? Lu Zhou said in disbelief, while Wei Qingzhu sighed softly. Xiao Zhou, it's unwise to dismiss any matter outright. Forget it for now. I have to continue working for a while. You should rest and wait for dinner. Chapter 354. Sick. As soon as the words were spoken, Wei Qingzhu continued to busy herself with her work. Lu Zhou walked into the living room and found a place to sit down, only to see Tong Tong and Zhang Lele appear in front of him, both hugging their books. The two little girls looked full of scholarly spirit. They were still whispering and discussing a math problem. Recently, thanks to the guidance of Wang Da's father, both girls have been making rapid progress in their theoretical knowledge. Moreover, they both belonged to the type that enjoyed studying, often quizzing each other. When they saw their brother, Tong Tong sweetly said, Brother, you're here. Come and see. We learned this problem today. Lu Zhou leaned over to take a look and found that the problem was a junior high school math question. He was secretly astonished at how quickly the two children were learning. If this were peacetime, wouldn't they be top students? Brother, do you know how to solve this problem? If not, I can explain it to you. Tong Tong, who had just learned the problem, was unusually excited and immediately wanted to test Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou smiled and patted his little sister's head, agreeing to her challenge. After the two little girls asked him a few questions and he answered them all correctly, the two kids hung their heads, looking deflated. Brother, you're so annoying. Just you wait. I'll definitely find a problem you can't solve. Tong Tong said. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Come on, don't brag. I had very good grades when I was studying. After saying that, he made a teasing face at the two little girls. Tong Tong, frustrated, hugged her book and pulled Zhang Lele away, saying, I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm going to find Grandma to play with. Zhang Lele followed closely behind Tong Tong, looking like a little follower. Lu Zhou smiled and sat down on the sofa, but just a moment later, he heard a scream. That sound came from his little cousin's room. Lu Zhou immediately stood up and rushed in. He felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. When he entered, he saw Granny Dan kneeling on the floor, holding her chest with a pained expression. Lu Zhou quickly reached out to help her up, but Granny Dan struggled fiercely, appearing uncooperative. In desperation, Lu Zhou had no choice but to squat down and urgently ask, Granny Dan, do you feel pain in your chest? After all, Granny Dan's hand was tightly gripping her chest. Lu Zhou suspected it might be something like a heart condition. With a flick of his fingertip, he produced a nitroglycerin tablet. Granny Dan, open your mouth and take this nitroglycerin tablet. It will help relieve some of the pain, he said, while trying to force open Granny Dan's tightly closed mouth. Tong Tong and Zhang Lele had already rushed out the moment Lu Zhou came in to find Jiang Xiaolin and Wei Qingzhu for help. Just as Granny Dan managed to hold the medication in her mouth, Wei Qingzhu rushed in anxiously, with Jiang Xiaolin following behind her. Master, what happened to you? Jiang Xiaolin asked as she brought in a small family medicine box. Upon seeing Granny Dan's condition, she immediately had an unsettling suspicion. Lu Zhou quickly spoke up, and I think Granny Dan is experiencing angina pectoris. I just gave her some nitroglycerin. Jiang Xiaolin opened the medicine box and took out a few nitroglycerin tablets, instructing Granny Dan to place them under her tongue. The medication took nearly 10 minutes to take effect. The whole family was in a flurry as they rushed Grandma Dan to the hospital. Due to insufficient seats in the car, Lu Zhou signaled for them to go ahead while he followed later. Saving lives was the priority. Wei Qingzhu held Grandma Dan tightly and jumped into the car, driving off immediately. Lu Zhou then went downstairs and knocked on his own front door. Mom, come with me. Initially, Lu Dad and Lu Mom didn't understand what was happening, but when they learned that Grandma Dan was in trouble, they quickly followed Lu Zhou out the door. Once the car started, they headed straight for the hospital. While driving, Wei Qingzhu had already called ahead to prepare an operating room for Grandma Dan. The medical environment in Liangshan was decent, but if Professor Dan really did have a heart attack or something similar, the sterile conditions might not be sufficient. Nonetheless, no matter what, they had to give it their all. This was someone who loved them even more than their own parents, Professor Dan. Wei Qingzhu was so anxious that her voice was filled with urgency. Lu Mom called her colleagues, asking them to find a cardiologist to come and help. These people usually got along well with Grandma Dan, who was very kind and knowledgeable, often teaching young people useful knowledge. As soon as they learned that Professor Dan might have a heart attack, they sprang into action, finding people, preparing the operating room, gathering surgical supplies, and even having someone wait at the entrance with a stretcher to wheel the elderly woman in. In short, it was a busy but orderly scene. Lu Zhou wasted no time, driving closely behind his aunt's car. When they arrived at the hospital, he got out, and Grandma Dan was already being pushed into the operating room by the staff. After that, there was nothing more for Lu Zhou to worry about. Lu Mom immediately went in to change clothes and began assisting in the rescue work for Grandma Dan. After all, Lu Mom had been a real nurse for over 10 years. She could quickly respond to the emergency procedures that the cardiologist was performing. His aunt also went in to help, leaving Lu Zhou alone outside. As for his little cousin, she had been sent to the Zhang family's home to stay with Zhang Lele. The Zhang family understood the urgency of the situation and assured him that they would take good care of the child. Lu Zhou later asked an informed doctor, and indeed, Grandma Dan had suffered a heart attack. The earlier a heart attack is detected, the easier it is to treat. However, that's not the case now. The sterile index in the operating room has not been up to standard. We were supposed to find some equipment in a few weeks to address this issue, but we haven't found the opportunity yet. The doctor sighed and left Lu Zhou's site. A sterile room not meeting the sterility index? Lu Zhou immediately thought of a solution. What if he blew some bubbles into the room? After all, those bubbles could isolate harmful substances, so wouldn't using them during surgery also help isolate harmful substances? Lu Zhou promptly stood up and walked to the operating room door. After confirming that Grandma Dan was indeed inside, he quickly found an excuse to enter. Since he had mentioned his aunt's name, it was easy for him to get in. Inside the operating room, there was another sliding door. Lu Zhou hurried over, slightly opening the door, and saw several doctors preparing for the surgery. With quick reflexes, he picked up the bubbles and blew a few. Soon, the bubbles floated over to the doctors and Grandma Dan. Lu Zhou thought that this way, it should be harder for her to get infected, right? Chapter 355, Unexpected Events. After Lu Zhou finished what he needed to do, he hurriedly exited the operating room. He quietly waited outside. The surgery lasted for 2 hours, and finally, Grandma Shan was pushed back to her hospital room. Lu Ma followed closely behind, looking as if she had survived a disaster. Lu Zhou quickly approached to inquire about the situation. Pretty good. Everything went smoothly with the surgery, but how well Grandma Shan recovers in the future would depend on her own condition, Lu Ma said hurriedly before leaving. His aunt did the same, quickly following behind. Lu Zhou quietly trailed at the end, waiting with his family for Grandma Shan to wake up. After the effects of the anesthesia wore off, Grandma Shan finally woke up. The crowd quickly surrounded her, expressing their concern and well wishes. Grandma Shan looked somewhat weak and tired, saying, "You all have been with me for so long. You must be tired. Go home and rest, I'm fine." Lu Ma quickly comforted her, and soon the attending physician arrived to inform everyone that she would need to stay in the hospital for a week before she could go home to recuperate. Given the current shortage of hospital beds, she would have already been sent home if it weren't for Grandma Shan's situation. Lu Zhou and the others discussed who would stay with her, and it was decided that Wei Qingzhu would take the first shift. He wanted to take advantage of his vacation to care for Grandma Shan for a few more days. After that, everyone would take turns for a day each. Although Lu Zhou didn't have a designated task for caring for her, he was responsible for bringing meals every day. He agreed with this arrangement, knowing he had plenty of gear to ensure his safety, and if anything happened on the way, he could manage to save himself, unlike the others who might not be as reliable. The drive from the hospital to Lu Zhou's home took about an hour. To accommodate patients, the hospital provided paid refrigerators and microwaves. He could bring enough meals for a day, store them in the fridge, and heat them up when needed, which was quite humane. Lu Zhou actually wanted to bring Grandma Shan fresh meals more often, but she refused. "Don't worry too much about me. Anything I eat tastes good right now. It all smells great. Don't go to the trouble." Her tone was very firm, leaving Lu Zhou no choice but to comply. Caring for Grandma Shan went quite smoothly. Time passed quickly, and it was soon time for her to be discharged. On the day of her discharge, Lu Zhou made a point to arrive early. He helped the elderly lady into the car, taking care to bring her medications along. His aunt and mother sat in the back seat, watching over Grandma Shan. His father was in the front passenger seat, while his uncle sat in the back as well. The car drove steadily for about half an hour, and seeing that everything was going smoothly, Lu Zhou's father tried to lighten the mood. "We've had a pretty smooth journey. We'll be home soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ma nodded. "Isn't that so? The government has indeed been doing a lot lately. Things are much calmer now, and the drive is faster. Lu Zhou focused intently on driving. Outside the car window, the greenery rushed by, continually reminding him that the uneasy memories were gradually fading. Although he didn't know when the next earthquake would come, the underground city was still under construction. As a survivor, Lu Zhou should live cautiously, yet for some reason, he felt a surge of enjoyment for life. With family in the back seat, a wide road ahead, and beautiful surroundings, if it weren't for the prior knowledge that disaster was not yet over, who would not agree that these days were indeed better? Lu Zhou was lost in thought for just a couple of seconds when he suddenly heard a commotion not far away. The noise stood out sharply in the quiet environment, like a sharp needle piercing a bag, causing everything to spill out. Just a moment ago, Lu Ba was still smiling, but he suddenly became serious. What sound? We can't have any accidents at this time. After all, Professor Dan has just returned home, and it would be a hassle if something unexpected happened. Everyone held their breath in unison, quietly listening to see what was going on. Lu Zhou didn't hesitate. He opened the protective shield to see what was happening. As a result, the protective shield displayed numerous white dots ahead. White dots, indicating the presence of dead people. Something serious must have happened ahead. It definitely wasn't a traffic accident, as those white dots were rapidly rising at a shocking speed. Lu Zhou lifted his gaze and noticed that there were even more white dots. Not good. Not good at all. We must leave immediately. Furrowing his brows, Lu Zhou quickly turned the car around, opting for a detour. Although the detour would make the journey longer, everyone supported Lu Zhou's decision wholeheartedly because there was a patient in the car. As for the danger ahead, even though Lu Zhou didn't say anything, everyone could already feel the threat. Everyone had picked up their weapons, looking serious, waiting for Lu Zhou to give orders when something happened. As Lu Zhou drove, the protective shield was always on, constantly monitoring for threats. He had only been on the new route for a short while when he realized that today was indeed unlucky. The protective shield displayed another cluster of white dots not far ahead. This is dangerous. They needed to immediately turn back to the hospital. Here, they were isolated. If something happened, there would be no support. It was better to retreat to the hospital where at least there was military protection. Without saying a word, Lu Zhou changed direction and sped towards the hospital. Inside the car, everyone else was somewhat confused. Xiao Zhou, what's wrong? Where are we heading? Lu Ma asked anxiously, but felt the need to inquire of her son. Lu Zhou's face was grim, and his eyes revealed apprehension. There is danger ahead. We should return to the hospital and report this situation so they can investigate what happened. Lu Zhou's decision was rational, and everyone prepared for battle. Except for Granny Dan, who shrank into a corner of the car, everyone else looked alert, holding their weapons, afraid they might not react in time. Lu Zhou changed direction and accelerated. His car had been modified, so even when driving at high speeds, it didn't make much noise. Lu Zhou and the others began to flee in the opposite direction. Behind them, that invisible monster was rapidly closing in. As Lu Zhou stared at the protective shield, he noticed that the monster seemed to be getting closer. Even with their full power and motion, escaping wasn't going to be easy. Lu Zhou suppressed his anxiety and then used the shadow shift skill. His speed increased slightly, enough to leave that nameless monster behind. But what was terrifying was that not long after accelerating, the mysterious monster also increased its speed. Lu Zhou's pupils constricted. What the hell? Was this thing actually locking onto them? The situation was no longer as simple as before. Lu Zhou's tone turned cold, instructing his uncle to call the military immediately for help. Chapter 356, Volcanic Eruption. Wei Qingzhu was a good companion. He didn't ask about the origins of the situation, but focused on doing what he needed to do. The phone connected quickly. Just after Wei Qingzhu finished explaining the situation on their side, he heard the chaotic sounds from the military side. Professor Wei, where are you? Wei Qingzhu accurately reported their geographical location, and the other side gasped in surprise. Ah, Professor Wei, the area you're in is exactly the magma eruption zone. Are you driving? Please head west. The magma will move eastward, and you'll be able to avoid it. We will send a helicopter to pick you up. You. Beep, beep, beep. The signal was lost. Everyone had heard the conversation just now. After a moment of shock, Wei Qingzhu's first thought was of his daughter far away at home. Magma eruption? I wonder if it will spread to my home. My daughter is still there. Lu Zhou frowned tightly. He had indeed heard of magma eruptions before, but he thought they were events that occurred after an earthquake. He didn't expect it to happen suddenly now. So, the chaos and the constant deaths they had heard earlier weren't caused by monsters, but by magma? Lu Zhou pressed the accelerator, not daring to let up. The car had already reached its maximum speed, but it could not accelerate any further. Inside the protective shield, more and more people were dying. Moreover, what was even more distressing was that the volcanic ash from the eruption was spreading rapidly. In just a short span of 10 seconds, Lu Zhou and his party had gone from not being able to see or feel the disaster to being able to see the volcanic ash. Logically speaking, the flow of lava shouldn't be this fast. The only explanation for this situation was that the eruption was very close to them. The entire volcano was like a balloon under pressure, and an instant explosion would cause the lava to spew out at an accelerated speed. As long as they could escape this danger zone, the speed of the lava would not be able to catch up with them. No, the magma is moving too fast. At this rate, we will be engulfed by it. The atmosphere inside the car was tense. Everyone was anxious. Lu Zhou gritted his teeth and decided to immediately take off in a helicopter. A helicopter was not like an airplane. It could take off in situations like this. It was time to show their cards. Lu Zhou took a deep breath, resolutely stopped the car, and got out. His actions puzzled everyone. Lu's mother anxiously shouted, "What are you doing? Come back." Lu's father yelled, "You brat, come back." Then, in the surprised eyes of Lu's father, mother, aunt, and cousin, Lu Zhou suddenly produced a helicopter out of thin air. "Everyone get out of the car. We're escaping in the helicopter." Lu Zhou was so anxious he was almost on fire. Everyone didn't have time to think and immediately got out of the car, quickly grabbing the already asleep grandmother. After everyone got on, Lu Zhou stored the car on the ground. The helicopter blades buzzed loudly, and soon they were rapidly taking off. Once the helicopter ascended, they finally realized what was happening on the ground. The fiery magma was quickly devouring everything in its path. Lu Zhou adjusted the direction and speed of the helicopter, flying straight towards home. He needed to go home and check if his family was in danger. While piloting the helicopter, Lu Zhou realized that indeed, the volcano was not far from where the chaos had erupted. The volcano rose abruptly from the ground, out of nowhere. Lu Zhou remembered very clearly that there was no volcano in this location. How could such a thing suddenly appear? Can geographical conditions change so easily? Everyone stared in horror at the volcano erupting, lava spewing from it. It looked as if it had been randomly placed there, appearing without any warning signs. If it weren't for the reality of life being grounded in material existence, Lu Zhou would have thought such an event was simply impossible. Volcanic ash soared into the sky, reaching as high as 30 kilometers, all composed of ash. Lava was erupting in all directions from the center of the volcano. Wei Qingzhu took a deep breath and said, "The recorded lava flow from volcanic eruptions is about 27 kilometers. If it doesn't exceed that distance, our area should be safe." All the people present felt their heavy hearts lighten just a bit. They all silently hoped that the volcanic eruption would cease soon. Wei Qingzhu continued, "If it's just a simple volcanic eruption, then once the lava completely solidifies, the surrounding area should be relatively safe." Lu Zhou noticed that everyone had an unspoken agreement to avoid questioning the absurdity of the earlier scene. Each person buried the secret deep in their hearts and didn't ask Lu Zhou about it, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Lu Zhou sighed in relief, grateful he didn't have to confront the issue. While Wei Qingzhu shared knowledge, he wasn't his common side. He clearly remembered Lu Zhou's earlier display of skill. It was impossible for Lu Zhou to have pulled a helicopter out of a bag. After all, a helicopter was far too large for that. Could it be that Lu Zhou had a larger space to store the helicopter? Wei Qingzhu only thought about it in his mind, not daring to voice the question. Jiang Xiaolin had also noticed something off about Lu Zhou for a while, but since her nephew didn't like to talk about it, she decided not to press the issue. This child always seemed to be worried about his family. While thinking about this, Jiang Xiaolin looked down below. Many places were being engulfed by the flowing red lava, and people were frantically driving their cars, trying to escape. They all wanted to flee this area. Because the helicopter was flying at a distance, they couldn't hear the cries for help or the screams. Lu's mother was caring for Grandma Shan, looking worried. Lu's father said nothing, quietly watching his son. No matter what his son did or how he acted, he and his wife would always support him. The helicopter's speed increased significantly. Avoiding large clouds of volcanic ash, Lu Zhou piloted the helicopter, flying towards home. He initially thought things would go a bit more smoothly, but as the saying goes, unexpected storms can appear. Out of nowhere, a typhoon barreled towards the volcanic ash. Thankfully, Lu Zhou's flying skills were solid, and the typhoon moved away from them, sparing them from disaster. However, the typhoon collided with the volcanic ash. Wei Qingzhu's face immediately turned grim. This is bad. This is really bad. The others were still unaware of why Wei Qingzhu said that. But soon, the chaos unfolding nearby made them realize what he meant. They watched as the typhoon collided with the volcanic ash, causing large plumes of ash to encounter the cold, condensed water in the typhoon. This reaction released heat, leading to the formation of solidified ash. Soon, these large chunks of solidified volcanic ash couldn't hold their weight and began to fall to the ground one by one. Chapter 357. Escape from the eruption. The ash cloud from the volcano took on strange shapes, and the weight of these particles was incredibly heavy, falling without warning. Although Lu Zhou and his group were relatively far from the eruption site, the area affected by the volcanic ash was truly vast. Currently, there were constant falls of debris from above, shrouding the sky in ash. If the helicopter they were riding in got hit, it would surely mean death for them all. Lu Zhou's expression was grim as he activated the protective shield. The shield would protect them from being knocked out of the sky by the falling volcanic ash, but it had a limit. Once the protective value was depleted, they would be in grave danger. Thinking about this, Lu Zhou, despite trying to remain calm, felt a surge of anxiety. His uncle and the others were also worried. Rather than fearing for their own safety, they were more concerned about Lu Zhou's daughter back home and whether she was in danger. As Lu Zhou piloted the helicopter, he was very careful to avoid the deadly debris falling from above. However, no matter how quick his reflexes were, there would always be moments where he might not notice something in time. Just after he dodged a large chunk of falling debris, several more pieces came crashing down at an angle he could not evade. Feeling his throat tighten, he continued to maneuver the helicopter, managing to avoid several pieces, but the last chunk of volcanic ash struck the helicopter with a violent impact. The ash collided with the protective shield, producing a dull thud that left everyone momentarily stunned. They had expected the helicopter to plummet, but surprisingly, the large piece of volcanic ash shattered upon impact, scattering debris all around them. How strange! Nothing seems to have happened. Lu Zhou watched as the protective value rapidly decreased, feeling a pang of regret, mixed with anxiety. If we can avoid it, we should. If not, we'll just have to sacrifice the shield's value. Though the impact cost a significant amount of protective value, Lu Zhou still held a charger in his hand, which could restore the shield's full power. It was worth the cost if it meant they could escape safely. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhou piloted the helicopter with even more caution. Avoid the larger pieces of volcanic ash as much as possible. After the earlier scare, everyone's hearts were tightly wounded but gradually relaxed. That was too close. That massive chunk of volcanic ash had been so near to their helicopter that it could have obliterated them dozens of times over. Yet miraculously, they had survived. Wei Qingzhu cast a glance at Lu Zhou, who was intently focused on piloting the helicopter. She wondered if he had been responsible for the earlier maneuver. Everyone seemed to share an unspoken understanding, choosing not to mention it. Throughout the subsequent piloting, Lu Zhou managed to dodge most of the volcanic ash, though due to the sheer volume of debris and their proximity to the eruption site, some of it still impacted their helicopter. Watching the protective value drop steadily, Lu Zhou saw it finally dip below the critical threshold. The kinetic energy from the falling volcanic rocks was too powerful for the shield to withstand, and the ground structures would fare even worse. Determined, Lu Zhou hurried to recharge just as the shield was about to disappear. The instant the protective barrier faded, he activated the charging weapon, replenishing the energy, which allowed him to deploy the shield once more. Quickly, Lu Zhou saw the protective value rise back up to full capacity. They had flown a considerable distance already. With a bit more effort, they would completely escape the volcanic eruption zone. Everyone was holding their breaths, hoping for a swift ascent that would carry them far away from the danger of the eruption. During the remainder of the flight, no further incidents occurred. The shield only took a few hits from smaller pieces of volcanic ash and did not lose much of its protective value. Lu Zhou's tense face finally revealed a hint of a smile. I'm finally about to escape this place. Just bear with it a little longer. Granny Shan had already woken up from her slumber. As soon as she opened her eyes, she realized she had been moved from the car to a helicopter. Although confused, she didn't say anything or ask questions. When Luma noticed that Granny Shan was awake, she first spoke to her softly for a few moments, then briefly explained the previous situation to her. After listening to these words, Granny Shan let out a slow sigh. Nature has truly left no way out for us humans. Just as we finished building the Liangshan base, we encounter such a disaster. Granny Shan's words were filled with regret, her expression tinged with sorrow. The others in the helicopter also frowned, reflecting on the disasters that had occurred from the beginning until now, and collectively let out deep sighs. Alas, there's nothing to say. As long as our family can survive, that's good enough. Granny Shan had just undergone surgery and was very tired. After saying a few words, she began to feel sleepy again. Jiang Xiaolin looked at Granny Shan, who was gradually dozing off, and took a blanket from her backpack to cover the old lady. The weather was chilly now, and Professor Shan couldn't catch a chill. She needed to stay warm. Lu Zhou curled his lips, his eyes filled with urgency. Finally home. When he looked down, he realized that their side was unusually lucky. They had not been affected by the lava at all. On one side of Liangshan, it was a hell on earth, but on returning home, everything below was quiet and peaceful. Lu Zhou found a clear space, let everyone disembark, and then stored the helicopter away. Wei Qingzhu was anxious to see his daughter. He carried Granny Shan and called for his wife, rushing upstairs. Lu Dad and Lu Ma were also worried about the little girl's safety at home, and hurriedly went to the Zhang family's place to check on the situation. When the Zhang family opened the door, they were taken aback to see Lu Zhou and the others looking disheveled and anxious. "Oh, you're back? Where's Tong Tong? Is she okay?" Zhang Jiahao immediately realized that the visitors were worried about their daughter and called for his sister to bring Tong Tong over. When they finally saw their daughter safe at home, Jiang Xiaolin, who had been holding her back straight, instantly relaxed and bent down. Her expression softened, but tears streamed down her face. Zhang Jiahao was taken aback by the sight, and Jiang Xiaolin hugged her daughter tightly, tears flowing down like a broken string of pearls. Who could know the fear and panic in her heart? She was afraid that upon returning home, there would be no home, no child. Fortunately, everything was fine. Lu Zhou looked at the stunned Zhang Jiahao, took a deep breath, and began to explain the situation. Of course, the news about the volcanic eruption was also shared with the Zhang family and the Wang family. When Wang De learned that Liangshan had actually erupted, he was utterly incredulous. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you kidding? Where is there a volcano in Liangshan?" Chapter 358, Meteor Shower. Lu Zhou spoke with certainty, Wangge, we saw it with our own eyes. The typhoon mixed with volcanic ash is forming solid volcanic rocks, and they are still falling down. By the way, we should pack up our things in advance. If the lava gets close, we need to escape immediately. Wanda felt it was unbelievable. They were experts in meteorology and understood geography better than anyone else. When they entered the Liangshan unit, the first thing they did was study and memorize the map of Liangshan. He could swear that there was no such thing as an active volcano in every corner of Liangshan. Moreover, the eruption of this volcano was too sudden. Generally, the proper approach is to monitor an active volcano and predict its eruption period, but unlike Wangde, who fell into deep thought, the others quickly started packing up their belongings. Seeing this, Wangde shook his head, pushed aside his chaotic thoughts, and went upstairs to prepare to escape with his things. After Lu Zhou and his parents returned home, they naturally started packing up the essentials they needed to take with them. He had a gaming cabin he could use, so it wouldn't be a hassle to take everything later. If necessary, he could also help his aunt's family pack up. After all, they already knew he might have a large space. While Lu Zhou was thinking about this, his mother was adjusting the radio, switching channels. Soon, intermittent voices started coming through. Lu Zhou and his father frowned as they listened to the broadcast. It was the Liangshan authorities speaking. All residents, please pay attention. A sudden volcanic eruption has occurred in Liangshan. Everyone should drive to the northern part of Liangshan for evacuation. Temporary shelters in the north are now open. Please evacuate in an orderly fashion and avoid the central part of Liangshan during your escape. It is expected that this volcanic eruption will continue for several hours. Every resident is advised to evacuate in an orderly manner. The broadcast continued for a while. Lu Zhou's mother calculated quickly and frowned. Son, we need to take our things and evacuate early. If the volcanic eruption lasts for a while, our area is bound to be destroyed sooner or later. This evacuation decision was not just requested by Lu Zhou's mother. Wangde and the Zhang family also proposed leaving. Lu Zhou took a deep breath and nodded. Let's pack everything up and leave quickly. Time was limited. Who knows when the familiar ground would be covered with a thick layer of scorching lava. Everyone was in a panic, quickly packing their things. They took enough food, water, safety supplies, fuel, and so on. They gathered all the most necessary items. For the evacuation location, Lu Zhou decided to follow the official instructions and head north. Everyone packed their things quickly, and Lu Zhou was especially swift, gathering everything together. This wasn't all. He also had to help his uncle's family pack up. His aunt looked at him gratefully, but it was clearly not the right time to express emotions. Before long, Lu Zhou had finished packing everything by himself, got into the car, and started heading toward the evacuation location. Yin was reluctant to leave her home. It was so comfortable and bright, reminding her of life before the apocalypse. Their family had already escaped several times. When would they no longer have to keep fleeing? Yin felt lost, but she couldn't think too much about it at the moment, and could only bury her head in packing to relieve the pressure. 3 cars set off smoothly. As usual, Lu Zhou's family and his aunt's family squeezed into one vehicle. The vehicle sped along, Lu Zhou driving fast. The 3 cars followed each other closely, maintaining order. After they had driven a little further away from home, the number of people on the road gradually increased. Most were people with anxious expressions, all driving cars loaded with their belongings, following the official instructions to head north with all their might. More and more cars joined along the way, forming a long, silent line, a line of survival. The atmosphere on the road was rather heavy. Although the impact of the volcano had not yet reached these evacuees, no one felt like talking. Lu Zhou drove in silence. While in the back seat, Lu Ma searched for a while and found a piece of milk candy, handing it to Tong Tong to have a bite. The little girl obediently accepted the candy, putting it in her mouth without saying a word. Fortunately, nothing particularly distressing happened during their evacuation. There were no accidents or surprises. It felt as if everyone was simply going for a spring outing in their cars, heading to a fixed destination. On the road, Some younger children who were still innocent and unaware of the situation occasionally let out high-pitched laughter and made some noise. Their joy and excitement were different from that of adults. To them, the act of fleeing felt like an adventure, like a game. But only the adults had confused expressions in their eyes. Whenever the children laughed, their parents would immediately hush them, and now and then, the sounds of crying could be heard. Lu Zhou thought that must be someone getting scolded. They had set out from home around 3 in the afternoon, and by the time they reached the northern shelter, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Although it was called a temporary shelter, it was surprisingly well constructed. This shelter was built on a mountain. The elevated location was meant to cope with situations like floods. The exterior of a shelter looked somewhat like a bird's nest, but it wasn't open air. It seemed to be made of a kind of composite material. This material glowed softly, gently illuminating every evacuee. As for parking and entry procedures for the vehicles, the shelter had strict requirements. All cars had to enter in accordance with regulations, and after passing inspection, each household would be assigned sleeping areas. After Lu Zhou and his group entered the shelter, they managed to park their cars smoothly. Due to the large number of people, the internal management appeared a bit chaotic. However, it didn't matter. This chaos lasted only a few minutes before several groups of soldiers came forward to control the situation. Lu Zhou and his group quickly grabbed their food and followed the entrance for people. The entrance was for entry only, and the soldiers were urging everyone to hurry inside. Lu Zhou held onto Lu Ma with one hand and grabbed his aunt with the other. His aunt tightly held her daughter in her arms, while his uncle carried his grandmother on his back. His dad was carrying some food. Behind them, the Wang family and the Zhang family also followed closely. Inside, the flow of people was high, and it was easy to get separated if one wasn't careful. Just after Lu Zhou's group passed through the entrance, suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, causing everyone to quake. The shaking was intense, and even those who reacted quickly, like Lu Zhou, nearly stumbled and fell. He quickly steadied himself and helped support his mom and aunt. His dad had already fallen to the ground, but was helped up by Zhang Jiahao. Many people in the crowd fell to the ground due to the tremors. Lu Zhou looked up through the only window in the dome that allowed for a view outside. He had excellent eyesight, and at that moment, he could clearly see a blazing red streak passing by outside the shelter. Was that a meteor? No, it was a meteor shower. Chapter 359, They've Entered. In the previous second, a powerful tremor struck, causing most people in the shelter to scream. In an instant, everyone began to flee in chaos, creating a disordered scene. The military desperately tried to maintain order, but the effect was not good. Fortunately, an officer aimed at the ceiling and fired several warning shots to intimidate the crowd. Be quiet. Proceed in an orderly fashion to the inner shelter. If this chaos continues, everyone will die. The officer in charge of maintaining order shouted at the top of his lungs. The chaotic crowd immediately quieted down somewhat, as they moved like startled birds, anxiously following the main group and obediently lining up to enter. Most people had already reached the shelter. When Lu Zhou looked out the window again, he noticed that the sky had turned completely red. In the distance, the continuous sounds of explosions and screams were exceptionally clear. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't complained about the crowd in the shelter and had stayed in another place. Although the game's houses were relatively sturdy, how could they withstand the powerful impact of meteorites? Wang De and the Zhang family were all terrified. Lu Zhou spoke quickly in a serious tone. Hurry up and get inside. More people will come in soon. Everyone immediately nodded. As they quickly passed through the narrow pathway meant only for pedestrians, they finally found themselves in a much larger space. Inside, there were densely packed bunk beds, and everyone entered their assigned temporary living quarters according to the allocated numbers. Due to the urgency of the situation, Lu Zhou and his group were randomly assigned to a small section. Fortunately, they were close to Wang De, his aunt, and the Zhang family, which increased their safety significantly. After settling in, Lu Ma looked down from the upper floor. At the entrance, more panicked people were coming in. These individuals had fear on their faces, moving quickly and anxiously. The beds here were 3 levels high, and the spacious feeling they initially experienced quickly diminished once they entered. There were a total of 10 floors. Lu Zhou and his group were assigned to a middle floor. In the cramped space, the lighting was insufficient, making the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Lu Ba adjusted the brightness of the incandescent lights. Finally, it looked a bit brighter. Many people passed by, and each bed was clearly visible. There was hardly any sense of privacy. Lu Ma rummaged through her backpack and finally found some breathable, light-blocking fabric to serve as bed curtains. She handed them to He Yin Yin, her aunt, and Granny Shan, but she didn't give any to the men. Women need privacy. Men can do without it. Lu Zhou actively helped to set up the bed curtains. After finishing, he found that the living environment appeared a little cozier. Outside the window, sparks were flying. However, most of the meteorites fell in places that avoided the shelter, randomly landing elsewhere. At the entrance, the military personnel responsible for guiding the evacuees did not slow down their pace in directing the crowd. They were well aware that although meteorites were temporarily missing the shelter, in an hour, the impact points of the meteor showers would shift. If there were still people outside the shelter at that time, they would certainly be in danger. However, no one dared to voice this concern. Speaking out would cause chaos, and no one could get in anymore. It was better to proceed at the current pace, allowing the crowd to cooperate, which would facilitate a quicker entry. At that moment, the person in charge looked up at the dome. This was a new type of building that could harness solar energy for power, with astonishing strength and durability. It could withstand impacts from meteors and resist corrosion from high concentrations of acid rain. Moreover, it had excellent light transmission properties. The material was reportedly developed by top officials, and all the shelters were built using this new type of material. As for why such a superior material wasn't used for civilian purposes, naturally, it was due to the low production capacity, which couldn't keep up with the demand. All this material was allocated to various shelters as roofing material. This was the first phase of the plan. The second phase would focus on underground city construction. Only after everything was completed would it be available for civilian use. Not long after Lu Zhou and his group entered, they learned the purpose of the dome above. Because this structure could generate power from solar energy, it could support tens of thousands of people for washing, cooking, and other needs. The water and electricity in the shelter were connected, and the stored water and electricity were sufficient for the current group's needs. Lu Zhou and his family and friends retreated to their respective beds. They calmly watched the remaining people rush in. After being admonished by those responsible for maintaining order, the crowd finally realized and scrambled into their assigned beds. When Lu Zhou got to his bed, he checked the sturdiness of the mattress. He found it quite solid, obviously recently made. However, the bare wooden slats were a bit uncomfortable. Lu Ma took out some bedding and thin air conditioning blankets from her bag and distributed them to her aunt's family and their own. Jiang Xiaolin immediately covered her grandmother and her daughter first before covering herself. With autumn approaching, the indoor air was a bit cold. Without some covering, it would be quite uncomfortable. The blankets Lu Ma brought out were far from pristine. They were uniformly covered with patched bedding. Lu Zhou glanced around and noticed that many people had come without bedding and were forced to make do with the bare slats. Some did bring their own, but their sheets and blankets were dirty and clearly not warm. In such an environment, not to mention clean blankets, even the old ones that Lu Zhou's group had were much coveted. Lu Zhou shot a few intimidating glares at those with eager eyes, making them turn their heads away sheepishly. At this moment, Lu Zhou was grateful that they had covered the women in their group with sheets. Otherwise, it would have been hard to sleep soundly in this environment. The chaos lasted for about an hour. Fewer people were entering, but their pace quickened. The sounds of soldiers echoed throughout the shelter. Move to your designated spots. Quickly, quickly. Lu Ma was startled, her hands trembling, while Lu Zhou looked on with curiosity at the group of people rushing on the first floor. Wanga leaned over. is something serious about to happen? His imagination was limited. He couldn't think of anything other than a volcanic eruption or a meteor shower as a potential disaster. Everyone's faces were grim. They had been on the run all day and were starving. Zhang Jiasu pondered for a moment and decided to eat something. Just as he peeled open a sausage, he heard several earth-shattering booms. The sounds were thunderous and deep, with an exceptionally strong tremor accompanying them. The sausage he held was jolted and nearly poked into his nose. Everyone on the upper bunks instinctively clung to their beds, fearing they would fall. Chapter 360, Preservation. At that time, when they were arranging sleeping positions, Lu Zhou suggested that the males sleep on the upper and lower bunks, leaving the middle bunk for the females, as it could provide some protection. This suggestion turned out to be useful. The tremors lasted for about several minutes, causing the people on the first floor to crouch down and move their bodies as they tried to stabilize themselves. Lu Zhou looked at the group of people and noticed that there were a few familiar faces among them. His uncle and aunt were there. Strangely, there weren't any children beside them. These two were quite lucky to have survived until now. Although Lu Zhou had gradually lost the desire for revenge and had stopped caring about these people, who would have thought he would encounter these two in the shelter. To prevent his father from worrying, Lu Zhou resolutely pretended not to see them. However, his gaze did not leave them. The two looked noticeably thinner, and Lu Zhou guessed that they had been living a rather tough life during this time. Anyway, what did that have to do with him? Not stepping on them was already a sign of his kindness. After enduring the tremors for quite some time, his uncle and aunt finally got up from the ground once the shaking stopped. Someone began directing the large group of them to hurry upstairs. This group could only take up residence on the highest floor. Lu Zhou watched as the two of them disappeared to the stairwell. Once the internal personnel were settled, they wouldn't allow everyone to freely move between floors anymore. This was done both for management convenience and for easier escape. Each floor had a staircase connecting to the first floor. After his uncle and aunt vanished from view, Lu Zhou returned to his thoughts, contemplating what had just happened. Before he could ponder much, he heard an announcement echoing through the shelter. Teams 4 and 6 report to the command room. This voice repeated several times, ensuring that everyone received the message. Almost a second later, heavy yet steady footsteps could be heard from downstairs. Lu Zhou looked down and saw a considerable number of soldiers in military uniforms on the first floor. After receiving their orders, these soldiers quickly ran towards the command room. While Lu Zhou was still mulling over what these people were going to do, a delicious aroma began to waft through the air. He looked up and saw that many survivors, having narrowly escaped, were already starting to take out some food items, hoping to replenish their energy. At this moment, Lu's mother pulled open the curtain, got out of bed, and bent down to retrieve a small electric cooker from under the bed. This small cooker was just the right size, typical for cooking meals for 1 or 2 people in a dorm room. After taking out the cooker, Lu's mother signaled Lu Zhou to also bring out the hand crank generator. Although the shelter had stored some electricity, the authorities wouldn't use it for trivial matters. The hand crank generator was small and only produced enough electricity to cook a meal. Everyone around is eating, so we should eat something too. When fresh food runs out in a few days, we can eat other instant foods then, Lu's mother said while taking out some fresh vegetables. She also indicated for Lu Zhou to call Wang De and the Zhang family over to join them. Lu Zhou looked around and found that, as Lu's mother had said, many people were indeed eating. He quickly realized the reason behind it. It was probably the first day of their escape, and people had brought food from home. Among the foods that this group had were ham, meat, and water, basically a hodgepodge of various items. Lu Zhou quickly went to call people over. When they arrived, everyone eagerly watched as Lu's mother prepared hot pot. Since the pot was relatively small, each person who came brought their own bowls and chopsticks. Luma added a lot of freshly picked vegetables to the pot, followed by some pig's blood. This item was previously exchanged for with Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou took out 2 chickens from the game, blanched them in the game, and then brought them out. To ensure everyone could eat their fill, Lu Zhou also brought several pounds of beef, lamb, and pork slices. Each person's bowl was topped with a small dish of red oil chili and vinegar as a base. The other families contributed quite a bit of food as well. The Zhang family provided several packs of noodles and rice noodles, planning to cook them at the end to see if anyone could get full. Jiang Xiaolin also contributed a lot of vegetables. Wanda was a bit awkward. He had to rush out and only brought some storable dry food, water, and various random items, but nothing suitable for the current environment. After rummaging through his things for a while, Wanda slapped his forehead and took out 2 slices of luncheon meat to hand over. He was a bit silly for forgetting that this could be cooked in the hot pot. The small electric pot cooked at a decent speed, boiling the ingredients 1 pot at a time, and then everyone could scoop them out. By the time the meal ended, there was a pot of spicy and numbing hot pot noodles. Lu Zhou used to dislike this dish, thinking it was too oily, but after the escape, when his taste buds were dulled, taking a bite made him feel much better in his heart and stomach. His craving for food also decreased a bit. A total of 4 packs of noodles finally filled Lu Zhou's belly. When everything was wrapping up, Lu Zhou took out a large glass jar filled to the brim with juice and poured it for everyone. After taking a sip, everyone sighed in comfort. Lu Zhou smiled slightly. This juice had a slow energy replenishing effect. It was also a way to soothe everyone after the exhausting escape. Once everything was done, everyone returned to their own sleeping areas. Luma gestured for Lu Zhou to put the pot back into the game's small house for cleaning, as it was not easy to clean outside. Lu Zhou responded and tossed the dirty bowls and chopsticks inside. As soon as they were thrown in, the stains on the bowls and pot were automatically cleaned by the game's small house. Lu Zhou had known about this function before, but he hadn't used it often. After tidying up, he specifically looked around to see if anyone was paying attention to them. The result was that there was no one. The air was filled with various smells. After all, everything had been eaten, and without a refrigerator, it would spoil, so it was better to eat it quickly. The Liangshan area was not like other places. Seasonings were expensive and scarce, but these people had special identities and could acquire plenty of seasonings. So, amidst the chaotic cooking smells, Luma's hot pot aroma was not very prominent. Although the indoor ventilation fan was constantly circulating air, the indoor air was still quite unpleasant. During the meal, they hadn't noticed it, but now that he lay in bed, he could smell it. Lu Zhou frowned and quietly blew a bubble to filter the air around him for everyone. When he smelled it again, his brows relaxed. This smell was much better. Life in the shelter lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Lu Zhou alone consumed the most difficult-to-preserve food. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu and others were also waiting for the first person to find him. Chapter 361. The Madmen Block the Road. Heaven does not disappoint those who are determined. Wei Qingzhu finally waited for the person sent to rescue him. It was the military district commander sent by the Liangshan faction to protect him. This person appeared to hold a significant rank, and upon seeing Wei Qingzhu, his eyes were filled with joy. "Professor Wei, I finally found you. I'm genuinely relieved to see you and your family safe and sound." Behind him were several others, all in military uniforms. Wei Qingzhu, known for his approachable demeanor, exchanged a few words with the commander, who indicated that he would take Wei Qingzhu and his family to a better place to rest. Glancing at the large dormitory where they were currently staying, Wei Qingzhu picked up on the commander's conversation. "My nephew and his family must be arranged to stay with me, and I also have some friends. Could you please arrange proper accommodations for them as well?" The commander scanned the people behind Wei Qingzhu, frowned slightly, and then apologized. "I'm sorry, Professor Wei. I need to consult my superiors. Please wait a moment." After saying this, he made a phone call and stepped aside to talk. Lu Zhou speculated that the commander was likely calling the actual person in charge in Liangshan. After all, the commander's rank was already high, and he must have someone even higher up. About 2 minutes later, the commander returned and agreed to Wei Qingzhu's request. "Professor Wei, the higher-ups have given the plan that you and your nephew's family can stay together. We will provide a 100 square meter apartment for you, And as for your two other families of friends, we can only provide them with a 50-square-meter apartment for both families. We're very sorry, but currently, the accommodations at the refuge are too tight. Wei Qingzhu completely understood. In fact, if it were just him, a single man, he wouldn't care where he stayed. However, considering he was with a recently operated elder, a wife, and a daughter, he felt a bit more burdened. All right, thank you. I agree. The commander smiled slightly, signaling his subordinates to help them move. In fact, when Lu Zhou arrived, he didn't bring much. Each person only had a large bag. The task of moving their belongings was entirely taken over by the soldiers. This left Lu Zhou's parents feeling somewhat uneasy. Wang Da's family and the Zhang family were also dumbfounded, watching as the soldiers lifted their bags and slung them over their shoulders. Once everyone realized what was happening, they quickly stepped forward, eager to take their belongings, only to be gently declined by the soldiers. Reluctantly, they could only follow behind as the soldiers carried their things, somewhat distracted. As for Wei Qingzhu, he was walking at the front. As they passed the bunk beds filled with people, Lu Zhou noticed that those lying on the beds seemed to be whispering to each other. He focused his attention and was able to catch snippets of their conversation. Another one who has been taken away to a better life. Sigh, so envious. Don't be envious. It's not our fault your family doesn't have someone worth being noticed. If you had someone, you could also enjoy a better life. Tisk, I've heard they have their own private rooms. Whispers of envy filled the air, most directed at Lu Zhou and his group. Lu Zhou withdrew his attention, concentrating on moving forward. Just as they neared the elevator, two filthy madmen suddenly leaped out from somewhere, blocking their path. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow, looking at the two with a dangerous expression. These two weren't strangers. They were his uncle and aunt, whom he had encountered previously. Their appearance was even more disheveled than before, with injuries covering their faces and bodies. At that moment, Lu Zhou instinctively felt that these two were up to no good. Wants to leave with me and enjoy the good days together? Lu Zhou narrowed his eyes dangerously as he watched the soldiers ahead draw their weapons. Step back. His tone carried a sense of intimidation. These two probably had a tough time in the past and had nothing worth getting entangled over right now. He grabbed the speaker's pant leg and then cried out, "Don't! We're also Professor Wei's family. Please don't hurt us." The officer, who was already reaching for his gun, shot a glance at his commander after hearing this. Then, he uncocked his weapon and took a step back. "How can you prove it?" The commander said sternly to the two, then looked at Wei Qingzhu with a questioning gaze to see if he recognized them. Wei Qingzhu had a vague memory and immediately recognized the true identity of these two. But he remembered clearly that Xiaozhou didn't like these relatives back then. He wondered if it was still the same now. Wei Qingzhu turned his head to ask Lu Zhou, "Do you recognize them?" Lu Zhou's eyes were cold, his voice icy and unapproachable. "I don't know them. Let's hurry and leave." Lu Man naturally recognized who they were, but she hated this family to the core and would never consider taking them along. Lu Ba felt caught in a difficult position. This was his elder brother. Amidst his hesitation, Lu Ma leaned in and whispered a threat. "This is your brother's family, not my son's uncle, nor my relatives, and certainly not my sister-in-law's relatives. If you really can't stand it, you can stay here and accompany your elder brother." Lu Ba shivered, well aware that his wife wasn't joking. She had disliked his relatives for a long time. Thinking back to what he learned from Lu Zhou, none of these two were worth it, and his hesitation gradually dissipated. "I don't know them. Let's leave." The commander wasn't blind. He could clearly see the undercurrents at play. But it didn't matter. He would only respect Professor Wei's wishes. Arrest these two for threatening personnel and arrange for them to serve a month in the military. The commander spoke coldly. The uncle and aunt, who had been prostrating on the ground, immediately sprang up, trying to rush toward Lu Ba. "Second brother, I'm your elder brother. I know you resent me, but you can't just watch me die. Think of our Father's spirit in heaven. Think of what he said." Lu Ba's unease instantly faded, and with a cold glare, he forcefully tore away from the grip of the one who was clinging to him. "You've mistaken me. He would never forget that he was the least favored in the family. When it came time to distribute the inheritance, their father had only given him 2 bags of grain and kicked him out. Lu Ba was strong-willed. Later on, he found some luck, apprenticed as an electrician, entered the power industry, and eventually became a worker. After turning his fortunes around, his status in the family slightly improved. Lu Ba didn't want to quarrel with his parents over the old grievances, so he simply stopped bringing them up. But who could know how much dissatisfaction and disappointment he had felt toward his parents back then? As for his elder brother, Lu Zhou, their father had told him before he died to take care of his elder brother and younger brother. Thinking back now, it was rather laughable. Which family doesn't have the elder brother supporting and taking care of the younger siblings? Why had it turned upside down in his case? Lu Ba felt a surge of pent-up frustration in his chest. Chapter 362, Progress. He never expected that his older brother would still think that he would listen to their deceased father's words and take care of them as before. But that's not right. Back before the end, he believed he was capable enough to take care of those too. Now, it was time for him to start living for himself. Lu Zhou looked expressionlessly at the 2 curled up on the ground and strode away. The others didn't even glance at them and quickly followed ahead, leaving with Wei Qingzhu. Lu Zhou didn't expect his younger brother to be so unfeeling. In the past, as long as he said he wanted to do something or just beg Lu Zhou, he would help him. Once or twice, Lu Zhou had gotten used to directing his younger brother to do this and that. But he never expected that now his younger brother would be like this. Even when Lu Zhou was taken away, he still felt quite puzzled. However, he no longer had any fruits to eat. After all, they were now considered to be people whom the commander had instructed to be treated a certain way. Since their father left, Lu Zhou always felt an unusual suffocation in his heart. He could see it clearly, but he didn't say a word. This kind of thing was best resolved by their father coming to realize it himself. It was better for him to figure it out than for others to waste their breath. Lu Zhou's mother also ignored Lu Dad. In her view, Lu Dad was indeed clueless. A white-eyed wolf like him would only hold them back. He should have been cut off long ago for running away without even notifying his own family. Right now, she had no energy to deal with Lu Dad. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze and took a few steps forward. When everyone arrived at the house they were assigned to, they were all somewhat incredulous. The house assigned to them was clearly in much better condition than what was outside. Upon entering, they found that the furniture was already arranged. Moreover, what surprised everyone the most was that the rooms provided a certain amount of water and electricity. The water and electricity are sufficient for everyone's daily needs. However, the internal energy of the shelter still needs to be planned, so don't waste it, someone explained. Inside the house, there were simple beds, wardrobes, a washing machine, a refrigerator, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It looked no worse than the houses they had previously decorated themselves. However, the living space was relatively cramped. Wei Qingzhu and Lu Zhou's families each occupied 50 square meters, while the Wang and Zhang families squeezed into a little bit. Each family only had 25 square meters of space to live in. But compared to the outside, which had only a bed with no personal privacy and a chaotic atmosphere, it was obvious that this place was much more comfortable and livable. Professor Wei, rest assured, the security system here is very complete. Access cards are only issued to corresponding personnel, and to ensure that researchers can work without worry, we have provided a lot of security personnel here, someone told Wei Qingzhu, while also expressing hope that he would quickly prepare to go to work. After all, there was much work to be done, and without Wei Qingzhu's oversight, things were not progressing smoothly. Once they had settled in, all the military personnel left, leaving just a few of them standing dumbfounded at the door. Once they reacted, everyone immediately started moving their things into their respective small rooms. As soon as Jiang Xiaolin entered, she saw the refrigerator. Immediately, she regretted finishing the fresh ingredients so quickly before. But then she thought about it again. It wasn't a loss after all, since Xiao Zhou had brought all their things from home, even including pots of vegetables. There would be more vegetables in the future. Once she figured out Jiang Xiaolin felt quite relieved. Lu Zhou, on the other hand, looked for a suitable spot and took out some necessities. For example, bed linens and blankets, as well as pots of plants, etc. Like some lightning-like furniture, Lu Zhou naturally didn't take it out to avoid taking up space. However, there were only 2 beds and a small bed in the house, so they were still short 1 bed. Lu Zhou took out a sofa set and placed it in the living room. This sofa could be slept on, and from then on, Lu Zhou planned to sleep on the living room sofa. Lu Dad and Lu Mom had 1 room. Aunt had 1 room with her family, and Grandma had a small room. Lu Zhou felt that he could make do. Besides, this sofa was a high-end model brought in before the disaster, and it was soft and comfortable, even more so than some mattresses. The Zhang family and the Wang family were slightly more difficult to arrange. Besides the restroom and the communal kitchen area, they could only sleep on several layers of bunk beds. Zhang's father shared a bed with Zhang, while the younger sister and grandma shared another bed. As for Wang De, he and his wife had 1 bed, and his parents each had a separate bed. After organizing the sleeping arrangements and tidying up a few necessary items, upon careful inspection, the entire house was quite clean. Wang De felt immense gratitude. Thanks to Professor Wei and the Lu family, they were able to stay in such a nice house. At this moment, Lu Zhou was staring at the special communicator on his wrist, waiting for a response from his master. He had inquired about the robot, Zhuang, mainly wanting to know how the Yin family was doing. However, it seemed the signal was poor and the communication was terrible. By the afternoon, nearing evening, the communicator suddenly started working. There was only 1 sentence. We did not enter the shelter, but we are currently in a safe place. The first half of the sentence made Lu Zhou's heart tense in an instant, while the second half provided him with a little relief for a few seconds. He then carefully asked where the 3 of them were, but this time there was no response. Lu Zhou felt a bit frustrated. It seemed the signal really was unstable. He sighed lightly, got up, and went to water the vegetables. Due to his gaming experience, he still had a lot of supplies that others would consider rare and precious, so he wasn't worried about food and drink. When he had free time, Lu Zhou didn't forget to go out and check who the owners of the nearby houses were. After wandering around a few times, he found that these people hardly ever went out. However, several times when he saw them, he noticed they were very cautious and spoke and acted particularly low-key. It was probably due to the fact that they were the families of researchers. Currently, besides Wei Qingzhu being called away to work, the rest of the people were quite idle. Lu Zhou had no idea how the situation outside was. He didn't know if the meteor shower had stopped, if their homes had been destroyed, or where the robots had taken the 2 members of the Yin family. In fact, Lu Zhou was eager to find an opportunity to see the current state of the outside world. Unexpectedly, after thinking about it several times, a real opportunity indeed appeared. This news was brought back by Wei Qingzhu, who had been working hard for several days, exhausted. He brought back 1 piece of news. The military had confirmed that the meteor shower outside had stopped. Everyone was very happy. Did the end of the meteor shower mean that everyone could soon leave this place? Although the shelter was bearable, they always felt uncomfortable and longed to return to their original homes. However, Wei Qingzhu's next statement dashed their hopes. Chapter 363, Predicting Success. Although the meteor shower has stopped, countless houses have been destroyed by volcanic ash. The latest news is that almost all the houses in our area have been devastated. At first, everyone still had some hope of returning home, but after hearing such dreadful news, their spirits fell significantly. Lu Zhou took the opportunity to comfort everyone. Let's think positively, at least we're still alive. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a mix of relief, helplessness, and confusion. With the meteor shower over, will there be any plans for post-disaster reconstruction? As for post-disaster reconstruction, it hasn't been mentioned yet. I suspect that's because the military isn't sure if the meteor shower has truly stopped. Wei Qingzhu speculated after some consideration. Everyone felt a bit dejected, and they proceeded to have dinner, as usual. By the afternoon, Wanda was taken away by personnel from military. He returned the next day, looking very anxious. Lu Zhou instinctively felt that Wang De must have learned some information he didn't know during that half-day. Wang Ge, you went to the military and came back looking so troubled. Is there something bad going on? Lu Zhou slipped into Wang Da's home. The small room instantly felt cramped. At that moment, if nothing was wrong, Wang Da's father and He Yin Yin would be forced to rest in bed. There was hardly enough room for all four of them to move around simultaneously. Sometimes they would spread out and hang out in the bathroom or the kitchen for a while. Of course, the Zhang family would also come out for some fresh air. To be honest, after a while, it could get quite stifling. Wang De forced a smile, and his voice revealed his discomfort. They took us to conduct weather inspection work. Initially, everyone thought the meteor shower was a natural disaster, but later we learned it was not just a one-time event. Besides this time, it will continue to come intermittently. Lu Zhou's throat tightened, and his voice involuntarily rose a bit. It will come intermittently? Yes. We need to continue experiments and tests tomorrow anyway. It's a requirement to understand the patterns of the meteor shower. Apparently, outdoor exploration work will begin in 2 weeks, so the government is under a lot of pressure for time. Besides me, many other meteorological experts have also been taken for research. Lu Zhou squinted, thinking that this matter was getting quite serious. The two of them hadn't talked much when Wang De was hurriedly taken away by a staff member. It seemed likely he would be working overtime all night. After Wang De left, Zhang Jiahao squeezed into the kitchen to fetch a basin of water. When he came out, he saw Lu Zhou standing at Wang Da's door, which startled him. He almost dropped the basin in his hands. "I nearly scared you to death, Lu Zhou," Zhang Jiahao exclaimed, and in his excitement, he splashed a little water on the floor. Zhang Lele ran out from the house, and upon seeing this, quickly grabbed a cloth to wipe it up. "Jiahao, what are you doing with the water?" Zhang Jiahao laughed. "I'm watering the vegetables in the flower pot. I haven't watered them for several days." Lu Zhou turned his head just in time to see the wilted Chinese cabbage in the flower pot. Grandma Zhang cheerfully took the basin from Zhang Jiahao's hands, scooped some water into a bowl using a rice bowl, and poured it in. Zhang Jiahao and his group watched as the chicken grass suddenly turned green and even grew more lush. Zhang Jiahao smiled with delight. "Thank you, Uncle Wei. These pots of vegetables have been grown in nutrient-rich soil and are growing particularly fast and are easy to care for. In just a few days, our family has eaten green leafy vegetables several times." Lu Zhou looked around and saw the chicken grass, lettuce, green onions, ginger, garlic, and potatoes, common vegetables that they needed daily. A smile involuntarily spread across his lips. Zhang Lele shyly scratched his head. "I'm currently in charge of taking care of the vegetables, and I find it quite interesting." After chatting for a few minutes, only Zhang Jiahao remained. He hurriedly whispered to Lu Zhou, inquiring about the news outside. Once he learned about what Wang De had said in the conversation with Wei Qingzhu, he felt quite gloomy. Lu Zhou didn't know how to comfort his friend, so he decided not to and let him process his emotions by himself. Even though the situation outside was grim, life continued to move forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. During this time, Lu Zhou had been unable to contact the machine person, Da Zhuang. However, Wang Da's research had made some progress. The meteor shower can now be predicted. According to the latest research, next week at 5:30 p.m., there will be a small meteor shower impacting the edge of Liangshan. Wang De glanced at the friends gathered together and continued. "This time is considered an experiment to see how accurate our estimates are. If our predictions are correct, after the meteor shower, we can return to normal life. However, if our estimates are incorrect, we might have to stay in the shelter for a longer time." Everyone had some anticipation. During this period, Lu Zhou felt that time was passing too slowly waiting for the meteor shower. He waited and waited until it was finally next week at 5:30 p.m. That day, everyone gathered at Lu Zhou's house. The 100-square-meter home accommodated everyone without being too crowded. Everyone was filled with anxiety, their brows furrowed. Wang De was a bit anxious and kept checking his watch. 30 seconds, 15 seconds, 5 seconds, it's 5:30. Boom! accompanied by a loud explosion. Everyone could instantly feel something flying over their heads. The howling sound seemed to tear the sky apart, ripping through everyone's eardrums. Everyone hurriedly covered their ears, fearing they would be deafened by the noise. Wanda didn't forget to interject. "This building, I don't care what anyone says, the soundproofing is terrible." Zhang Jiahao chimed in. "It's not that the soundproofing is bad. It's just that the meteor shower is too loud. If you were outside, your eardrums would have shattered by now." Zhang Jiahao wasn't exaggerating. It was indeed the truth. Usually, the soundproofing within the shelter was quite decent. Everyone stopped talking and held their breath, listening to the commotion outside. That deafening noise continued for a full 5 minutes before finally ending. A smile appeared at the corners of Wang Da's eyes. It worked. Our predicted duration was exactly 5 minutes. It was spot on. This means our experimental data and predictions are completely within control. The next phase of research is about to begin. I hope we can quickly rebuild after the disaster and return to normal life. Outside, the noise was deafening, but Wang Da's eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 364, Good Leadership. If one could predict time perfectly, they would only need to make arrangements for property and the people before a disaster strikes. However, is the surface of the Earth unsuitable for human survival? Not necessarily. It depends on how long it will be until the next meteor shower occurs. If meteor showers become frequent, the military is likely to forcibly relocate people's activities underground. After all, the surface is already becoming uninhabitable for humans. Wanda thought for a long time, pressing his hands tightly against his ears. He could only hope that the outside would quiet down soon, so they could proceed with the next round of testing. When things outside quieted down enough, Lu Zhou and his team finally came out of the room. When they reached the corridor, it was empty. Naturally, most people knew that a meteor shower had arrived and would be hiding at home rather than coming out right after it stopped, as no one could be sure whether it was truly over. Lu Zhou even thought about going outside to check the situation, but now the approval for going out was very strict. Unless it was for important matters, it was unlikely that anyone would be allowed out. After the small meteor shower subsided, Wang Da was called again to participate in predicting the timing of the next meteor shower. This time, they were more experienced and did not spend too much time before predicting the next occurrence. However, the timing was awkward, as it coincided with the completion of post-disaster reconstruction and the beginning of a new life. You mean say that in 3 days, there will be another large meteor shower? Besides this recent one, are there any other occurrences? Yes, our conclusion is that apart from the nearest one in 3 days, there will also be showers in 7 days, 10 days, as well as 14 days, 19 days. It seems there will be a meteor shower every few days. Wanda was responsible for the report. His excellent talent in meteorology had earned him considerable trust from the team, and moreover, Wang Da's temperament, character, and personality were all quite good, allowing him to get along harmoniously with his colleagues. Additionally, he had been responsible for parameter adjustments, data recording, model development, and other tasks during the last test. Wang Da's interest in meteorology was not just work, it stemmed from a hobby. Before the apocalypse, he did not work at the Meteorological Bureau, but would still study the subject out of interest. Now, due to responsibility and the desire to provide a better life for his family, he was naturally putting in even more effort. After listening to Wang Da's report, Li Jiren, who was in charge of meteorological research, nodded solemnly. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Wang. With meteor showers happening so frequently, I think the post-disaster reconstruction is unlikely to succeed." The atmosphere within the Meteorological Bureau was harmonious, and Li Jiren was not the type to seek glory for himself. Everyone typically spoke candidly. In theory, planting crops on the surface and having all residents live in underground cities would be the safest and most economical approach. As far as I know, the underground city plan has already been implemented, but I really don't know at what stage it is currently. You young people should heed my advice. If you have the means, it's best to wait until the underground city opens and find ways to move in. We conducted tests and research recently, and it is indeed no longer suitable for human survival on the surface. Li Jiren sighed, took off his glasses, and wiped them clean before putting them back on. As the oldest member, everyone regarded him with respect, seeing him as a reliable elder. Moreover, Li Jiren had previously been quite impressive, having participated in many research projects and being a significant figure in the meteorology field. The fact that he was now expressing such pessimistic thoughts weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Wang De pondered that securing the qualification to enter the underground city was indeed essential. He is the one who understands the project best. The surface is currently very unstable. The recent sudden volcanic eruption has proven this point. Who can predict when the ground might produce some terrifying disaster again? Rather than worrying every day, it is better to completely cut off the sources of danger. Wang De doesn't know what the higher-ups will think, but if it were up to him, he would accelerate the construction of the underground city and gradually shift the economic focus to it. After Director Li's guidance, everyone started to have different thoughts. Many people realized that they should save some money. Who knows when the underground city will open? It would be quite embarrassing if they couldn't afford to enter at that time. Suddenly, several people began to mentally eliminate all unnecessary expenses, leaving only what they needed for daily life. Wang De was no exception. When the meeting was over, Director Li called Wang De aside. Wang De felt a bit anxious. He didn't know what Director Li wanted. In the past, Wang De had been exceptionally talented and performed outstandingly in the Meteorological Bureau, even hinting at a possible promotion. However, later on, due to the leader wanting to promote their own relatives, they were afraid Wang De would take the position meant for their family member. They pressured Wang De multiple times, and in the end, found a reason to transfer him out. By the time he returned, his position in the Bureau was already gone. The worst part was that due to the leader's exclusion, no one below dared to show him any support. At that time, Wang De felt lost and angry. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. He never intended to harm anyone. Why did others treat him this way? Eventually, life became unbearable, and Yin advised him to leave. Wang De ended up becoming a wild meteorology blogger, gaining a following, which helped him alleviate that sense of despair. So now, when a higher-up calls him to stay behind, he can't help but feel nervous. He thinks about his family. He is the sole breadwinner. What if it happens again, like before? His family members are in fields unrelated to his profession, making it particularly hard for them to find jobs. This time, he has no way out. Wang De thought a lot, but wore a smile on his face. Director Li, did you call for me? Director Li patted Wang De on the shoulder. Xiao Wang, I've been wanting to say that you've performed very well, and you've worked hard during this time. Wang Da's mind raced with alarms. In the past, when his superiors were about to let him go, they spoke in a similar tone. Back then, Wang De was so naive, thinking he was being appreciated. Little did he know that shortly after, due to his strong business capabilities, he was assigned elsewhere. With a stiff expression, Wang De hadn't opened his mouth yet when Director Li continued. I heard that you and your family are living in a 25-square-meter apartment, which is indeed a bit small. Since you've made a contribution, I plan to mention your achievements to the upper management and see if we can arrange for you to get a slightly larger apartment. When Director Li said this, his eyes were filled with care for his junior. Wang De was a bit dazed. He hadn't expected Director Li to take the initiative to attribute credit to him. Before he could respond, he heard Director Li continue. You young people have more potential than us old folks. The future belongs to you. Wanted to know why, but he felt a bit of soreness in his eyes, along with some moisture. Chapter 365. After the disaster. Wang De truly did not expect that, as someone under Li Junren, such a significant figure, he would be noticed in his daily activities. He was immediately moved. Li Junren then comforted the junior by patting Wang De on the shoulder. You should go home now. I will handle the subsequent matters. Wang De nodded and left the conference room. When he returned home, he found that quite a few people were gathered there. Lu Zhou was among them. Wang De, come in quickly. As soon as he entered, everyone surrounded Wang De with eager expressions, waiting for him to bring some good news. Wang De felt a bit shy looking at everyone, but he steeled himself and said, The predictions are quite accurate. Yin smiled and said, "Oh, besides this, what else? For example, when will the next meteor come? It might not come for several decades." Lu Zhou also fixed his gaze on Wangda. Everyone was curious about this matter. The next meteorite is expected to arrive in about 3 years. As soon as Wangda finished speaking, he noticed the atmosphere becoming a bit heavy. 3 years was indeed a bit bleak. Just as life was finally getting on track, they would have to start another round of turmoil. Wangda's parents, who had just perked up, also dropped their expressions at this moment. Lu Zhou reacted quickly and slowly said, "Are we preparing to fully construct the underground city?" Wangda was a bit surprised, but then he thought that the other party must have heard it from Professor Wei. He nodded. "We need to save some money and see how we can enter the underground city then." Lu Zhou's sense of urgency grew stronger. He wished he could remind everyone to pay attention to honing their hard skills. "I've heard about this underground city. It said that not only do you need to save money, but you also need to have hard skills to enter." Lu Zhou spoke slowly, and everyone was taken aback by his words. "What do you mean by hard skills?" Yin asked, confused. Lu Zhou explained, "Medicine, agriculture, research, electrical engineering, computer science. Those are all essential for social development." As soon as Lu Zhou finished speaking, everyone collectively gasped. Then came a sense of relief. Thank goodness they had accidentally learned hard skills in the past. Otherwise, they would be in trouble now. However, they didn't know what specific skill requirements the underground city would have. Would their meager skills count, or would they need to be top-notch talents? The previous moment's relief turned into anxiety the next. Yet, no matter how much more information Lu Zhou had, he didn't divulge it. He wanted to say more, but what if the admission rules turn out to be exactly as he predicted? However, he was clear that as long as their hard skills were up to par, their chances of entering would still be quite good. After staying in the shelter for nearly half a month, the time finally came to go out. Before leaving, the shelter warned everyone to wear protective gear, because those meteorites could potentially carry some toxic radiation. Prolonged exposure to such an environment would be harmful to the human body. Furthermore, they could not stay outside for long and still needed to retreat to the shelter. The crowd went out with enthusiasm, but quickly dispersed quite a bit. However, they still had to go home. Soon, after putting on protective gear, Lu Zhou went out first, drove the car out, and then took the family members to their home. Following closely behind him were Wangda and the Zhang family. Outside, the landscape looked mottled due to the impact of volcanic ash and meteorite rain, resembling the acne of teenager. As they traveled, the once lush mountains had turned a desolate yellow. The plants that had grown wildly seemed to have wilted, no longer thriving as they once did. Lu Zhou suspected that some type of radiation from the meteorites was inhibiting plant growth. The desolation along the way made everyone feel uncomfortable. Wangda clicked his tongue, revealing a sense of regret in his tone. These plants should continue to grow. Having plants in this environment is much better than having none at all. Indeed, with plants, at least some harmful components in the air would be absorbed, unlike now, where everything looked bare and lifeless. Furthermore, the absence of plants would create even greater difficulties than having them. Many people had gone out, eager to bring items from home before heading to the shelter. Since outdoor items might be contaminated with radiation, everyone had to store their belongings in a large warehouse to demagnetize them before entering the shelter. There were some vehicles on the ground, and looking up, drones and helicopters buzzed away into the distance. Lu Zhou knew these were sent to continue exploring the surrounding environment. After avoiding one pit after another, the vehicle traveled for over 3 hours before finally reaching home. The second half of the journey was particularly difficult, taking quite a bit of time. Strangely enough, while there were few plants at the initial departure point, the vegetation became denser the closer they got to home. Ultimately, everyone agreed it was likely because the meteorites hadn't impacted the direction of their home. However, overall, the plants along the way had wilted to some extent. Besides the plants, a layer of volcanic ash covering the ground was also very noticeable. Following the trail of volcanic ash, Lu Zhou and the others could see a thin layer of hard black material accumulating in front of their building. Further away, it was apparent that the ash was thicker. They didn't expect to be so lucky. The volcanic ash hadn't engulfed this area. Everyone felt a moment of relief. This area had seen many houses collapse, and as Lu Zhou scanned the surroundings, he noticed that his building was still standing strong. Other buildings had collapsed, some barely recognizable. Zhang Jiahao let out a sigh of relief, a glimmer of brightness in his eyes. My goodness, so many houses around us have collapsed, yet our building hasn't. His tone was filled with surprise. When they went upstairs, Zhang Jiahao still had a frown on his face. Even though the building is still standing, there are quite a few plants growing. Plants had crept in through some inconspicuous cracks in the house, growing rampantly inside. Zhang Jiahao discovered that the kitchen was particularly affected, possibly due to the availability of water. Apart from the kitchen, he noticed a layer of slippery moss had formed on the floor of the house. Thinking about the outside of the building, he realized countless vines had climbed up. Without sunlight and with sufficient moisture, it was only natural for the plants to thrive. This situation wasn't unique to the Zhang family. Wang De, his aunt's family, and Lu Zhou's family were all experiencing the same thing. Lu Zhou looked at the resilient plants pushing their way in and thought to himself that even reinforced steel plates couldn't keep them out. Chapter 366, New Achievements. Looking again at the mass of creeping vines and crops outside the house, he couldn't help but start to think that these plants' roots must have completely taken hold in the soil inside the walls. He had previously watched a video where a household was cleaning the walls overgrown with dense, tangled vines. When that large patch of green wall covering was removed, it was simply exhilarating to watch. Of course, in reality, Lu Zhou quickly dismissed the thought of tearing off the wall covering. He had too many important things to do and no time to waste on this. Furthermore, the plants in front of him were not as easily removable as those in the video. However, all the items in Lu Zhou's home had already been cleared out since the day they fled. This time he returned home mainly to see how things were outside. Overall, it still didn't look good. He rummaged through the game room to find a few bags, pretending that he had just taken out some things. He took his parents upstairs to find his aunt's family. His aunt's family had some things they were in a hurry to gather, but they hadn't finished packing. By this time, they had already prepared their things and planned to head to the shelter. His uncle had specifically taken leave to accompany his wife and daughter out to collect their belongings. After Lu Zhou and his family finished packing, they waited in a car downstairs for the Wang and Zhang families to finish gathering their things. While waiting in the car, his uncle quietly asked about Lu Zhou's laboratory. He wanted to take Lu Zhou with him for a trip to the secret research lab after dropping off the family. To be honest, Lu Zhou also wanted to know if that place still existed, so he readily agreed. They waited downstairs for nearly half an hour before both families came out, one after the other. They were all loaded with bags, frantically stuffing them into the car. In the end, it looked like they couldn't fit any more things in the car. Lu Zhou got out and helped bring some of the items over, signaling for his uncle to take some of them. The journey back took a long time, but it was much shorter after they returned since they were familiar with the route. Throughout the trip, Lu Zhou and the others maintained good protection, avoiding contact with the chaotic mess outside. When they returned to their familiar shelter, Lu Zhou helped load the luggage into the warehouse. After watching his aunt and parents go back, he then headed straight for the laboratory with his uncle. The journey to the laboratory was not smooth. They had to take several detours. By the time they got close to the laboratory, the car could no longer get through. Lu Zhou and his uncle walked about a mile before finally arriving at their destination. The volcanic ash here was thick and had solidified, tightly covering the land and leaving many areas without usable soil. Wei Qingzhu felt a bit anxious seeing this. These lands could no longer be cultivated. Thinking of the land destroyed by meteorites, Wei Qingzhu suddenly felt overwhelmed upon returning. The issue of food for the people surely needed to be addressed. With his mind in disarray, the two of them wandered around for a while and discovered that the entrance to the laboratory was intact. Once they successfully passed through the elevator and entered the laboratory, both of them let out a sigh of relief. In contrast to the devastation outside, the laboratory was like a pure land. For a brief moment, Lu Zhou even considered bringing his family into the laboratory to live. It was spacious, and there were few people, which were all advantages. But after some thought, he realized that wouldn't work. After all, they're not clear about the strength of this place. Whether it can withstand the repeated impacts of meteors is still uncertain. The most important issue is whether it can block harmful radiation, which is also a concern. Lu Zhou shook his head, trying to clear his chaotic thoughts. The two of them visited several previous laboratories and found that the experiments inside were still running normally. Wei Qingzhu gestured for Lu Zhou to come over and take a look. Xiao Zhou, take a look at this. This is the T-34 substance I've developed. Currently, its properties have stabilized significantly, which can greatly improve human physiology. Moreover, I've made deeper studies into its batch production. Lu Zhou quietly stared at the test tube in his aunt's hand, which was glowing with a green light. This was incredible. With the emergence of synthetic materials, it was likely that Tong Tong and Annie's safety would be greatly enhanced. After all, if it could be mass-produced, there was no need to resort to violence to obtain it. However, there was one thing Lu Zhou couldn't understand. Auntie, have you figured out why Aunt and Cousin have this thing in them? This was something that had puzzled Lu Zhou for a long time, but he had never found the right opportunity to ask. Wei Qingzhu's expression became serious. I really don't know. However, besides them, there are others who are also like this, aren't there? Lu Zhou stared at his aunt. For a brief moment, he sensed her doubts and uncertainty in her words. Lu Zhou thought to himself, Auntie, what exactly are you doubting? In the end, he didn't ask, as he knew his aunt's character. When she didn't want to speak, no one could make her. After confirming that the laboratory could still operate normally, Wei Qingzhu hurried out, taking a large tube of reagents with her. She handed over a few vials to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou asked curiously what they were. This is a growth agent extracted from locusts, which is very effective for repairing human injuries. Its properties are quite mild, and it has been made controllable. Lu Zhou contemplated this, and Wei Qingzhu continued, I need to use this to pry open the door to the upper world. Lu Zhou understood that his aunt had endured a lot of hardship to provide a better life for her family. But Auntie, this substance was extracted from locust people. Wouldn't that expose our laboratory when we try to replicate it? Lu Zhou raised a critical question, and Wei Qingzhu smiled. Don't worry, Xiao Zhou. There are not only us who have locust people. I will join those organizations that have this stuff and take the opportunity to publish my report. Seeing that Auntie had a well-organized plan, Lu Zhou no longer pressed the issue. The two of them returned to the shelter smoothly. As soon as they got back, Auntie hurriedly left. Lu Zhou turned around and entered the house in the shelter. Lu Dad and Lu Mom waited for a moment before going through the warehouse to retrieve their luggage. Wang Da's family had just moved their luggage upstairs. As they realized there was too much to fit in their small space, Li Jianren's call came through. Xiao Wang, I've reported your situation to the higher-ups. They are offering a subsidy for talent. Either a set of 50 square meter small houses or exchange points. Which one do you prefer? Wang Da's eyes lit up with joy. Without hesitation, he quickly chose the house. He didn't lack exchange points, but he desperately needed a place to live. A 25 square meter space was simply too cramped. Li Jianren chuckled, Got it. Come find me later. I'll take you to get your housing qualification. Chapter 367. The Good News. Wang was getting closer to some good news. He put his clothes back in his original home and happily told his wife and parents to stay home and not wander around. Then he hurriedly left the house. Just as he was leaving, he brushed past Lu Zhou, who was coming in. Lu Zhou noticed Wang Da's joyful expression, but Wang Da was moving too quickly for Lu Zhou to catch up. After watching Wang Da's back for a few seconds, Lu Zhou turned around and went home. The news of Wang Da's departure was known only to himself. No one else was aware. When Lu Ma heard her son's words, a hint of confusion showed in her eyes. After all, it was someone else's business, so she didn't dwell on it. Lu Zhou took out the potion developed by his aunt and examined it closely for a while. Finally, he informed his parents about its effects and distributed a test tube to each of them, just in case. Although it wasn't certain that his parents would encounter danger in the future, it was better to be prepared than not. When Lu Dad and Lu Ma received the test tubes, they were both shocked. "Son, is this really as miraculous as you say?" Their mouths said they believed it, but their eyes revealed skepticism. Lu Zhou smiled. "I don't know the effects yet, but my aunt has always been reliable in her work." Lu Ma nodded reassuringly and put the potion in a pouch carefully. Lu Dad did the same and then hurried to the living room to tend to the vegetables in the garden. He first loosened the soil around the lettuce, then watered the roots thoroughly. For the tomatoes and cucumbers, he pinched off the excess buds and branches to help the vegetables grow better. Lu Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, his dad had no clue about taking care of plants. However, after enduring the hardships of the apocalypse, Lu Dad was now completely different from before. Lu Zhou hadn't stood there for long when he saw Zhang Lele and his cousin walking in together. The two little girls looked vibrant and full of life. When his cousin saw Lu Dad and Lu Zhou, her eyes immediately lit up. "Auntie, brother, what are you doing?" The two girls laughed and approached Lu Zhou. Before he could respond, Lu Dad cheerfully said, "Come here, Tong Tong and Lele. Do you know what I'm doing right now?" Lu Zhou's eyebrows twitched in exasperation. Dad was trying to show off his skills, but before he could speak, Zhang Lele calmly replied, "I know. Uncle Lu, you're just pinching the plants." The little girl, despite her young age, spoke with authority. "The main purpose of this is to make the plants grow denser and stronger, right? And Uncle Lu, you're doing it wrong. You should pinch off this one." Saying this, she reached out and pinched off the branch that Lu Dad had missed. "Once you remove this, the plant will grow even better." Lu Dad stared at Zhang Lele in astonishment and murmured, "Lele, who taught you that?" "My grandma. She taught me and Tong Tong a lot of knowledge." Zhang Lele's eyes sparkled with confidence. Before the apocalypse, she had been a stubborn and ignorant little girl, but now, in the blink of an eye, she had grown into a big kid after just 3 months. Tong Tong covered her mouth and pulled her friend into the house. She acted coyly, saying, "Annie, we're going in to study. Brother, I want to drink that juice you made for me. Is there any left? Please make one for me and Lele." Her sweet voice lingered in the air as the little ones dashed into the house. Lu Dad's momentary pride was instantly deflated. With a pout, she turned to her son and complained, "What's that juice? Let me have a sip too." Lu Zhou squinted his eyes and smiled calmly. "Coming right up," he said. He turned and rummaged through the kitchen to find a few clean cups. Lu Ma was a bit surprised to see her son come in. As Lu Zhou started sharing the amusing stories from earlier, Lu Ma couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, your dad is just like this. Whenever something goes well, he rushes to show off to me like a child. It's been a while since I've seen him, and now he's not even letting the kids off the hook." Lu Ma's eyes were curved with laughter. Lu Zhou felt good too, and in the kitchen, besides the aroma of the food Lu Ma was cooking, there was also the sound of him washing the cups. Turning around, Lu Zhou noticed a calendar on the side. Judging by the design, it seemed to be theirs. "Mom, why did you bring the calendar?" Lu Zhou stared at the calendar, and Lu Ma looked at it too, then sighed softly. "It's been 3 years." The smile that had been on Lu Zhou's lips faded a little. He understood what Lu Ma meant. It had been 3 years since the apocalypse began. Unknowingly, those days of fear and anxiety had passed for 3 whole years. Lu Zhou had just turned 20 this year. He appeared more composed than before. Lu Ma seemed a bit lost in thought, and after a moment, she said, "This year we should celebrate the new year. We haven't done that in the past few years." That was true. The previous years had been tumultuous, and hardly anyone thought about celebrating the new year. However, now with the ongoing construction of the underground city becoming a reality, and the time spent living on the surface growing shorter, perhaps it was time to say goodbye to life above ground. When one thinks too much, it's easy to feel down. Just a moment ago, Lu Ma was joking with her son about Lu Dad, and now she suddenly felt melancholic. Like many others, she had no idea how long this wandering life would last. Lu Zhou noticed his mother's mood had dropped, so he didn't say much and carefully poured the bright red cherry juice into the glass. "Mom, drink some cherry juice. It's really delicious." Since it was autumn, Lu Zhou didn't dare to make ice, so he served it at room temperature. Lu Ma smiled and took the cup. After finishing it, her eyes lit up. "Son, you know this cherry juice you made is quite good. Did you prepare in advance? Or did your golden finger make this drink?" Lu Ma had gotten used to referring to Lu Zhou's gaming abilities as his golden finger. She usually read novels and understood the concept well. Seeing that Lu Ma's mood had improved, Lu Zhou said softly, "It's directly made by the golden finger. If you like it, I'll pour you another cup." After saying that, he pushed the drink towards Lu Ma. She didn't refuse and drank another large cup. After that, Lu Zhou happily took the remaining 3 cups of juice and left the kitchen. As usual, he gave 1 cup to Lu Dad and took the other 2 into the living room for his younger sisters. Zhang Lele looked at the bright red juice, feeling her mouth water, but she still put on a demeanor that showed no desire. Tong Tong was much more obedient. She ran to her brother, holding out the drink, and sweetly said, "Brother, you're the best. I love this so much." Nowadays, drinks were hard to come by and felt luxurious. To be able to have a sip of fresh juice was simply a treat. Chapter 368. The results are in. Lu Zhou was very aware of the situation and quickly came out of the room. By the time he reached the living room, his father had already left, leaving behind a tidy living space. Before long, Lu Zhou heard some commotion outside the door. He hurriedly opened the door, curious to see what was happening. This was a military-protected area, so there was no danger. Besides Lu Zhou, there were quite a few others who had also come to see the excitement. As soon as he opened the door, a familiar face came into view. "Wang Ge," he exclaimed in surprise, but looking at the few soldiers behind Wang De, he was somewhat uncertain about what Wang De was planning. Wang Da was definitively excited. With Li Jianren leading him around, he had secured a new house, and that wasn't all. He had even found a few people to help him move. What made him the happiest was that the new house was very close to his friends' homes, making it convenient for future gatherings. Seeing Lu Zhou suddenly, he immediately whispered excitedly about the situation. Of course, he intended to share this information only after they were inside, fearing that Li Jianren might face trouble. Having been burned by small-minded people in the past, Wang De was naturally cautious now. After hearing Wang Da's news, Lu Zhou felt that Wang De had finally made it through a tough time. "That's great. It's close by and the place is bigger. That's wonderful," Lu Zhou said with a warm smile, and Wang De let out a long sigh, his brows softening a bit. "Yeah, this way my family and Jiangshu's family will have more space." As Wang De spoke, he called for his wife and parents to help pack their things. Once the people around them cleared out, Wang De leaned closer to Lu Zhou and whispered, "Xiao Zhou, I'll be in charge of the weather forecast from now on." His tone was calm, but Lu Zhou was not so calm inside. Being involved in this aspect of work meant he would receive inside information sooner than others. His investment in Wang De had proven to be the right decision. Wang De continued quietly. "Li Jianren told me to work hard and said that in the future, when considering the entry indicators for the underground city, they would take into account the families of researchers and their wives and children." Lu Zhou quickly understood Wang Da's meaning. He was anxious to solve the difficulties his family faced in entering the underground city. "Understand, Wang Ge. My aunt should be able to manage as well." Lu Zhou was genuinely happy for his aunt. After chatting a bit more, Wang De rushed into the bedroom to pack. He worked quickly because they had just arrived with their luggage today and hadn't had the time to unpack yet. Originally, Wang Da's family had planned to unpack and organize, but they got busy with other tasks and hadn't had a chance to tidy up. Now, by coincidence, it was easier to deal with. After Wang Da's family moved into the new house, they attracted quite a few onlookers along the way. However, no one spoke ill of them. After watching the excitement, they all returned home. The Zhang family, of course, knew they had benefited from Wang Da's situation. So they went to Wang Da's new house and brought a bag of pumpkin pastries made by Grandma Zhang, along with some other goodies. The pumpkin pastries were Grandma Zhang's specialty. The crust was crispy and flaky, hot and golden, and when you broke it open, it oozed with a sweet filling. They were delicious. Wang Da smiled and accepted the gift. Naturally, since Grandma Zhang had made so many, she wouldn't just give them to the Wang family, but also made some for Lu Zhou and Wei Qingzhu's families. As Lu Zhou enjoyed the crispy sweet pastries, his memories involuntarily drifted back to when the apocalypse had just started. Back then, the Zhang family had also brought these pumpkin pastries as a thank you gift. Wei Qingzhu was unsure what to do, but he smoothly integrated into a research team that focused on locusts. Then, he successfully presented his research. He was very reliable, having developed various theories and innovations, and was cautious to the point that no one could find fault with him. Moreover, Wei Qingzhu publicly tested the effects of the restoration potion. First, he performed surgery on a little white mouse, then fed it the restoration potion. The little mouse squeaked frantically. It was unclear whether it was a natural instinct to seek help or something else, but it struggled to crawl toward the potion, aligning its mouth with the potion, gulping it down eagerly. Everyone watching the little mouse couldn't help but clench their hands tightly. Among them were Wei Qingzhu's colleagues and friends, their eyes shining with anticipation for the greater surprises Wei Qingzhu would bring them. On the other hand, another group of people looked at Wei Qingzhu with disdain. This group came from well-off backgrounds and usually looked down on those who supported Wei Qingzhu. At this moment, they were filled with doubt, mockery, anger, and schadenfreude, but lacked support and tolerance. As the little mouse grew weaker, 5 minutes passed. Was the experiment a failure? The people below were beginning to feel restless, but Wei Qingzhu on stage remained calm and composed. Finally, the first person who couldn't stand Wei Qingzhu spoke up. "Professor Wei, it looks like your experiment has failed. Xiao Wei, I think there's an issue with one of your data points. You should have discussed it with me before proceeding with the experiment. Now look, it's become a laughing stock, hasn't it?" Voices of criticism came from all sides. Immediately, someone stood up to defend Wei Qingzhu. "No, what do you mean?" Regardless, Professor Wei at least made a breakthrough that brought everyone here. Compared to those who contribute nothing every day, Professor Wei is miles ahead of them. The speaker was Wei Qingzhu's friend, Lu Xingwei. He had long been intolerant of the pretentiousness of this group and immediately retorted. "Exactly, Laowan. You should at least show some tolerance towards juniors, considering you've lived such a long life." After being accused of lacking tolerance for the younger generation, the group coughed a few times, and their expressions darkened. Lu Zhou, invited by his uncle, watched the group argue fiercely from a corner. The two sides were hurling insults without using profanity, but the malice was genuine. Lu Zhou suddenly felt that in the realm of scientific research, merely having loyalty and bravery wasn't enough. One also needed to know how to handle these intricate relationships. Suddenly, Wei Qingzhu spoke up. "Should everyone pay close attention?" His voice wasn't loud, but for some reason, everyone's gaze suddenly focused on him. After a brief cough, they shifted their attention back to the little white mouse. They had assumed the potion had no effect, but unexpectedly, at that moment, something astonishing happened. The little white mouse, which was on the brink of death and barely breathing, began to move slowly after drinking the potion. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene without moving. Once the little mouse started to move, the wound on its belly began to heal at an astonishing speed. The muscle and skin on the surface automatically began to grow back, and before long, the little mouse's wound was completely healed. The little mouse leaped up and joyfully scampered around in its cage. The crowd that had just been arguing fiercely was suddenly left in disbelief. Chapter 369, Contact. Everyone held their breath, fearing that they might disturb the research. Inside the cage, the little white mouse was no longer in a frail state. It was now lively and energetic. After a long silence, someone finally murmured, Congratulations to Professor Wei on the successful experiment. The others quickly followed suit, expressing their congratulations. After the events at Liangshan, Wei Qingzhu was now more aware of what to do next. He humbly accepted their praises and began to busily gather data and report to higher-ups, also busy with meetings, overwhelmed with work. When Lu Zhou saw his uncle succeeding and noticed that the number of soldiers responsible for safety around them had increased, he quietly slipped away. He had thought that today might be a relaxing day, but soon a call came in from the robot Dazhuang, whom he hadn't heard from in a long time. Lu Zhou answered immediately. Dazhuang, why are you only calling now? Did something unexpected happen? Dazhuang's voice came through. Yes, the place we initially arrived at wasn't our final destination. Now, my family and I have returned to our original home. Lu Zhou became anxious. Outside, there was radiation. Why would they go back? They needed to come to the shelter instead. Dazhuang, listen to me. The shelter is currently the safest place. You need to bring them here. Lu Zhou was thinking about this in his mind. The Yin family had the card issued by the military for subsidies, so they definitely needed to come to the shelter. Moreover, the time for the subsidies was approaching. If they delayed, they would miss it. As Lu Zhou was urging them to come over, Dazhuang replied, It's not that we don't want to come. It's because Grandma Yin got injured. Lu Zhou's heart sank. What happened? He soon learned that the injury was due to an incident that occurred at the temporary shelter they had stayed in. His voice turned cold as he said softly, Don't move. I will come find you. As Lu Zhou left, he still had the reagent that his uncle had given him in his pocket. He hoped that the injury wasn't too severe. Otherwise, the reagent would be of no use. While driving over, he wasted quite a bit of time on the road. By the time he arrived at the Yin family's place, several hours had passed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Zhou hurriedly got out of the car. As soon as he stepped out, he was embraced tightly by the burly Dazhuang. You're here, come in quickly. Following Dazhuang inside, Lu Zhou found the room dimly lit, and the air was filled with the stench of decay. His keen sense of smell immediately detected the odor. It was the smell of rotting flesh due to improper cleaning of a wound. He turned to see the elderly woman sitting on the bed. Her face looked pale, yet she wore a faint smile. A long, gruesome scar ran down her leg from her calf to her thigh. The scar looked straight and smooth at the edges, suggesting it had been cut by some sharp object. Suppressing a surge of anger, Lu Zhou forced a smile and greeted the elderly woman. She reached for her granddaughter with one hand and held out a card with the other, her eyes brimming with tears as she murmured, Xiao Zhou, I know I don't have long to live. You take the Zhuang and Yi to the shelter and live there, okay? They can use this card to get supplies. I've instructed them to make sure to send you some food when the time comes. The old lady rambled on, and although Ming Kuang had died, she didn't worry about herself at all. Instead, she focused on making sure her two loved ones were settled first. Lu Zhou was taken aback. Then he tightened his grip on her fingers. Grandma, you have to hold on. Otherwise, Yi will definitely cry her heart out. Yi, beside her, held on her grandmother's hand tightly. The usual playful spirit she had was completely gone. She pouted, looking like she was about to cry. Seeing this, Grandma Yan's eyes also turned red. Lu Zhou took out a vial of medicine. Grandma Yan, this medicine is a wound treatment that my uncle just researched. It has been tested on animals and is particularly effective. The old lady was somewhat tempted, but Lu Zhou hesitated, saying, However, this medicine hasn't been tested on humans yet. If you're afraid there's a risk, then forget it. The old lady smiled. It's fine. I was going to die anyway, so I'm not worried about this. Lu Zhou nodded, looked around, found a bowl, and poured a little of the solution into it, adding some water before giving it to the old lady to drink. He had seen his uncle give it to a little white mouse in this way. The old lady drank the medicine without hesitation. As soon as it reached her hands, she tilted her head back and gulped it down. Yiya and Zhuang looked at the old woman with concern. Lu Zhou was no exception. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Lu Zhou finally noticed that the old lady's wound was healing rapidly. The decaying flesh peeled away on its own, and then many tiny blood vessels and flesh emerged, first weaving into muscle, and later, skin grew back. The newly formed skin was even whiter than the skin on other parts of the old lady's body. The speed of healing astonished everyone. Grandma Yin felt the changes most acutely. Her leg, which had been extremely painful, felt much better after drinking the medicine. Moreover, as her leg healed completely, the last bit of discomfort vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. She was even able to get up and try to walk a few steps. Yia hurried to support her grandmother, and as Zhuang followed to lend a hand. Lu Zhou watched the three of them and felt that they got along quite well. Oh my, this is amazing. That huge wound just disappeared in an instant. Xiao Zhou, is this stuff expensive? Grandma Yin asked excitedly, immediately feeling guilty. Since the medicine worked so well, it must be hard to obtain and probably expensive. Just as she was overwhelmed with guilt, Lu Zhou replied calmly, "It might be a bit difficult to get right now, but soon it should be obtainable." Lu Zhou smiled, and Grandma Yin also relaxed. With everyone safe, the atmosphere naturally lightened compared to before. When it came to taking the three of them to the shelter, none of them refused. Lu Zhou helped them pack their belongings and drove them back to the shelter. With their luggage, they entered the sterilization area together for decontamination. When they came out, Lu Zhou inquired about the current situation regarding subsidies. The soldiers informed him that they needed to collect it themselves. As for the location, they pointed it out to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked up. It wasn't far. The shelter was currently safe and still guaranteed. The soldiers worked in shifts to ensure safety. As soon as the three entered, it was like stepping into a new city. They widened their eyes, looking around at everything with curiosity. Lu Zhou took the opportunity to share the information he had just received and, after some inquiries, learned that everyone receiving subsidies would be assigned a small single bedroom. It was small. Once inside, there were only 2 bunk beds, and there was just enough room for a few belongings. Nothing more could fit. Chapter 370, Broken. If cooking is necessary, you can do it at the entrance. Alternatively, you can make do inside the house, though it's quite inconvenient. In just a short while, Lu Zhou noticed several people coming out with small pots to prepare some food. Of course, most people chose to eat items that didn't require heating or cooking. Those who could spare extra energy for cooking were not particularly disadvantaged. De Zhuang took Iya to collect the subsidized rations, leaving Lu Zhou and the old lady alone. For safety reasons, Lu Zhou didn't rush to leave, but silently observed the surroundings to see if there were any troublesome individuals nearby. After looking around, he noticed that everyone kept their distance from the 4 of them. Lu Zhou pondered whether it was De Zhuang's imposing appearance that scared them off. His speculation didn't last long before De Zhuang returned with news. It turns out that the card they had was a privilege for those eligible to receive subsidies. Here, as long as you have this card, you naturally receive protection from the military. If someone were to provoke them maliciously, the military wouldn't let such acts go unpunished. After all, those who could obtain the compensation card were either people with merits or significant figures. How could their families be bullied by bad guys? When Lu Zhou learned this news, he was slightly taken aback, but then he felt that the commander had indeed invested a lot. The most important function of this card wasn't to receive subsidies, but to ensure your safety and stay alive. Lu Zhou sighed, thinking he should say a few good words about this person in front of his uncle. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. When Zhuang came back, he brought back quite a bit of food. Lu Zhou glanced at it and saw instant noodles, ham, vegetables, mainly potatoes and carrots, staple rice, and canned meat. Moreover, as a privilege for the families receiving subsidies, the military provided them with a portable stove and 2 gas canisters. The gas canisters would be replenished with 2 every month. It wasn't a lot, but it was the military doing their best. Lu Zhou reminded everyone to be careful while using the portable stove. Make sure to pull this tube out a bit. Don't let the pot and the gas canister be placed together, or it might explode. De Zhuang chuckled, I know that. His family service center system made it very clear. Lu Zhou face-bombed and turned his head to see Grandma Yin and Yi's eyes shining brightly, smiling happily. Xiao Zhou, thank you so much. Otherwise, Where would we find such a good place to stay? Grandma Yin was well aware that if it hadn't been for Lu Zhou's efforts, she and Yi might have already died outside. Without the certificate Lu Zhou helped them obtain, they wouldn't have had supplies or a place to live. Thinking about it, Grandma Yin felt even more grateful to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou also handed them a package of food, candy and dairy products. Save them for Yiya. These vegetables are from the plants grown in my family's pots. You can take them. Lu Zhou held a large bundle of chicken feather vegetables. By the way, this soil is the nutrient soil my uncle made, which is great for growing plants. Here are some seeds. You can keep them. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. He gave them a portion of nutrient soil that was 10 times diluted compared to what was at Zhang's family home, and Lu Zhou wasn't afraid of causing trouble. However, he still felt the need to remind them. Leaning in closer, he whispered, "Grandma Yin, this nutrient soil is in limited quantity, so try not to let others see it." At first, Grandma Yin didn't quite understand what he meant, but once she saw the vegetables that should have taken a month to grow sprouting in just a week, she immediately grasped Lu Zhou's reminder. The growth of the vegetable roots and branches was astonishingly quick. It wasn't long before the planted vegetables could be harvested repeatedly. Seeing the unbroken supply of fresh vegetables at home for the first time, Grandma Yin finally understood the depth of Lu Zhou's words. Moreover, she discovered that any vegetables planted were surprisingly resilient and didn't attract pests. This was a significant advantage. Grandma Yin hurriedly hid all these vegetables in the house. Moreover, she instructed Dazhuang and Yaya not to say anything about it. Dazhuang, Yaya, you both need to keep your mouths shut. If anyone finds out about these good things, our family will be ruined. Yaya, having experienced the pain of losing her father, quickly nodded. I will, Grandma. Dazhuang smiled and kept quiet. I will. Only then did Grandma Yin relax and show a smile. Today we will have something good to eat. Before leaving, Lu Zhou had left them a small bucket of cooking oil. In order to save fuel, Grandma Yin made a mixed stew with potatoes and meat. She also made a few corn cakes and stuck them to the side of the iron pot. During this time, the pot was bubbling with a fragrant aroma, and Yaya stared at the food in the pot with wide eyes, feeling her mouth water. It smells so good, Grandma. I want to eat a lot later. Yaya pulled Dazhuang's arm. Uncle Dazhuang should eat more too. The three of them sat around the table until the food was ready. They took out bowls and chopsticks and immediately tasted a bite. Yaya, ignoring the scalding heat, exclaimed with bright eyes, "So delicious." "It's tasty. Eat more." Grandma Yin said as she took out the sauce Lu Zhou had brought and poured some for both of them. "This is the sauce your brother Lu brought. You and Dazhuang should drink more." The red sauce in the bowl tempted Yaya's little greedy cat instincts. Grandma should drink too. Yaya insisted on letting Grandma Yin drink first, and after Grandma Yin smiled and took a small sip, Yaya pretended to be angry. "If Grandma doesn't drink, then I won't drink either." Grandma Yin had no choice but to drink half of it, but her eyes sparkled with happiness. When it was Yaya's turn to drink, she gulped it down in one breath. Smacking her lips, the sweet flavor of the sauce lingered in her mouth. She wanted to drink it again next time. Yaya secretly vowed that when she had the ability to get drinks in the future, she would also send some to Lu Zhou. On Lu Zhou's side, after resolving the issues with Grandma Yan's family, Lu Zhou finally felt truly relaxed. However, when he just passed by the house where his aunt lived, he saw several soldiers standing at the door. Unlike the usual security soldiers, these people exuded a sense of malice. Lu Zhou frowned and strode over, intending to knock on the door. The soldiers at the door blocked him. Frowning, they presented a formidable aura. Military secret, no entry. Lu Zhou took a deep breath, his eyes cold and unreadable. "I'm a relative of someone inside and have the right to request entry." The soldiers at the door were still unwilling to let Lu Zhou in. Lu Zhou did not forget to call his aunt. The call was quickly connected. When Wei Qingzhu learned about this matter, all the blood in his body seemed to freeze. His hair stood on end, and he immediately thought of the worst possible outcome. Had Xiaolin and Tong Tong been discovered for their unique physical conditions? But remembering the several samples of T-34 substances he had in his bag, he forced himself to calm down. Chapter 371, Dr. Chun. There is still hope. Even in the worst-case scenario, the synthetic compound he developed is better than simply extracting substances from the human body. Although the synthetic compound may not be as effective as the purified substance, its controllability is far superior. Moreover, the most important thing is that anyone with a normal brain should know that recruiting a high-end technician who understands synthetic compounds is much easier than dealing with purified substances, provided they are not foolish. They should be able to see which choice is better. Wei Qingzhu's rationality told him to stay calm, but his palms were clenched tightly. For the first time, his eyes were filled with anxiety, and the pace of the Zhou family quickened. He needed to hurry, faster. Lu Zhou was aware of the situation with his uncle, and when he looked at the several strong men in front of the door, he considered for a moment and decided to step aside for now. A direct assault was not feasible. He still had many skills he could use, so it was best to sneak in quietly and see what these people were up to. After making up his mind, Lu Zhou immediately put on his invisibility cloak and then used the shadow traversal skill to quickly avoid the few people at the door, slipping into the house. As soon as he entered the house, Lu Zhou sensed that the atmosphere inside was not right. Normally, his parents would be home, but now the living room only had some soldiers in military uniforms, along with his aunt and cousin. Lu Zhou's heart sank. Avoiding the people in the living room, he hurried to his bedroom to check on his parents' safety. At the door of his parents' bedroom, a soldier was standing guard. Lu Zhou's expression grew cold as he quickly slipped into the room. Upon entering, he saw his father and mother collapsed on the bed, unconscious. Lu Zhou's heart immediately jumped into his throat. He checked their breath. They were still alive. In the next second, a raging anger ignited in Lu Zhou's chest. These people should die. Looking at his parents' symptoms, they had likely been injected with anesthetics. Lu Zhou's nerves were racing. After giving his parents each a bowl of detoxification drink, Lu Zhou returned to the living room. Jiang Xiaolin was tightly holding her daughter, looking at these people with fear in her eyes. "What do you want in my house? Why did you harm my family?" She was somewhat scared, but thinking of her sister's situation ignited her anger even more. These people had suddenly barged into their home, first subduing her sister and brother-in-law, and then drawing blood from her and her daughter. Jiang Xiaolin's nerves were on edge. The blood from her and her daughter could not be leaked. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Remembering the terrifying nightmare Lu Zhou had mentioned earlier, Jiang Xiaolin struggled desperately to prevent them from successfully drawing blood. The assailants probably didn't expect her to fight back so violently, and one of them quickly knocked her unconscious. Tong Tong was frightened, tears in her eyes, shaking her mother incessantly. After obtaining the blood, the intruders began conducting simple tests. When Lu Zhou arrived, he heard one of them say, "1 minute left." 1 minute? What were these people waiting for? Lu Zhou quietly moved closer, watching as one of them manipulated a simple piece of equipment. Beside him were 2 vials of blood, clearly labeled with names, Jiang Xiaolin and Wei Tongtong. A cold sweat instantly broke out over Lu Zhou. This group of people really came looking for trouble. Lu Zhou quickly began to think of a countermeasure. Soon, taking advantage of the fact that these people were not paying attention, he dripped 2 drops of cherry juice into the instruments. Since both were red, nobody noticed anything wrong. A minute quickly passed, and Lu Zhou watched as a man held the instrument, examining it for a long time, before finally hesitantly saying, "Dr. Chun, this instrument doesn't seem right." The person called Dr. Chun looked down at the device, and in the next second he stroked his chin, deep in thought. Lu Zhou observed coldly. Dr. Chun appeared to be a young man, around 28 or 29 years old. He looked unfamiliar. What a pity. Could it be that it's not? The readings were based on my calculations. It shouldn't be like this. Dr. Chin covered his mouth, pondering something. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu and her group had already approached their own doorstep. Forget it. Let's not talk about it for now. Just take the people away. We'll continue our research back at the base. Actually, Taking them back for testing would be safer, but Dr. Chun, eager for research, suggested conducting an experiment on the spot. This didn't take long, only 10 minutes, and everyone went along with him. Little Tong Tong, with her mouth agape, shouted, "Let me go. My dad is a senior researcher. He's more capable than all of you." One of the men chuckled as he leaned closer to her, smiling. "You're mistaken. The most capable researcher is our Dr. Chun." Dr. Chun had just come from Kyoto, chasing after a mysterious substance. He gained fame at a young age, being labeled a genius at just 10 years old. Dr. Chun had no sense of right and wrong, and was wholly absorbed in experiments. Moreover, his family background allowed him to do whatever he wanted. In the eyes of those around Dr. Chun, everyone from Liangshan posed no threat at all, let alone others. Even the commander of Liangshan had to heed the words from Kyoto. In the perspective of these people from Kyoto, they saw themselves as the sky, while other places were just rural folks. These things were never openly discussed. When Dr. Chun and his group entered, they had received passes from Kyoto. It could be said that Dr. Chun and his group came to Liangshan directly to find someone, without Liangshan even being aware. It was fortunate that Lu Zhou personally encountered this situation. Otherwise, if his aunt and cousin were taken away, he might not have known the truth at all. Seeing that his aunt hadn't arrived yet and that his aunt and cousin were about to be taken away, Lu Zhou thought it was not good. He had already taken out a tranquilizer needle as a weapon. These people couldn't be killed. Otherwise, the subsequent handling would be troublesome. He loaded the tranquilizer needle, waited for the right moment, and aimed at the nearest person to shoot. Lu Zhou didn't stop there, but continued to fire at the others. Some were alert and dodged the attack, but a large portion of people were hit by the tranquilizer needles and instantly fainted. Only 2 people remained, closely protecting Dr. Chen's safety. Dr. Chen showed no signs of fear on his face. He didn't quite understand where the attack was coming from, but that didn't stop him from speaking to Lu Zhou. "There's no need to go against us. We're here to take these 2 people for the sake of the world. When the research is complete, that day will be one that all humanity looks forward to for evolution." He spoke with interest, emphasizing each word. Lu Zhou felt a surge of anger in his chest. To hell with your world, to hell with your righteousness. All he wanted was to keep his family safe and live out their lives together. Why was this wish so hard to achieve? In an instant, Lu Zhou developed a murderous intent towards Dr. Chun. Chapter 372, Game of Strategy. For a twisted scientist like this, who had no moral compass, it was certain that he would produce even worse outcomes in the future. It would be better to kill him now. Lu Zhou's murderous intent surged fiercely. To avoid any mishaps, he had even switched to a laser gun. One shot, one kill. Just as Lu Zhou tightened his grip on the laser gun, preparing to eliminate this annoying guy, a sudden noise came from the front door. Immediately, it caught the attention of Lu Zhou and the 3 remaining people in the room. Quickly, not long after, the door swung open with a loud bang. It was his uncle, who had rushed in with soldiers from Liangshan. Wei Qingzhu was gasping for breath. Upon seeing his wife faint on the ground and his daughter with tears in her eyes, along with the 2 blood-drawing tubes next to the soldiers, his anger surged. At this moment, even his head was pounding painfully. After seeing the group of people lying helplessly on the ground, Wei Qingzhu was somewhat dazed. What happened? Who came and dealt with these people? But that could wait. The most important thing now was to find out why this group of people was here. "Who are you people?" Wei Qingzhu strode over, supporting his wife and daughter. Tong Tong was already terrified. She clutched her father's hand tightly. Dr. Chan was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "I've heard your name, Professor Wei, right? This time, we mainly came to ask your family to cooperate a little. We need to take them to the laboratory in Kyoto. They possess a mysterious power within them, and I am about to unravel this secret." Hearing this, Wei Qingzhu was furious. "Why should I cooperate with you? You barged in here and harmed my family. How could I possibly let you take my family away?" As Wei Qingzhu spoke, someone behind him discreetly made a phone call. This was to call the commander. "Now, Liangshan still needed to follow the directives from Kyoto. Dr. Chen's smile widened even more. I'm sorry, Professor Wei. I was too anxious. I should have let you see the procedures first. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. At the bottom corner, it bore a bright red stamp. It states that Liangshan is to cooperate with my requisition. Don't worry, Professor Wei. I will take good care of your family. By the way, if you're really worried, you can also come and join my research team. Dr. Chen's smile was chilling, while Wei Qingzhu stared at the paper for several moments. Indeed, there was a central stamp at the bottom corner. How absurd! The higher-ups actually allowed him to act recklessly. This was his family. It was a complete disregard for him. Wei Qingzhu's breathing became slightly heavier, and just as he spoke, the commander in charge of Liangshan also arrived. Previously, Lu Zhou had been involved in the locust incident with his uncle and had seen the head of Liangshan once. He vaguely remembered that the person had a commanding presence that made one reluctant to underestimate him. As he arrived, Dr. Chen nodded slightly, and his tone became much more subdued. Commander Song, you're here. Are you eager to uphold justice for me? As he spoke, he shoved the paper into the chest of Commander Song's female secretary. The provocation was evident. The female secretary's face darkened instantly as she realized the identity of the person. Calmly, she pulled out the paper, smoothed out the wrinkles, and handed it to Commander Song for a closer inspection. Song Wei glanced at it for a few seconds and felt a sense of certainty rise within him. The higher-ups in Kyoto really did not take this local area seriously at all. How could they dare to think they still held the top position? Song Wei curled his lips into a smile, taking the paper. Dr. Chun, you are being very disrespectful to my secretary. Sorry, but that's just the atmosphere over there. Dr. Chen smiled, his gaze unwavering as he stared at the person in front of him. Song Wei smiled even more gently. Is that so? At this moment, both Lu Zhou and Wei Qingzhu felt a bit uneasy. Would the person in charge of Liangshan really allow the other party to take away their Annie Qian? If Qian insisted on taking her away, Lu Zhou would inevitably blow this place to smithereens and then escape with Annie Qian and her family. Everyone was watching Song Wei's actions closely, and to their surprise, he simply tore the note in half. Shred. TSK, Dr. Chun, look at you. If you hadn't properly handed this to me, now it's ruined. His tone was very calm. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished, their brows twitching. Does this mean that Siwen is planning to... Everyone fell silent, quietly watching the situation unfold. Lu Zhou moved a bit closer to Annie Qian, ready to rescue the three if anything unexpected happened. Dr. Chen's expression instantly turned grim. What do you mean? He had been a genius since childhood, adored by others, able to do whatever he wanted, and no one had ever dared to insult him like this. Although the person opposite was older than him, if calculated by the past, their fundamental status couldn't be compared to his. He was the most outstanding scientist in Kyoto, standing at the pinnacle of his field. Now he merely wanted the other party to cooperate and take some experimental materials. And these people were already beginning to resist? If others knew what Dr. Chan was thinking at this moment, they would definitely find him extremely cold-blooded. He was simply a madman. The two sides were at odds, and the atmosphere became tense in an instant. Song Siwen maintained a smile on his face. I've disturbed Professor Wei's family. I see that the defense is not sufficient, so I'll arrange for my people to take care of it from now on. In the future, without my command, anyone who forcibly breaches will be dealt with ruthlessly. As soon as these words were spoken, both Wei Qingzhu and Lu Zhou breathed a little easier. No matter how these big shots fought, at least they were safe for now. Dr. Chen's face turned ugly. You are. While speaking, he prepared to make a phone call. The people beside him reacted quickly, immediately entangling him and not allowing him to move freely. Seeing this, Lu Zhou swiftly dealt a blow, and the phone that Dr. Chan was holding was now smashed to the ground, picked up by Song Siwen. With so many people, this struggle naturally ended with Song Siwen's victory. Dr. Chun and the others were detained and taken to an interrogation room by the soldiers who arrived later, completely losing the earlier arrogance. Afterwards, Song Wei asked Wei Qingzhu the most concerning question. Professor Wei, do you know that your family's blood is different from that of ordinary people? When the other party asked, he was very calm, but Wei Qingzhu had to carefully assess how to respond to this question. After a moment of consideration, he smiled wryly and nodded. Yes, I know. I noticed something was off a long time ago during the examination. Song Wei's expression was very calm, but admiration flashed in his eyes. Lu Zhou and Wei Qingzhu immediately understood that the other party had already known about this matter. He had deliberately dug a pit, waiting for Annie Qian to answer the question. To speak honestly might increase the goodwill of the other side. Wei Qingzhu was well aware of this point. When he saw the warm smile on the other party's face, he felt that he had made the right bet. Chapter 373, The Guarantor. In fact, Song Wei was quite deliberate about this. He had long harbored a vague suspicion, and later unexpectedly obtained blood samples from these two individuals. His subordinates provided him with a report. At that time, if it weren't for Wei Qingzhu's exceptional talent, compared to the ethereal experiments, Liangshan needed a more practical scientist. To reassure Wei Qingzhu, Song Wei had never harbored any ill intentions towards his family. Moreover, aside from him and the head of the laboratory, no one else was aware of this matter. To maximize the protection of the outstanding scientist Wei Qingzhu, Song Wei signaled the other party to keep quiet and bury this matter deep within their hearts. With the guidance of the Liangshan leader, the other party naturally complied. However, what Song Wei was more curious about was how these people from Kyoto got wind of this news. Lu Zhou also thought of this issue. Furrowing his brows, he pondered for a few seconds before instantly suspecting one matter. At that time, his aunt and uncle came to Beijing intending to settle there. His uncle had just graduated from university and was assigned as a researcher in Kyoto. When the two had already decided to stay in Kyoto, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. Lu Zhou was unclear about the specifics. He had heard fragments of this story from his parents. After his uncle and aunt returned from Kyoto, they settled in Jiguang City. Lu Zhou's eyes flickered. Could it be that because they had lived and worked in Kyoto back then, this group was able to target his aunt? It's worth noting that entering the workplace back then also required a medical examination. Perhaps that was when the information was left behind? Lu Zhou thought a lot in his heart, and then quietly stared at his uncle in front of him. Wei Qingzhu slightly furrowed his brows, as he also recalled the traces left from his time in Kyoto. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. However, he quickly realized that the most urgent matter was to convince Song Wei to prevent himself and his family and friends from facing threats from the other side. Wei Qingzhu adjusted his demeanor, and his thin lips moved slightly. Director Song, regarding the substance present in my family, I have actually researched quite a bit in secret. Previously, due to concerns for my family's safety, I couldn't disclose the truth, but now continuing to hide it is no longer the best course of action. Concerning the T-34 substance, I can now artificially synthesize it, and its efficacy is relatively controllable. Although it is slightly less effective than the purely natural extract, its stability and mass production capability is currently achievable for me. As Wei Qingzhu spoke, he watched the changes in the other party's expression. Seeing the other party's emotions show slight fluctuations, Wei Qingzhu smiled faintly. It's good to see some changes. It indicates that he is indeed interested in this. In fact, Song Wei was genuinely surprised. After all, he had long known that the T-34 substance was hard to control. Many people in the laboratory had failed to manage this substance, so there was no need to push Wei Qingzhu to attempt such a difficult task. What he didn't expect was that Wei Qingzhu could actually produce this thing in bulk. Moreover, he could achieve effective control over it. This was undoubtedly a major revelation, and naturally, anyone with a normal mind would know how to choose. It was to choose Wei Qingzhu, who could continuously produce the T-34 substance. After all, synthetic materials could develop rapidly, whereas extracts remained unchanged. Song Wei wouldn't care about what Wei Qingzhu had done before. What mattered was that now, his value had clearly increased. Thinking from another's perspective, don't say that Wei Qingzhu is unwilling to speak about this matter for the sake of his family. If it were him, he would also keep it tightly under wraps. At this thought, a hint of admiration flashed in Song Wei's eyes. After a few more exchanges, he arranged Wei Qingzhu's work schedule for after this incident. Once everything was confirmed to be handled appropriately, Wei Qingzhu was escorted home by someone. Two personal doctors, carrying medications, continued to treat Jiang Xiaolin. Seeing that his uncle and aunt had left, Lu Zhou was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what else Song Wei would do. Under Lu Zhou's gaze, Song Wei slowly sat down on the sofa, his eyes deep. It wasn't until the cigarette he lit burned down to his fingers that he finally reacted. Furrowing his brows, he said coldly, "Come with me to the interrogation room." Lu Zhou pondered. He needed to find Dr. Chun. In such a crucial moment for intelligence gathering, how could Lu Zhou leave? Naturally, he quietly followed the main group. When they arrived at the interrogation room, Lu Zhou could see that Dr. Chun was no longer as spirited as before and seemed somewhat downcast. However, when he saw Song Wei, he immediately let out a mocking laugh. "You better take me home, otherwise you won't be able to bear the wrath of Kyoto." Lu Zhou frowned. The current situation was so chaotic, and with the distance from the capital, how could he say such things without fear of unexpected outcomes? Song Wei, however, was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. "What's the rush? I'll send you home in a few days. However, Professor Wei is our Liangshan's most important scientist. For the greater good, it is essential for us to secure the safety of Professor Wei's family. Therefore, I do not approve of your intention to take away Professor Wei's family. The importance of Professor Wei needs to be reassessed, and I feel he is above you." Song Wei spoke ruthlessly, and after finishing, he left the interrogation room, provoking Dr. Chen's impotent rage. But there was nothing he could do. Even if he wanted to complain, he had no grounds. After all, Song Wei had not done anything to him. Lu Zhou quietly watched Dr. Chun, and that feeling of wanting to kill him surged up again. He wanted to eliminate such a dangerous person, but he couldn't kill him directly. Due to Dr. Chen's identity, Song Wei had not casually laid a hand on him. What if he thought of a way to let him die in the wild? Lu Zhou's brain raced, and then, without anyone noticing, he marked Dr. Chun. He planned to eliminate him on the road when Dr. Chun was heading home. In that case, he would have taken care of a dangerous individual. After all, Lu Zhou was confident in his ability to come and go without a trace. He would fake the scene, making everyone suspect that it was an accident. Quickly, Lu Zhou left the room. He no longer felt like following Song Wei. He turned and maintained his invisibility, leaving the place. We got home, his aunt and uncle were gathered around his parents. Lu Zhou suddenly remembered that his parents had been anesthetized earlier and probably hadn't woken up yet. He immediately rushed in, and Wei Qingzhu showed up in front of Lu Zhou. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to tell Lu Zhou everything. Lu Zhou already knew all the facts, so he took it all in stride. Jiang Xiaolin frowned tightly, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Wei Qingzhu suppressed his worries and reassured her, saying, "Now that I've told them I can synthesize T-34 substances, if anyone is a normal person, they won't think taking my family away is a good idea." Chapter 374, Egg. Don't worry. Even if you have no expectations of human nature, you should at least have some expectations of human greed. Seeing that Andy was thinking so clearly, Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Auntie, don't worry. I'll protect you all." Jiang Xiaolin forced a smile. "Yeah, I'm not worried. I have my big nephew to protect me. By the way, I'll go make dinner now. When sister and brother-in-law wake up, they can have something hot to eat." Jiang Xiaolin left in a hurry, leaving Wei Qingzhu and Lu Zhou behind. Wei Qingzhu's face was serious, clearly indicating that this matter was indeed unsettling. After a long pause, he finally said, "Xiao Zhou, in the end, this is a gamble. If Liangshan is unwilling to fall out with Kyoto, then we will be in danger." He looked bitter. "When things reach the worst point, you should take them and run as far as you can." Lu Zhou's heart raced violently for a moment, Then he comforted him. "It won't happen, Auntie. Everything will be fine. I will kill Dr. Chun and eliminate this unstable factor." Lu Zhou clenched his fingers tightly, deciding to refine this plan later. Not long after, Lu Dad and Lu Mom slowly woke up. Once they learned about the situation from Lu Zhou, they were instantly confused. Then, Lu Mom frowned and went to the kitchen to find her sister, while Lu Dad stared intently at Lu Zhou without moving. "Xiao Zhou, you're not thinking about doing something to Dr. Chun, are you?" A mother's intuition was sharp. Lu Zhou's involuntary reaction revealed his true intentions. Lu Zhou didn't want to worry his dad, so he smiled and changed the subject. "What are you talking about? There's nothing going on." Lu Dad nodded. "Don't act rashly. This is someone from Kyoto. Killing Dr. Chun would be bad for all the residents of Liangshan." Lu Zhou cautiously nodded, thinking to himself that he had to be more careful when it came to killing. Days passed quickly, and soon it was time to let the tiger return to the mountain. A group of military officers opened the door and invited Dr. Chun to come out. "Dr. Chun, please, it's time for you to leave." In addition to releasing Dr. Chun, the other soldiers he brought were also let go. These soldiers belonged to Kyoto and were not familiar with the locals of Liangshan. Moreover, after experiencing the end times, there was actually no real bond between the two groups. Dr. Chun snorted disdainfully. "Ha, just you wait." After saying that, he led the dozen or so people behind him on the road home. They drove the same vehicles they came in. There were 2 vehicles in total, a small SUV and a big pickup truck. Both vehicles were equipped with heavy weapons. To be honest, the weapon development in Kyoto had already hit a bottleneck. However, the discovery of a suspected alien advanced laboratory in Liangshan undoubtedly accelerated the research process. When they departed, these matters were concealed under Song Wei's instructions. Kyoto was unaware of this. The escorting Dr. Chun was precisely the Kyoto military equipped with the best weapons. Lu Zhou sensed the shift in Dr. Chen's location and quickly made his way to the Liangshan entrance. He only needed to lower his head slightly to easily see the 2 vehicles that Dr. Chun was taking away. The weapons are quite good. These people really went to a lot of trouble to protect Dr. Chun. Lu Zhou's eyes flickered. As he watched these people leave Liangshan, he used shadow, shuttling to exit without passing through the city gate. This way is good. It maximizes the chance of avoiding suspicion. Moreover, it leaves no witnesses. When the time comes, even if Dr. Chun dies outside, no one will suspect him. To reduce attention, Lu Zhou deliberately wore an invisibility cloak. After several shadowy shuttles, he stood firmly on the roof of the opponent's vehicle. The vehicle he was on was a large pickup truck. Modern pickups, after modifications, often come with a closed-top design. Lu Zhou comfortably sat on the roof, planning to wait for the right moment to strike. However, to avoid causing trouble for Liangshan, he decided it would be better to wait until the vehicle had traveled some distance before taking action. After speeding for over 100 miles, Lu Zhou felt a sudden itch in his hands. It's time to kill. Just as the thought of killing crossed his mind, he sensed some commotion in the compartment below him. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow, unsure if they had discovered him. Discovered? Impossible. If he had been found, he would have certainly been greeted by a barrage of gunfire from inside the vehicle. What exactly is causing the turmoil down there? Lu Zhou felt a sense of doubt. He turned sideways and peered through the small window of the compartment to look inside. At that moment, he was taken aback, his body stiffening. In the center of a group of people protecting it was a gigantic egg, glowing with a crystalline light. In Lu Zhou's eyes, it emitted a faint green glow. What on earth is that thing? As Lu Zhou stared intently at the egg, he noticed something was off with the people guarding it. They were supposed to be steadfast in their positions, but for some reason, the abdomen of this group was emitting a similar faint green light. The weak green light they were radiating was being absorbed by the central egg. Lu Zhou's mind went into overdrive, and a dangerous warning signal flooded his brain. Danger! Get out of here! His brain screamed for him to leave, and Lu Zhou suppressed the buzzing in his head, his body instinctively retreating from the roof of the vehicle. He had a strong feeling that staying any longer would lead to something terrible happening. Lu Zhou's sixth sense proved to be accurate. Just a few seconds after he jumped off the vehicle, it erratically crashed into a small SUV in front of it. The two vehicles came to an abrupt stop, one after the other. When the pickup truck collided with Dr. Chun from behind, he was just about to make a phone call. As he dialed, the impact from the rear vehicle caused him to bite his tongue. The intense pain surged through Dr. Chen's body. Struggling to find local anesthetics, Dr. Chen immediately injected a needle into his tongue, then scrambled to find something to bandage the wound and stop the bleeding. After handling everything, his eyes were filled with rage. What the hell can't they drive? Just as the vehicle broke down and came to a halt, Dr. Chun jumped out, supported by two senior military officers beside him. They approached the pickup truck. The senior officer beside Dr. Chen spoke sternly. "What's going on? Did something happen? Can you speak? Quickly report the situation." After asking several times, the inside of the vehicle remained silent. For a moment, Dr. Chun and those around him felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that everyone in the back is dead? Lu Zhou watched silently from a distance. His intuition told him that something terrifying might happen soon, so he didn't get too close to deliver himself as a head. Chapter 375, Taking Away Dr. Chun. Sure enough, just as Dr. Chun and the others sensed that something was off and tried to escape from the off-road vehicle, the pickup truck exploded. In just a few moments, Lu Zhou noticed wisps of green light emerging from inside it. These lights had a strong, penetrating power and soon rushed towards Dr. Chun and the others. Lu Zhou was momentarily stunned. What on earth were these things? He squinted and carefully observed from a distance. He clearly remembered that those green lights had appeared from the abdominal areas of these people and had then gathered in several strands that entered that egg. The egg, right? Where did that egg go? Lu Zhou became alert immediately and directed his gaze to the chaotic pickup truck towards the inside. After a careful look, he realized that the egg was gone. This discovery sent a chill down Lu Zhou's spine. He had initially thought that Dr. Chun and the others had taken the egg with them, but now it seemed that was not the case. Lu Zhou quietly watched the movements of the group in front of him, trying to see what would happen next. Dr. Chun and the others reacted quickly. The moment they sensed something was wrong, they turned and ran towards the off-road vehicle. Those who were quicker even flanked Dr. Chun and rushed inside. Unfortunately, despite their speed, the vehicle didn't start up as quickly. After some struggle, the off-road vehicle finally managed to ignite. Go! Dr. Chen's tongue was numb with pain, but a sense of impending doom washed over him. He struggled to give orders as the off-road vehicle accelerated forward. However, the wisps of green light that Lu Zhou had seen earlier quickly caught up. They penetrated inside, entangling the few people in the vehicle. To observe the situation, Lu Zhou took out a pair of binoculars. Through the lens, he saw that these people were all fighting desperately against the green lights. But eventually, all the lights dove into their stomachs. Soon, a startling scene unfolded before Lu Zhou. Like feeding, those green lights appeared dimly in the abdomens of the others, with the target of their gathering being Dr. Chun. At that moment, Dr. Chun was drenched in sweat, and the pain was so intense that he couldn't even open his mouth. An indescribable agony filled his entire body. Lu Zhou watched closely and seemed to see that Dr. Chen's body was undergoing some kind of transformation. For safety, Lu Zhou activated the protective shield and also checked for any dangers around. This was a remote road. Logically, there shouldn't be too many people around. However, as he looked at the numerous green dots displayed on the protective shield, Lu Zhou felt a chill. What on earth were these people doing? Soon, a group of people emerged. They were dressed in exaggerated outfits, which, from Lu Zhou's perspective, had recently become associated with the True God cult. These people grabbed Dr. Chun and the others and, under the leadership of one, clasped their hands together, squinting their eyes and smiling eerily. Lu Zhou's ears were sharp, and he caught the voices of this group. The True God has chosen him as the vessel for the descent. We must take him back and nurture him until the True God descends. Lu Zhou's brow twitched wildly. He had always scoffed at the people of the True God cult. How could there possibly be any gods? But then something surprising happened. The missing egg reappeared. It manifested in Dr. Chen's abdomen, radiating a light even more dazzling than when Lu Zhou first saw it. Dr. Chen had long since fainted. Surrounding people carefully lifted Dr. Chen and spoke respectfully with their leader. Yes, we will definitely take good care of the true God. The scene was somewhat mystifying, causing Lu Zhou to frown. However, he did not act rashly. His instincts told him that this matter was not so simple. Indeed, the egg inside Dr. Chen seemed to have grown larger. At this moment, Lu Zhou noticed that the green light representing Dr. Chen's life had turned into a yellow glow. This indicated that he was close to death. If according to their claims, the egg is to parasitize, it should ensure the host's safety, right? While Lu Zhou was pondering, he recorded this scene. It would definitely be of great use later. Killing Dr. Chen was not something he would do, but the True God cult clearly appeared to be no ordinary group. Lu Zhou knew that this group of people were fanatics of a cult. They dared to do anything. At that time, Liangshan had to deploy at least 3 teams to carry out a large-scale purge of the True God cult to control the evil sect. Later, the True God cult did not appear again in Liangshan, but it seemed these people were lying in ambush nearby. Lu Zhou secretly decided to anonymously send this video to the leaders in Liangshan once he returned. As for the side of Kyoto, he would generously send a copy there as well, to prevent them from thinking that Liangshan had killed Dr. Chen. The True God cult members quickly dealt with Dr. Chen, and Lu Zhou remained motionless, watching them to see which direction they would leave. However, what he did not expect was that they disappeared right in front of him. Lu Zhou rubbed his eyes to confirm that they had truly vanished. Damn, isn't this a bit beyond imagination? Lu Zhou's head felt a bit swollen. He could not understand where the True God cult members got such abilities. Assuming there was someone among them who could traverse space just like himself, that would make sense, but Lu Zhou did not believe that this group had such skills outside of a game. If they had such skills, they would have returned to Liangshan long ago. While Lu Zhou was lost in thought, he did not leave casually to avoid being caught by the other side. After confirming that there was no one around, Lu Zhou continued to run away, and only after he had left this area did he take out his vehicle and quickly head home. Along the way, Lu Zhou was filled with worry. Meanwhile, the gossip skill unexpectedly revealed a piece of information. The True God egg has been buried within Dr. Chen's body and taken away. It will hatch in a month. Lu Zhou frowned deeply. That egg was indeed very mysterious. Lu Zhou knew he had to send the video to the leaders in both areas. Quickly, he did not hesitate any longer and swiftly sent the video to both sides. After confirming it was sent anonymously, Lu Zhou continued driving back towards Liangshan. After Song Wei received the video, he frowned and remained silent. After quietly watching the video, he pinched his aching forehead. He needed to send a copy to Kyoto. Chapter 376, New World. He was really quite angry. Dr. Chen was in charge of several important projects, which were about to be completed, but unexpectedly, these cults wanted to meddle in. Find out what the True God Church is trying to do. After the leader gave the order, his subordinates quickly got busy. Soon, the remaining followers of the True God Church in Kyoto were arrested one by one and taken to prison for questioning. However, they were destined to be disappointed because these individuals were the most basic believers of the True God Church. They had only heard about and understood the Church's powerful abilities, which was why they voluntarily followed it. We have witnessed the power of the Church. Do you know that when they speak, things happen? Those people really have that capability. Yes, exactly. If you want something, as long as you sincerely express it, it won't be long before you receive it. The military personnel in Kyoto were frustrated because the words of these arrested followers made them doubt whether these people had been severely brainwashed to say such things. Quiet, quiet. The person in charge of the interrogation was getting a headache from a noise. Seeing that everyone was still chattering, he immediately slammed the table. Everyone take turns. Speak slowly. No one is allowed to lie. If anyone is found to be lying, they will definitely not escape punishment later. After being warned, everyone returned to a timid state. Meanwhile, Song Wei sent people to chase along the road where the incident occurred. The dispatch team included officers from the Criminal Investigation Department. After they inspected the scene, they reported some suspicious points back. The True God Church. After successfully capturing Dr. Chun, everyone arrived at the headquarters of the True God Church. Their headquarters was built underground. They initially thought the True God Church would be a religious sect, but clearly, their headquarters was nothing like that. As soon as they entered the underground, they saw a building with a strong sense of technology. This underground building emitted a beautiful, neon-like glow. Nearby were some slightly shorter buildings. Everyone's expressions were quite indifferent as they waited for the vehicle to come and pick them up. Not long after, a vehicle appeared in front of them. It was a modified hover vehicle. This vehicle could move unobstructed in the city. It could fly, and its energy source was unknown. After escorting Dr. Chun into the vehicle, it sped off towards the highest building. The person in charge of capturing Dr. Chun was the one leading the operation. Having achieved success, he felt quite pleased. He wondered if the leader of the True God Church would continue to bestow upon him the ability of words manifesting into reality after he returned. The person in charge, originally named Zhang Deng, was a big businessman before the apocalypse. Later, by chance, he learned about the True God Church. At first, he scoffed at it. Even when the apocalypse arrived and he was panicking inside, he was not the type to easily believe in ridiculous cults. However, after witnessing the True God Church showcase its abilities, he was completely shocked. That person had been able to manifest words into reality, making whatever he said come true within an hour. Zhang Deng was stunned and then immediately became excited. Later, that person revealed to him the essence of how the world operates. Are you saying that each of us has the ability to create matter? Zhang Deng was puzzled. This was different from the education he had received over the years. Yes, according to the original concept, people could indeed achieve this, but due to humanity's subsequent limitations imposed by materiality, this ability has gradually diminished. Moreover, even if I speak of these qualities now, I believe you would still be unable to achieve the ability to manifest your thoughts into reality. Why? Because your imagination has been restricted. You cannot envision things you have never seen, and your inner fears and anxieties will hinder your ability to manifest your thoughts. After hearing what the True God Church had said, Zhang Deng fell into deep contemplation. Don't believe me? You can conduct the simplest experiment. Imagine that you will encounter a pure, soft feather. In less than a minute, you will indeed receive this feather. The other party's expression was so serious that Zhang Deng actually decided to try it. He tightly closed his eyes and imagined the appearance of the feather. It was light-colored, pure, and soft, fluffy like the most expensive down feather he had ever touched. When he opened his eyes again, a feather was indeed there on the floor, appearing without a sound. The feather looked exactly like the one he had imagined. Zhang Deng was stunned. Then he stubbornly claimed that the feather was probably placed there by the other party to deceive him. The other party was not angered and simply smiled, inviting him to check the surveillance footage. In the footage, Zhang Deng clearly saw that the feather had indeed appeared silently. I have no need to deceive you. Manifesting a feather is the simplest experience for a beginner. However, it's a pity that because the world is in an unliberated state, only such harmless manifestations can occur. For example, wealth and objects can be manifested, but if you want to resurrect the dead or destroy a country, that would be quite difficult. Zhang Deng was momentarily stunned, and his throat felt dry. If only it were possible, he wanted to resurrect his deceased wife and child. He was alone, with no mother, and he had worked hard with his wife for a long time to become a well-known businessman. Unfortunately, his wife never got to enjoy a day of happiness. She was killed in an accident by a car that lost control just as she stepped out of the house. His 5-year-old child died alongside her. Thinking of this, Zhang Deng felt a surge of urgency. When will we be able to reach the level you're talking about? The other party's gaze seemed to penetrate his body, and he slowly replied, "Once the world is liberated, I have made detailed arrangements for the liberation plan. You can take a look first." Zhang Deng took the plan and, upon seeing the specific content written on it, could hardly believe his eyes. To liberate the world, your plan actually requires so many people to die. I refuse. He placed the plan on the table, his tone cold. The other party smiled leisurely. Why be so anxious? Yes, it requires the deaths of many people, but I assure you that our hands will remain clean, free from anyone's blood. Zhang Deng scrutinized him, but saw the other party smiling faintly. Isn't it natural disasters that are to blame? Natural disasters are not our doing. The people who die will naturally be part of this. Zhang Deng felt somewhat tempted. Not actively killing people was something he could accept. Thus, he joined the True God Church. Initially, they indeed relied on natural disasters, but as time went on, especially as they neared that number, all the members of the True God Church became almost frenzied. They were no longer satisfied with just natural deaths. They sought to create disasters to kill more people. Even Zhang Deng gradually lost control of his dark thoughts. The faster, the better. He wanted to reunite with his wife and child. Chapter 377. The Meeting of Two. Humanity's inherent flaws are easily lured out, much like a lantern. He originally had a set of values and could resist temptation, but as he proceeded step by step, his heart gradually grew cold, and the closer he got to his goal, the more likely he was to go insane. As the saying goes, when heaven wants to exterminate a person, it must first make him mad. The liberation plan was already in its final stages, and all the core members of the True God sect were eagerly anticipating the day of liberation. The True God egg is temporarily stored in Dr. Chen's abdomen. You need to soak him in the solution first to prevent him from dying, the Lantern Master said. After speaking, he signaled for them to place Dr. Chen in the solution. This solution was rich in various nutrients needed by the human body and would naturally sustain Dr. Chen's life. Once they had properly prepared Dr. Chen, their vehicle stopped at the top floor of a tall building. A figure appeared, covering his face, speaking in a low tone. "Bring Dr. Chen over. I want to take a look." The Lantern Master immediately instructed his subordinates to push the solution containing Dr. Chen over. When they brought Dr. Chen to the figure, he smiled. "The task has been well done. Now we just need to wait patiently." Some anxious individuals could no longer contain themselves and asked how much longer until liberation could take place. Since the implementation of this plan, the number of deaths had increased and the world's degree of liberation had risen. Not long ago, the Lantern Master remembered that he could only manifest a single feather, but just recently, he managed to manifest food. This was a kind of progress. The members of the True God sect were all excited. After manifesting food, they even attempted to manifest good fortune. To their surprise, they succeeded. In the casino, this group of people won big. A portion of the money earned by the True God sect came from the casino. Since these events transpired, the number of people believing in the True God sect had surged once more. Hearing the inquiry, the leader of the True God sect mysteriously said, "1 month is enough." Hiss! Amidst the astonishment, joy spread across everyone's faces. Great! 1 month is fast. In just one more month, all those previously yearned for goals would be realized. The Lantern Master signaled for his subordinates to quiet down and had Dr. Chen sent to the leader's laboratory before dismissing everyone. Once everyone had left, the leader touched Dr. Chen's abdomen through the green nutrient solution. The egg seemed to glow even brighter. Dr. Chen, submerged in the solution, groggily opened his eyes. Surrounded by darkness, the familiar sight of the experimental solution reflected in his eyes. He tilted his head and saw someone touching his abdomen through the glass. A chill ran down his spine. Just as he was about to speak, a series of the solution gushed into his mouth. Dr. Chen coughed a few times and saw the man in front of him move slowly. "Let me out. I'm most famous scientist in Kyoto. If you capture me, people from Kyoto will definitely come to arrest you." Dr. Chen held his breath and finally shouted this out. The man in front of him smiled sinisterly. You are precisely the person we were looking for. Thank you for coming all the way from Kyoto to fall into our trap. Otherwise, it would have been hard for us to catch you. Now that you're here, just relax and be the vessel for the descent of the true God. After saying this, he ignored Dr. Chun and pressed a button nearby. In the green solution, more tiny bubbles began to appear. These were anesthetic substances being injected in. Before long, Dr. Chun became still, quietly floating in the solution, acting as a container. The man turned and left. On Lu Zhou's side, after quickly returning home, he couldn't shake off that flash of green. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Zhou got up, preparing to ask his uncle. Just as he reached the door of his aunt's room, the door suddenly opened, and Jiang Xiaolin came out. She looked a bit surprised when she saw Lu Zhou. Xiao Zhou, what's up? Is there something wrong? Lu Zhou hurriedly asked. Where's my uncle? Jiang Xiaolin smiled and replied, Your uncle has already gone to the research institute. At that time, Liang Mountain's position was to protect Wei Qingzhu, so once things calmed down, Wei Qingzhu had to immediately return to the laboratory to produce results, especially since he still needed to continue his research on the synthesis of T-34 materials and report the research results to Songwei. The burden on Wei Qingzhu's shoulders was heavier than anyone else's. Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback, put on his shoes, and headed out the door. Got it, Annie. I have something to do outside. Jiang Xiaolin nodded with a smile, waving the spatula in her hand. Come back early. I'll make something delicious for lunch today. Lu Zhou acknowledged her and quickly hurried to his uncle's location. He had just opened the protective shield and checked his uncle's current position. It was not the public laboratory, but the research lab that both he and his uncle were familiar with. Lu Zhou certainly wouldn't miss this good opportunity and headed straight there. When he finally met his uncle in the research lab, Wei Qingzhu was finishing up the last steps of the T-34 synthesis work. He noticed Lu Zhou had arrived, but couldn't spare a moment to attend to him. He could only call out, Xiao Zhou, is there something? Wait for me to finish this T-34 synthesis. Lu Zhou quietly sat in a chair, waiting for his uncle to come over. In a short while, his uncle tidied up the desk and came over to him. Lu Zhou shared everything he had witnessed yesterday with his uncle. Wei Qingzhu frowned, and when he saw the video in Lu Zhou's hand, he was even more surprised. Has the true God sect become this rampant? Lu Zhou nodded. Yes, the key is that they have abducted Dr. Chun. It is said they want to hatch the true God egg. I've heard that the true God egg will hatch in about a month, which might be what this group refers to as the descent of the gods. Wei Qingzhu tried to ask, besides sending this video to Kyoto and Liang Mountain, have you sent it to anyone else? He was worried about Lu Zhou's safety. No. Next time, don't be in such a hurry to send it. What if you get in trouble? Wei Qingzhu's expression wasn't particularly good. I'll find a chance to ask my colleagues. If they don't know, I'll go through the records room to see if there are any records about this. For some reason, Lu Zhou suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of those papers he found at Ma Fuhua's house. At that time, there was only one sheet he could understand. The end is near. We are all ants. He couldn't understand a single word of the other papers. Now he had a book that could help translate languages, so he should take out those papers and see what their contents were. As he thought, Lu Zhou rummaged through his things to find those papers. Wei Qingzhu was still pondering when he noticed several sheets of paper appear in front of him. Auntie, take out that translation book. Wei Qingzhu quickly began searching and soon brought out the book. When the book was taken out, it was mixed with other papers that were being translated. Wei Qingzhu swiftly pulled out those papers, making room to tuck the sheets Lu Zhou was holding into the book. Lu Zhou steeled himself and stuffed them all in, feeling nervous inside. Wei Qingzhu held his breath, quietly watching this scene unfold. Chapter 378, A Huge Scam. The paper, resembling an alien script, was gradually translated into a language that Lu Zhou could understand with the help of Yin Qingzhu. About 5 minutes later, all the sheets were fully translated. Lu Zhou looked at the content on the paper, his expression solemn. Meanwhile, Yin Qingzhu stood up abruptly, gasping for breath. The text clearly stated the impending apocalypse. It was written plainly. However, the overall tone of these papers didn't seem like an apocalyptic announcement at all. Instead, they looked like a serious preparatory description for an impending disaster. Plan 1 and 2 execution successful, preparing to initiate Phase 3 plan. Detected that the technology in this realm is too primitive, preparing to access Phase 4, named technological explosion. Phase 4 execution introduced has caused the initial chaos of this realm to manifest, with turmoil frequently occurring. Phase 5 is in preparation, introducing time to this realm. The 10,000th harvesting plan, normal activation. One of the sheets contained the above content. The other 2 sheets contained related information about the plan. The harvesting plan aims to ensure that all residents have a better living experience. The Federation promises that the beneficiaries of the 10,000th harvesting plan will no longer be the wealthy and various families of the Federation, but will instead be fully distributed to all residents. The nth harvesting plan will involve billions of harvests. As for the public's resistance against the Federation once again advises everyone to refrain from excessive actions. The Federation is not afraid of any provocation. After some contemplation, Lu Zhou realized that he could correspond these statements with certain things in reality. He turned his head, his eyes filled with deep confusion and fear. Aunt Qingzhu, what do you think? In fact, Yan Qingzhu was much more flustered than Lu Zhou. The chaotic information seemed a bit nonsensical at first glance, but Yan Qingzhu subtly grasped the truth. She exhaled heavily, her gaze appearing to lose focus. Xiaozhou, what if I told you that the realm we are in is not the true realm? What do you mean? Once, a friend of mine who was studying astrophysics told me that the more he researched, the more he felt that all physical laws no longer applied. He suspected that the universe, our realm, is actually one huge scam. Lu Zhou's heart raced. I don't quite understand, Aunt Qingzhu, but I have experienced what I experienced. I have felt what I have felt. I have memories, joys, and sorrows. How can I be deceived? Lu Zhou countered, and Yan Qingzhu sighed slowly and deeply. Many scientists back then said that the realm we are in is completely virtual, but that we are also virtual. The concept of time does not exist. It is just a measure that we cannot grasp. Imagine you're playing a game. In the game, you can freely manipulate the progress, moving forward or backward. Isn't that your grasp of time within the game? In other words, their research suggested that time does not exist as a linear entity, but rather in a form similar to slices of bread. To illustrate, let's assume I have made 2 slices of bread, one strawberry flavored and one original flavor. I want to eat both, so I cut them into slices, 1 slice of strawberry and 1 slice of original, and combine them together. Not because I wanted to eat the snack. It appeared. Rather, it was because I first made 2 slices of bread that the subsequent snacking behavior existed. Having said that, I just want to express that combining these few pieces of paper, I feel there's a high probability that we are virtual, and furthermore, that we are in a virtual world controlled by a higher civilization. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and was left in a long daze. Apart from receiving what Uncle Jin said, he also recalled a line from the game. I cannot imitate things that are fundamentally different from me. At that time, Lu Zhou didn't have much doubt about this statement and missed the game's subtle hint. While contemplating that the world might very well be a virtual game, Lu Zhou suddenly felt his throat dry up. He felt like a fish about to die, gasping for air on the shore, waiting for death. Without any hesitation, he immediately sought out the game lurking in his mind for inquiries. Game, come out. I have something to ask you. After calling out several times, he finally managed to summon the game. The game looked at the extremely pale Lu Zhou and felt that it was nothing new. Figured it out? Lu Zhou shot a glare. Are you so sure that we are all virtual? Oh, please. You underestimate me too much. I can naturally scan your bodily structure. Besides, I can't remind you proactively. I hinted at you before, but you didn't remember, did you? TSK, TSK, TSK. The game spoke in a very casual tone, and at that moment, Lu Zhou genuinely felt that it resembled a person with emotions and thoughts. Who on earth are you? Forget it. Asking you this question is of no use to me. You tell me, what should I do to stop my world from continuing to go downhill? Lu Zhou burst out, feeling completely overwhelmed. His mind was a mess. Yet, he still asked the most important question. The game retracted its amused demeanor. You've stumped me, but let me ask you. Can you change the course of the game's progression? Lu Zhou was taken aback, and the game continued. Even if you know, you can't change it, can you? If you really want to stop that plan, then try to change Plan 5. See if you can halt the advancement of Plan 5. The underlying operating logic of the game cannot tolerate a single error. If one link fails, it will cause a complete collapse. But I don't believe you have the capability to successfully obstruct it. As soon as the words fell, the game left Lu Zhou's mind. No matter how much Lu Zhou shouted for it, it did not appear again. When Lu Zhou came back to his senses, Wei Qingzhu was still pondering this matter. He clasped his hands together, his expression grave. Xiao Zhou, don't you think there's something off here? Lu Zhou immediately perked up. Uncle, what specifically do you mean? Wei Qingzhu pulled out a document regarding the True God sect. Doesn't it say that the True God sect has the ability to manifest all things? If we assume the world is virtual, then its leader must have mastered the key codes that operate the virtual world, or perhaps they're the product of a higher civilization's investment. Or are they simply sent from a higher world? And look here, these so-called higher civilizations refer to our world as the harvest plan. What exactly do they want to harvest? Moreover, as people of virtual world, what could we possibly have that they would want to harvest for use in reality? And reading these lines, I can't shake the feeling that what they are harvesting from our world must be very important. Chapter 379. The most critical information. I have to say, Wei Qingzhu's perceptiveness is quite high, and this question hits the nail on the head. Lu Zhou's eyes were turbulent with emotions as he whispered. Auntie, based on the content of these few papers, we can infer that their plan has already gone through 5 stages and they intend to summon the deity to appear. Compared to the real world, this group of people is planning to bring the true God into our world. The True God sect is what they bring, really a true God or a monster. Moreover, we still don't know if the leader of the True God sect is actually one of them. After sorting out his thoughts, Lu Zhou spoke with a bit more clarity. Wei Qingzhu stroked her chin, feeling that Lu Zhou's analysis was correct. So, what we need to do now is 2 things. First, we must try our best to prevent the arrival of the true God. Second, we need to uncover the background of the leader of the True God sect. Lu Zhou shook his head. There's also a very important matter, Annie. Our personal strength cannot compete with the other side. We must bring in military support. Wei Qingzhu nodded in agreement, but she looked a bit dazed. Lu Zhou understood that this was her unique way of thinking. Whenever she contemplated significant issues, she would seem to drift into a distant thought. The atmosphere fell into silence, and 10 minutes passed quickly. When Wei Qingzhu finally relaxed her brows, she slowly said, Xiao Zhou, leave this matter to me. I can quietly inform the higher-ups about this. Lu Zhou naturally trusted his aunt's capabilities. One of the projects she was responsible for involved researching extraterrestrial science, and this information could undoubtedly be derived from that. After tentatively confirming their action plan, Wei Qingzhu also completed her experiment. Taking away the freshly produced T-34 material, Wei Qingzhu's expression was solemn. This thing is supposed to be shown to Song Wei. Lu Zhou was very aware of his aunt's current situation. It was like walking a tightrope. Any mistake could lead to a fatal blow. Song Wei was still willing to protect them primarily because he saw the value in Wei Qingzhu. Compared to angering the capital, the value that Wei Qingzhu brought was evidently greater. Whether for personal gain or for the sake of the populace, the benefits compelled him to protect Wei Qingzhu and her family. The most painful thing is not being used by others, but rather being someone who has no value to be used. A person without value is the most dangerous. Lu Zhou clearly understood the burden on Wei Qingzhu's shoulders. The two exchanged glances, and Wei Qingzhu gently sighed. Without saying anything, they returned to the exit, intending to take a car home. The True God sect was brewing a major incident, so they had been keeping a low profile recently and rarely caused any disturbances. When they arrived, Liang Mountain would occasionally receive a few reports of malicious incidents related to the True God sect, but ever since this group captured Dr. Chun, there have been almost no reports of malicious incidents. The other side seemed to have stopped minor mischief. Weren't they just biding their time to cause something major? In everyone's inherent perception, this was almost the consensus. Thus, after Song Wei received that video, he observed for a few more days and confirmed that the other side showed no signs of aggression, allowing his worries to reach a peak. At this moment, Wei Qingzhu was quietly arranging the truth behind the accident. He had to remain calm and find the perfect opportunity to extricate himself from the core. After a series of meticulous plans, when his subordinates brought him those papers, Wei Qingzhu secretly smiled. Success. He had deliberately hidden those items according to the preferences of his team members. Once the team members handed the items to Wei Qingzhu, he began the translation work. The translation process progressed much faster. After Wei Qingzhu finished translating, he suddenly wore a look of surprise and quickly went to find Song Wei. The crowd was left behind, watching Professor Wei's hurried demeanor, momentarily at a loss for what was happening on the other side. They could only scratch their heads in confusion, expressing their bewilderment. When Song Wei was contemplating how to handle the True God Church in his office, Wei Qingzhu knocked on the door at that moment. "Come in." Wei Qingzhu pushed the door open. Upon seeing Song Wei, he handed over several sheets of paper he had brought. "Advisor, I've just finished translating this. Please take a look." Song Wei's interest peaked. Since Wei Qingzhu wasn't the kind of person to react dramatically, whatever had caused him to change his expression must be serious. With a faint smile on his face, Song Wei read through the papers. However, as he finished, his entire expression twisted in shock. He exhaled unevenly, then took a tissue from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Professor Wei, has anyone else seen this document?" Lu Zhou pondered and replied. "Everyone else saw the untranslated version. As for the content, only you and I have seen it." Song Wei, feeling a surge of excitement, sat up straight, then relaxed again. He rubbed his temples and spoke in a serious tone. "Professor Wei, I understand. Please leave for now. Do not tell anyone about this matter, otherwise it could incite chaos." "I understand, but I must suggest that regardless of its truth, we need to be prepared for this situation." Wei Qingzhu usually spoke in a calm and unhurried manner, but when he said this, his expression became more serious. "I understand, Professor Wei. Please leave now." After hearing Song Wei's dismissal, Wei Qingzhu finally turned to leave. As he reached the corridor, Lu Zhou sent a message. "Uncle, I've sent the same content to the side in Kyoto for them to consider. Such sensitive documents would not be disclosed by either side, so it could be shared. Moreover, having an extra ally meant more hope." Unlike Song Wei's surprise and shock, the people in Kyoto remained more composed. Even without this warning letter, they were already aware of the situation. That person really is accurate. He even predicted the True God Church matter. Yes, when it first happened, no one thought he was useful. Everyone considered him a fraud. But now it seems he is a true expert. Fortunately, I was relatively friendly towards him back then. Otherwise, life would be difficult now. Haha, let's wait and see how they handle this matter. Ultimately, it would be best to deal with the True God Church sooner rather than later. We don't know what other tricks this church might pull afterward. Everyone's concerns had eased a bit, but specific orders would still depend on higher authorities. On Song Wei's side, after consulting a few scientists who specialized in this area, he was filled with anxiety. According to what the scientists said, the likelihood of this information being fabricated was extremely low, practically non-existent. Song Wei felt a headache coming on as he contemplated how to prevent this incident from escalating. In the end, he received an urgent directive. First, he needed to find Dr. Chun, as he strongly suspected that the egg in his possession was related to divine intervention. Secondly, After the situation stabilized, he would confront the leader of the True God Church to uncover the truth behind it. Chapter 380. Self-Destruction. Unlike the previous minor skirmishes where small teams were brought out, this time the team was a real elite squad. The objectives for these teams had already been distributed. This battle was of such significant importance that it was the most serious situation encountered since Song Wei established Liangshan. Moreover, when these soldiers went to the battlefield, they were all reminded by their commanders that this battle could not be lost. Everyone put forth their utmost effort to track down the fleeing members of the True God sect. After several days of pursuit, they indeed managed to catch quite a few individuals. Most were low-level members of the church, but there were very few valuable mid to high-ranking officials mixed in with the crowd. After their efforts, good news finally arrived. They captured 2 valuable church members. However, one of them managed to escape on the spot, leaving only the last one. When Song Wei arrived, the team commander was angrily scolding them. Afterward, he quickly reported the situation to Song Wei. "It's unbelievable. That person just disappeared on the spot. We couldn't bring him back, but during our search of the other individual's body, we found something." Saying that, he took out a small round stone that looked ordinary but emitted a faint glow. This item gave Song Wei the same feeling as that green egg. "After we tortured him, this person said they escaped using this, but it sounds too outrageous." The military leader reported in detail, while Song Wei held the stone, deep in thought. He then coldly looked at the tortured and barely alive man. "Tell me, can this thing teleport your main camp?" The captured man's face swelled, accompanied by low groans of pain. His head rapidly turned red, as if every blood vessel was about to burst. Noticing the danger, Song Wei shouted, "Everyone retreat." The officer next to him quickly helped him put on a bomb suit. Just a few seconds later, a massive explosion erupted. The power was considerable. The man's body was blown to bits, with intestines and flesh flying everywhere. Song Wei was escorted away from the scene, but later, after reconnaissance by the investigation unit, it was discovered that many explosives were buried within the dead man's flesh. It's a very sophisticated type of explosive. As long as it involves any sensitive keywords previously inputted, it will trigger an explosion. "You already know the power of the explosion," said the officer. Song Wei felt a bit of fear. It wasn't that he was afraid of dying, but rather he feared that if he died, the hard-won piece of Liangshan would surely be lost again. Continue the investigation. Understood. The news of the True God sect members being captured reached Lu Zhou's ears. His information source was his uncle. Wei Qingzhu frowned tightly. "This is very dangerous. That member of the True God sect almost blew up Song Wei." Lu Zhou felt a shock. This served as a reminder for him that in the future, when asking those people for information, he must always keep his distance. If he got blown up, it would be a huge loss. Aside from this news, there were no other fresh updates for the time being. However, the Zhang family came over to knock on the door. "Lu Zhou, come to my house for some hot pot. My dad made a good deal today. Bring your uncle and aunt, and Tong Tong can come along too." As he spoke, Zhang Jiahao raised his eyebrows, looking in a good mood. Zhang Foreign is quite resourceful. He somehow managed to acquire a batch of food. This food was definitely brought in from outside and entered the shelter through the demagnetized warehouse route. However, it is said that finding food is not difficult, but the hardest part is that such a large quantity of food could not possibly be allowed to flow into the area. Yet this group of people has indeed managed to get the supplies in. Who did they manage to find to help them? In any case, Zhang Foreign has made quite a profit from this batch of food. However, he didn't charge too high a price, as the recent series of disasters had long since drained ordinary people of their savings. Zhang Foreign took advantage of those wealthy people who were high and mighty before the apocalypse. After all, those people treated them with little respect, summoning them at will and dismissing them just as easily. As a result, he sold the food to them at a significantly higher price. In addition to obtaining food, the Zhang family also had quite a few interesting items, and they invited Lu Zhou over, mainly hoping he would take some away. Lu Zhou smiled and said, "I'm going to make a killing off you." After saying that, he turned and went into the house to call his parents, his aunt, his grandma, and his little cousin to come out. When they came out, they had already been informed by Lu Zhou of the good intentions of the Zhang family. They all smiled widely. "We're just shamelessly coming over to mooch off food and drinks." After saying this, they quickly locked the door and headed toward the room where Zhang Jiagao was. Not far along their way, they all caught a whiff of a spicy and fragrant smell. It was the smell of hot pot. Zhang Jiagao's mouth watered uncontrollably. After wiping his mouth nonchalantly, he pulled Lu Zhou along quickly. "Everyone, hurry up." The group chuckled, but as they walked, they noticed something unusual. In the stairwell, several people had emerged at some point. They were staring at Lu Zhou and his group with unfriendly eyes, but didn't make any move, just fixedly watching. Lu Ma felt uncomfortable being stared at and tugged at Lu Zhou's sleeve, softly asking, "Son, what do you think is wrong with this group? Why are they staring at us like that?" Lu Zhou was puzzled too, but he could tell that these people didn't dare to approach. Their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and other complex emotions. Through these days of interaction, Jiang Xiaolin had learned the true identities of these people across from them. She leaned in quietly to explain to her sister and nephew. "These people, I've heard from Qingzhou, are also family members of researchers." Regarding more specific details, Jiang Xiaolin planned to wait until they were at Zhang's house to discuss it, not wanting to speak in the hallway. Seeing her aunt hold back at the critical moment, Lu Zhou and the others nodded, understanding her intentions. They hurried along, pretending not to see the burning gazes from that group. Just then, unexpectedly, a voice came from behind them. "Hey, you guys in front, could you share some of those seasonings with us?" Zhang Jiagao frowned, immediately displeased. What kind of dream were they having? Who didn't know that hot pot base was hard to come by? Did they really think it was that easy to just ask for it? If it were that simple, what had his dad been working so hard for? He immediately replied coldly, "No, we have very little, and we won't sell it or share it with strangers." After being rejected, the person who had approached them immediately got angry, baring their teeth in frustration. "You kid, you're just spouting nonsense. I saw with my own eyes that your family moved several boxes of seasonings. We're all neighbors. Don't be so stubborn, young man. What if you need our help in the future? How about this? We'll pay to buy some from you, right? That way you don't lose out." Chapter 381, Poisoned. Zhang Jiehui was naturally furious upon hearing such strong and domineering words from the people across the way. He was practically laughing in anger. However, considering that the house he lived in had been arranged by Professor Wei for them, he didn't want to offend these researchers' families too much. After all, what if it caused inconvenience for Professor Wei? Zhang Jiehui thought a lot about it and swallowed back the curses that were on the tip of his tongue, coldly stating, "Not for sale." After saying that, he pulled Lu Zhou and hurried home. The group of people who had been rejected twice now had ugly expressions on their faces. After muttering a few words, they even thought about going over to teach Zhang Jiehui a lesson. In the end, they decided against it. They needed to be cautious. They didn't know what kind of relationship these people had with Wei Qingzhou, and they definitely couldn't afford to offend the friends and relatives of Wei Qingzhou. Who didn't know that Wei Qingzhou was currently one of the core figures among the researchers? As the crowd moved toward home, Lu Zhou didn't forget to turn around and intimidate the others with his gaze. His eyes were devoid of warmth, revealing a kind of deadness, chilly and piercing. The others, caught in Lu Zhou's gaze, quickly lowered their heads, pretending to be busy as they returned home. Once they shut their own door, beads of sweat began to drip down their foreheads. What on earth is this kid? That expression he had when looking at people is truly unsettling. After a moment, they finally came to their senses and took the opportunity to curse Zhang Jiehui a few more times. So much hot pot base, so stingy not to share even a little. They knew that it had been quite a few years since they had enjoyed hot pot base, which was a rare delicacy. When Lu Zhou and the others arrived at Zhang's home, They found that Zhang Jiahui had already prepared the meals. Grandma Zhang was still steaming buns and making some special dishes. When Lu Zhou arrived, he noticed that besides him and his aunt's family, there was also Wang De Wang that had come a little earlier with his family and was busy adding hot pot base to the boiling pot. The bubbling hot water was steaming, and the spicy hot pot base was bubbling in the scalding hot water, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. The Zhang family had long wanted to express their gratitude to Lu Zhou for taking care of them, as well as to Professor Wei for providing them with a place to stay, and for Wang Da's family for their usual help. So once they got some good stuff, they couldn't wait to gather everyone together for a meal as a token of their appreciation. After Wang Da invited Lu Zhou and the others to sit down, he cheerfully pulled out a few bottles of beer. "Come and try this. These are some good stuff that Uncle Zhang got." The beer didn't have labels, but looked quite nice. Besides the few bottles of beer, when Zhang's father came over, he also brought a bottle of red wine. This bottle of red wine had a label and was an imported product from abroad. It was said that the price of this bottle was around 200,000 yuan, which was quite luxurious. Having seen good wine before, Wang Da's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing it. "Uncle Zhang, such a good wine. You're really going to let us drink it?" Zhang's father smiled broadly. "This red wine is something we unexpectedly found in a wine cellar when we went out. There are quite a few good wines inside, but in the end, this is the only one that made it to me." Everyone understood the implication. Nowadays, the value of beverages was quite high, especially when it came to social interactions. Given that they were not in the mood to deal with beverages, it made them even more precious. Seeing Zhang's father bring out a bottle of rare red wine, they naturally couldn't just sit there without contributing anything. Wang De cheerfully took out a bag of meat slices. This was some pork belly he had managed to obtain through connections. Now it's hard to get meat. Lu Zhou sent 2 large bottles of elder health supplements as gifts to Grandma Zhang. It was indeed a valuable gift. The Zhang family initially declined, but seeing that their friend was sincere in giving it, they accepted it. At this moment, the pot was already bubbling with a gudu sound. A thick layer of red oil floated on top, smelling delicious. When the Zhang family added meat and vegetables to the pot, they didn't forget to say, "This time my dad managed to get quite a bit of hot pot base. When it's time to eat, I'll give each of you 10 packs. That's quite a lot of portions. Each pack weighs a pound." While speaking, the slices of meat had already cooked. Everyone chuckled as they picked up their chopsticks to fish out the meat. The freshly cooked meat slices were tender and smooth, soaked with the flavor of the hot pot. After dipping them in the fragrant oil and vinegar sauce, they were delicious, and one could pull them up easily. "Eat up." After Wang De took the first bite, he let out a sigh of satisfaction. Lu Zhou also tasted a piece, and it truly was quite good. In the apocalypse, it was considered a rare delicacy. The 2 kids ate a lot, tears streaming down their faces from the spiciness, yet they still wanted to continue eating. The aunt felt sorry for her daughter and wouldn't allow her to eat any more, instead offering the ice yogurt she had brought for her daughter and Lele, giving each of them a cup. "You little rascals, 1 cup each to cool down the spiciness." This yogurt was made by Jiang Xiaolin herself, and as for the milk, it was delivered daily by Lu Zhou. In addition to providing pure milk daily for his daughter and family, he would occasionally send some to Zhang Lele as well. After all, the little guy was still young and needed milk to grow. Since the Zhang family discovered that Jiang Xiaolin was sending milk for their child, they had sent a lot of food in return as a gesture of gratitude, like instant noodles, canned meat, and so on. Now, with many instant products available, but fresh milk being scarce, it turned out that Jiang Xiaolin was at a slight loss. However, she didn't mind too much. Of course, before doing this, she specifically asked Lu Zhou for his opinion. After confirming that it wouldn't cause him any trouble, Jiang Xiaolin followed her heart and did what she wanted to do. Moreover, her yogurt-making skills were quite good, and the children all loved it. Tong Tong opened her mouth and took a sip, feeling much relieved from spiciness. Her little face wasn't as red as before. Zhang Lele grinned foolishly and said, "Auntie Zhang's yogurt is really good." Jiang Xiaolin was very happy to be praised by the children and took out another cup to hand over. "Lele, if you like it, have some more. After all, drinking more yogurt is good for health, and Jiang Xiaolin was happy to indulge the kids. Zhang's father laughed heartily, saying, "The kids drink yogurt, and we adults can have a bit of red wine." After saying that, Zhang's family took out a corkscrew and opened a bottle of red wine. After pouring some for everyone, he then said, "Let's raise a toast. We've all had a hard time in these years of the apocalypse." Everyone's emotions were a bit stirred, and their eyes turned red. Lu Zhou had just brought the cup to his lips and hadn't had the chance to drink when he sensed something was wrong. "Wait, everyone stopped drinking." Lu Zhou's face turned somewhat ugly. The others looked at him in confusion, not having taken a sip yet. Lu Zhou took a deep breath. He was absolutely sure that there was an addictive substance in this red wine that had been causing a stir recently. Chapter 382. To Believe or Not to Believe. He had smelled this scent before, and since his nose was better than an average person's, he was able to detect the issue immediately. The warm and harmonious atmosphere at the table was instantly shattered. Zhang He froze, seemingly in disbelief. He furrowed his brows and said, "It can't be. We got this wine from outside, and the labels are intact. There shouldn't be anyone who would have the chance to spike it." Lu Zhou took the red wine cork and examined it closely. When he spotted a tiny, syringe-shaped hole, his expression turned serious. "Uncle Zhang, look here. It seems it was injected with something using a syringe." Everyone leaned in to take a look, and they indeed saw the small needle hole. The atmosphere became tense and awkward. However, Zhang He quickly recalled something important. He pulled out his phone and started calling their associates, informing them about the spiked alcohol. They hadn't checked thoroughly at the time, so they weren't sure if the other bottles contained drugs as well. If all of them did, they couldn't sell any of the liquor to regular customers. They needed to see if any gray market people had taken them, or else if they got caught, they would definitely be taken away by the military. Zhang He broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, smelling the rich aroma of the red wine, he no longer felt like drinking it. Instead, it felt like poison. After getting through to those calls, their partners informed Zhang He that about half of the wine bottles had needle holes on the corks. They were currently sorting through them. "Fortunately, you discovered this early, or else tomorrow this batch would have been sold to officials. If something happened then, we'd be in big trouble." Everyone felt a lingering fear, and Zhang, he was no exception. A thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou stroked his chin, deep in thought about the matter. Just now, the game had reacted to the composition of this drug. This feeling was somewhat similar to the last time. The first time he encountered such a drug was during the highway incident. At that time, the military personnel stopped him, thinking he was carrying illegal substances, but he wasn't. He had noticed something off about the vehicle ahead. Thankfully, Lu Zhou had been cautious and had already attached a tracking device with the game's protective shield to the suspicious vehicle. However, since that incident, that vehicle hadn't appeared within the detection range of his protective shield for a long time. He had merely been in the habit of attaching trackers to suspicious individuals, never imagining that incident would be related to today's events. Wang Da's expression was also grim. However, he posed a question. "What I know is that the production chain of these drugs was captured by the government. But what's strange is that these newly produced drugs have no medicinal effects of finished products." Lu Zhou had also heard his aunt mention these matters. But after the string of events today, he suddenly sensed something was off. He recalled the suspicious behavior of that vehicle from that day and couldn't help but wonder if that vehicle was indeed involved in drug dealing. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Moreover, just then, his brain chimed with a notification from the game. Detected a marked target entering the protective shield's detection range. Lu Zhou instantly became alert, and when he discovered the true identity of the marked target, he lost his composure. The marked target was none other than that very vehicle from back then. Lu Zhou was both surprised and delighted. In the diagram displayed by the protective shield, Lu Zhou clearly saw that the vehicle in question was indeed that small van from back then. While distracted by the situation of the car, Lu Zhou took out his phone to contact his uncle. Once Wei Qingzhu answered the call, Lu Zhou quickly shared his discovery. "Uncle, what is the background of those drug dealers? Is the government still trying to capture them?" As he spoke, Lu Zhou made sure to avoid the other's attention. Wei Qingzhu whispered, "This matter is quite complicated." Initially, the higher-ups only intended to manage the situation a little. However, they later discovered that the products seized had no medicinal properties, so the matter was temporarily shelved. But then, it was unexpectedly found that these addictive drugs contained a type of high-tech pharmaceutical molecule. Now that it's come to light, a thorough investigation was launched, and it was finally traced back to the True God sect. Upon hearing about the True God sect, Lu Zhou immediately perked up. Who would have thought that the seed he had inadvertently sown back then would bloom into such a beautiful flower? Lu Zhou glanced at the vehicle that was entirely under his surveillance and whispered, "Uncle, I have the tracking information of these drug dealers. I will send this location to the military shortly." After informing Wei Qingzhu, Lu Zhou hung up the phone. The others around the table were considerably less focused on eating, whispering to one another about something. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhou contacted the military in Liangshan through the anonymous account he had used before. Before long, a location was sent out. Liangshan. Due to the significant documents discovered by Wei Qingzhu's team, Song Wei had recently been extremely anxious. Moreover, capturing the True God sect was genuinely challenging, let alone finding their main base. At that moment, one of his subordinates handed him something. "Director Song, that mysterious person has sent new information again." Song Wei's eyes lit up, and his voice involuntarily rose. "Bring it over. Let me take a look." When the item reached Song Wei's hands, he froze. It only contained a simple sentence and a link. The link displayed a small that was constantly moving. Location of the previous drug dealer team. Seeing this, he immediately realized who the drug dealers were. Related to the True God sect. After days of setbacks, Song Wei's mindset quickly shifted. However, soon after, his brow furrowed, and his gaze was filled with danger. This mysterious person, who had repeatedly provided him with information, had now given him coordinates. What was their true intention? Were they genuinely trying to help humanity, or was this a trap aimed at completely eliminating him? Song Wei considered many possibilities, but ultimately decided to take the risk. For some reason, he had a strong feeling that if he missed this opportunity, he might never get the chance to capture the True God sect again. Looking at the address, Song Wei immediately calmed his voice and commanded his subordinates. "Everyone get ready. Execute this mission according to the highest standards. This is our last chance." "Yes, Director Song." In Liangshan, the preparations were incredibly swift. Before long, an elite unit was already advancing according to the coordinates. Of course, Song Wei had made two plans. In addition to the elite unit pursuing the target, two other elite teams were encircling from different directions, just in case they encountered an ambush. Chapter 383, The Child is Gone. Everything was prepared, and now it was time to leave it to fate. Song Wei personally commanded the operation. Many people advised him to direct from behind the scenes, but he refused to listen and insisted on going. For some reason, a voice in his mind told him he had to go. Otherwise, he would surely regret it. On Lu Zhou's side, after the news was conveyed, he also set off. Wei Qingzhu understood the ins and outs of the situation and prepared to go with Lu Zhou. As for the others, Lu Zhou didn't want to involve anyone else in this chaotic mess. Things began to escalate rapidly. The True God sect, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly re-emerged with a vengeance. Their attacks were particularly ruthless. Their target was specific. They deliberately targeted minors. Many families with underage children were captured by this group. Some families had left only small children at home, while others had elderly grandparents watching over them, who were no match for the attackers. Even more tragically, Zhang Jiasu's younger sister, Zhang Lele, was quietly taken by the True God sect while under his watch. At that moment, Zhang Jiasu had simply gone into the kitchen to wash dishes, and his sister had returned to her room. No one had anticipated that such a thing would happen. Families without children were relatively safe and did not suffer attacks from the True God sect. However, families with children of appropriate age were almost entirely robbed overnight. Since his sister was taken, Zhang Jiasu was in a state of panic. Lu Zhou, on the other hand, was fortunate. That night, he had just returned home, and his younger cousin was watering the vegetables in the pot. He was staring at her, deep in thought about how to handle the situation. He had been contemplating when to make his move, and at that moment, he sensed a large black shadow gathering at his cousin's feet. Initially, Lu Zhou was puzzled about where such a large shadow came from. However, it didn't take long for him to realize something was wrong. The shadow quickly stretched out, and it seemed like his cousin was being pulled into it. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou drew his gun and fired at the thick black mass. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, his cousin was indeed thrown to the ground, not pulled in. Seeing the shadow trying to escape, Lu Zhou immediately performed a shadow teleportation, diving in to attack. The assailants seemed to be caught off guard by Lu Zhou's skill, but their face was still obscured, making it hard to see who they were. Lu Zhou firmly pressed the gun against the person's back, the cold metal causing them to tremble slightly. Lu Zhou's expression was cold as he tightened his grip. He wanted to kill this person, but he still needed to interrogate them for information. "Who are you? Why did you attack my sister?" The assailant didn't want to answer, but being threatened by Lu Zhou's gun, they were clearly intimidated. "We are from the True God sect. We didn't intend to attack your sister. You misunderstood. If you let me go, we can talk. I'll tell you everything I know." As the person spoke, they looked for an opportunity to escape. Lu Zhou's heart was not at ease. The True God sect was too rampant. He held the gun tightly in his hand, gripping it even tighter. While man was talking to Lu Zhou, he finally found an opportunity. Like a fish, he jumped into the black shadows, trying to escape. Lu Zhou was ruthless. Without any hesitation, he chased after him and took the man's life. The gun fired at the human body, exploding into a burst of blood. In the narrow darkness, the smell of blood filled the air in an instant. Lu Zhou lowered his body, carefully examining the person in front of him. His appearance was unremarkable. He wasn't someone he recognized or had seen before. "It seems he wasn't here to attack my sister." After taking out his laser gun and dealing with the corpse in front of him, Lu Zhou finally emerged from the shadows. His little sister was so scared that her eyes widened, but Lu Zhou quietly shushed her. "Tong Tong, this is our secret. Don't tell anyone, okay?" His little cousin quickly nodded. She was sensible. Many times, her father had asked her to keep secrets about various matters. She kept her mouth shut, resolutely refusing to speak. When faced with someone who pried too much, the little girl also knew how to pretend not to understand and brush it off. She had been clever since childhood. Seeing his sister nod, Lu Zhou relaxed a little, but quickly tightened his focus to call Zhang Jiahao. In the end, he found out that Zhang Leilei had already been taken away. Zhang Jiahao's voice was laced with tears. "I was washing dishes in the kitchen. In just a short while, my sister didn't even have time to call for help before she was taken away." His friend was extremely anxious, and Lu Zhou spoke in a deep voice. "It's the True God sect. They must have some advanced technology that allows them to fold shadow space, enabling them to move through the shadows. They just came to snatch my sister as well, but I managed to kill one of them." Zhang Jiahao's voice became even more distraught. His sister had grown up in front of him. Now that she had suddenly been abducted, he didn't know if she was dead or alive. How could he face Grandma and Dad in the future? Listening to his friend's pained sobs, Lu Zhou couldn't help but say, "I have connections with my uncle and can track the whereabouts of the True God sect. I was worried about putting you in danger before, so I didn't tell you. But now that Leilei has been taken away, I want to ask you if you want to join us." Based on Zhang Jiahao's character, he would definitely agree to join. Sure enough, Zhang Jiahao immediately said, "I'll join. I'll join." Lu Zhou nodded. "We'll set off soon." Fortunately, he and his uncle had already prepared their plans and were ready to go. Zhang Jiahao didn't waste words. He started preparing food, self-defense weapons, and everything else they would need for the trip. The news of Zhang Leilei's kidnapping eventually reached Zhang's father. He was furious and, upon learning that it was the True God sect that had taken her immediately expressed his desire to go with his son. Zhang's father had heard from partners about the True God sect, an evil cult with a chaotic internal structure. Most of its members had money and power or were outright criminals. What kind of good life could a little girl like Lele have in the hands of these people? Just thinking about it filled Zhang's father with overwhelming sorrow. Lele had been raised by him for so long. Even if she wasn't his biological daughter, she was almost like one to him. Zhang's father used his connections to investigate recent intelligence, and he was shocked to discover that there had been an unusually high number of child abductions recently. Moreover, various signs indicated that the True God sect was behind it. Aside from Zhang's father, Wang De also learned about this matter. They were all close friends, and naturally, he was concerned when a friend's child was kidnapped, so he began to inquire about information. Wang De was in a relatively core position regarding the situation. Chapter 384. Anticipation of Death. Previously, he didn't discuss this much, but due to the recent atrocious actions of the True God Church, everyone in the studio was now talking about it. Especially since a colleague's son had been kidnapped by the True God Church. Ever since the child was abducted, this colleague hadn't come to work. Everyone felt deep sympathy when they spoke of it. Old Zhang cares for his child to the core. Losing the child is like taking his life. There's nothing we can do. So many people have lost their children, and the perpetrators are a cult. I feel like these people wouldn't use these kids for sacrifices, would they? Don't say that. There really is that possibility. Everyone chimed in, discussing the matter, and they didn't even get any work done. Early in the morning, Director Qi hadn't come to work either. He must have gone to a meeting. Wang De listened, occasionally worrying about the Zhang family's little girl. After finishing lunch and planning to go home to sleep, Wang De suddenly remembered he had forgotten to take his notebook from the lab. He immediately returned to the laboratory, but when he arrived at the door, he heard something was off inside. It seemed there was an intense argument going on. He heard the director's voice, sounding very angry. What are those people up there doing? They say the boundary is virtual, and that our research on the atmosphere is useless. I really don't want to hear such nonsense. The other person's voice was low, but Wang De guessed it was someone prominent in the industry. Wait, what does the boundary is virtual mean? How come I've never heard the director mention this? For goodness sake, keep your voice down. Very few people know about this. If someone hears you and it causes a panic, what will we do? The other person was anxious, knowing his old friend's temper was hard to control. Being anxious is useless. Right now, funding is limited. A large portion has been used to build the underground city, which is your department's share. Previously, we had half of it, but now with this situation, they've moved all the funds and materials to capture the True God Church. Wang De leaned in closer, and when he heard this, his heart raced. He then heard the other person continue. Besides this matter, the higher-ups say it's about the survival of humanity. Moreover, many experts have used theories and practical examples, and there are industry bigwigs like Professor Wei backing this. To be honest, the probability is very high. The room fell into a moment of silence. Wang De didn't know when, but he heard the director let out a sigh. His voice was filled with helplessness. How long has it been since good days started? Why are there always these rotten matters? The two fell silent. Having secretly overheard most of the conversation, Wang De immediately turned and left. His heart was pounding, and sweat was pouring off him as if it would never stop. In that moment, his mind was stretched to the point of pain. They mentioned Professor Wei, which means he knows certain truths. But he didn't tell me, possibly because the higher-ups forbade it. Wang De quickly drove home, heading straight for Wei Qingzhu and Lu Zhou's house. When he knocked on the door, Lu Zhou was taken aback by the sight of the out-of-breath, disheveled Wang De entered the house, and after finally catching his breath, said, "Lu Zhou, do you know if the boundary is virtual?" Lu Zhou was slightly stunned. Surprise showed on his face, but he didn't deny it. Seeing Lu Zhou's expression, Wang De understood everything immediately and slumped onto the sofa, clasping his hands together, contemplating how to speak. Lu Zhou noticed Wang Da's anxiety and slowly whispered the information to him. "It's not that I didn't want to tell you, Wang Ge, but mainly because what we are doing is too dangerous. You and Sister Yin don't have kids yet. If you survive, you'll still have a chance to have children. A family of 5 would be so happy. Zhang's family knows about this matter because his sister was kidnapped, and he's already made a desperate decision. So, Lu Zhou's explanation calmed Wangda down. Then, Wangda quietly stared at Lu Zhou, indicating that he wanted to go too. Lu Zhou shook his head. Wangda, don't go. I came here to ask you to take care of my family, including Grandma Zhang, my aunt, and others, while I'm not home. If the worst happens, and we unfortunately die, at least you'll be there to help them out. Lu Zhou spoke with a calm demeanor. Wangda looked at him silently. Lu Zhou was still under 21 years old, but his expression was very determined. This was something he had to do. If he didn't succeed, the destruction of the entire world was a foregone conclusion. Even if he didn't take action to protect his small family, it would probably be difficult to avoid death in the end. Wangda stared for a long time, then nodded heavily, his voice thick with emotion. Then you guys go. I'll definitely take good care of them for you. After saying this, Wangda's expression became flustered as he hurriedly left Lu Zhou's house. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Zhou said nothing and turned to inform his family about the situation. When he learned the truth, Lu Zhou's father was shocked and couldn't regain his composure for a long time. He was older, and accepting these bizarre matters was somewhat challenging for him. Once Lu Zhou's parents processed what their son had said, both of them had red eyes. They understood that this matter was definitely very dangerous, yet their son was still determined to go. The two of them knew what was important and couldn't stop him, but they insisted on going together. Lu Zhou firmly disagreed. Dad, you stay to take care of Mom and my aunt's family. If you go, I really won't be able to relax about home. Seeing how clearly his son had arranged everything, Lu Zhou's father could only smile wryly and nod in agreement. Lu Zhou's mother suppressed her reluctance and turned to pack her son's things. While waiting, Lu Zhou was not idle. He took out quite a few weapons from home to ensure his parents could defend themselves. As they were leaving, Lu Zhou's parents stepped forward, their eyes red. Son, make sure to come back alive. Lu Zhou dared not look more and turned to leave without stopping. Wei Qingzhu had already packed her things and went out with Lu Zhou. As the two were leaving, they coincidentally ran into Zhang Kai and Zhang Jiahao coming downstairs. Zhang Jiahao's eyes were swollen, and his face looked somewhat dark. It was clear he had been troubled. Zhang Kai was not in a much better state either. Before departing, Lu Zhou had already given them a set of high-level bomb-proof clothing produced by the system. These clothes were not only meant for those going out, but were mainly prepared as protective gear for those left at home. Lu Zhou had also prepared a lot of medications and other hard-to-obtain items for the family. This was truly to prevent his family from being left with nothing. In case he really didn't come back, the family still needed to survive. Looking at the items Lu Zhou left behind, his mother felt a deep sense of worry several times. How could she not see that her son was preparing with a mindset of inevitable death? She just didn't dare to think too much about it. Everyone remained silent and quickly got into the car. Lu Zhou followed the locator's position and hit the road, the car speeding away like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 385, Mindset Matters. The car sped along the road at a rapid pace. Thanks to the locator, Lu Zhou was driving directly towards the target location. Wei Qingzhu took out a small device from her backpack. A few red dots flickered on the screen. Lu Zhou focused on driving, but caught a glimpse of the gadget out of the corner of his eye. He asked, "Uncle, what is this?" Wei Qingzhu put the device aside and said softly, "It's a locator that I secretly planted on a few senior military officers participating in this event. This type of locator is small and made from materials different from the usual ones, which allows it to avoid detection." Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised. With such high-tech stuff, they must have countermeasures, right? Wei Qingzhu's expression relaxed a bit. I'm the first to develop this technology quietly. They don't have access to it, so they won't know how to crack it. Moreover, the manufacturing method differs significantly from conventional approaches. The theoretical basis is quite different. Wei Qingzhu's smile turned sincere. In the back seat, Zhang Jiahao and Zhang's father perked up, listening intently, their curiosity piqued. Wow, they never expected that a talent like Professor Wei would be secretly researching things that even the government didn't know about. The two exchanged astonished glances, both realizing the surprise in each other's eyes. While they were amazed, they would never do anything to undermine Professor Wei. Wei Qingzhu continued, "The military side is much quicker than us. They likely set out the day after receiving the news. Furthermore," she lowered her voice, "it's said that higher-ups dispatched another team to serve as support for this mission, just in case." Song Weiji was cautious. Aside from knowing that he had actually dispatched 3 teams, he only conveyed Wei Qingzhu's plan to the senior personnel. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. Something felt off. Did Song Weiji really believe everything he said? Wasn't he at all afraid that his statements might be a ploy from the enemy to lead him into a trap? If he were Song Weiji, he would likely have a secret plan known only to himself. Lu Zhou voiced his doubts, which garnered unanimous agreement from the others. Ultimately, everyone felt even more tense. After all, both parties would need to avoid each other after they moved. Thanks to Lu Zhou's driving skills, they successfully reached the halfway point. The road conditions were poor, but they managed to progress. The parched land was littered with traces of meteorite impacts. The larger craters had been filled in, while the smaller ones remained due to a shortage of manpower. After all, the government currently lacked the resources to address these issues. Lu Zhou quickly maneuvered around the holes. They had been driving for about 4 hours, with half the journey still ahead. The group unanimously decided to switch drivers and grab a quick bite to eat. They wanted to munch on some compressed biscuits to fill their stomachs. However, Wei Qingzhu produced a few pink test tubes and handed them over. Nutritional liquid, strawberry flavored. One of these can sustain you for a day. This was a 24-hour nutritional liquid. Zhang's father was astonished as they each took one and examined it closely. "This is amazing. I've only heard of such things in novels," Zhang Jiahao said as he twisted the cap off and downed it in one go. Drinking a tube of the reagent only takes 2 seconds. It has a light strawberry flavor, not overly sweet. If Zhang Jiafu had to describe the taste, he would say it's like sipping a strawberry-flavored drink. But it's amazing. As soon as the nutrient solution goes down, the fatigue in his body instantly alleviates considerably. Moreover, the stomach that had been rumbling just a moment ago has now completely stopped its noise. This feeling is quite novel. Seeing Zhang Jiafu drink it so readily, everyone else followed suit and quickly gulped it down. A couple of seconds later, everyone's eyes were gleaming with excitement. "Wow, that was incredible. Just a tiny sip, and I feel full already," Zhang Kai exclaimed joyfully, with Lu Zhou nodding in agreement. Wei Qingzhu said, "This is just the basic nutrient solution. There will be nutrient solutions for a week and a month coming out later." As he spoke, he distributed several tubes of nutrient solution to the others. "It's small and convenient. In emergencies, you can just take a sip of this," he added. Everyone was quick to take it without any pretense. In fact, it wasn't only this group. The military had already begun using this type of nutrient solution as well. And soldiers on special missions would even consume the most precious 1-month nutrient solution. As they set off, Zhang Jiafu took the wheel. He was quite skilled at driving and had previously driven when working with Lu Zhou to combat monsters. The car continued to drive on. As they got closer to their target location, Zhang Jiafu felt increasingly nervous while driving. For safety, Lu Zhou had cloaked the car with an invisibility fabric and then activated the protective shield. The road ahead was clearly becoming more difficult to navigate. The farther they got from the center of Liangshan, the tougher the journey became. After all, the repair work was being done from the center outward. Following the track of the car in front, they were able to avoid the meteorite pits in advance. Zhang Jiafu was sweating profusely, fully focused on driving. Fortunately, they encountered no mishaps along the way. The closer they got to their target location, the more anxious sweat beaded on everyone's foreheads. In this moment, everyone had many thoughts racing through their minds, such as whether they would encounter any unexpected dangers, whether they would be able to capture the true God Church, whether they could rescue Lele, and what would happen to all the children, not to mention the fate of the world. Would it survive? No one had the heart to think of anything else. They all frowned, nervously focusing on the road ahead. Just then, several bursts of rapid smoke and fire erupted in the distance. It was a small red circle that soon exploded into a large red smoke signal. Wei Qingzhu's pupils constricted. That's a military smoke signal, indicating danger ahead. The tension in Zhang Jiafu's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, suddenly began to ease upon hearing Wei Qingzhu's words. His heart finally felt a sense of grounding. When they set out, each person had considered what they were meant to accomplish on this journey and had imagined the possible outcomes. The best outcome would be rescuing people and unraveling the world's destruction. The worst outcome would be that they all died together, leading to the world's subsequent demise. To be honest, everyone had already harbored thoughts of death deep down. Zhang Jiafu's mindset was more relaxed than ever before. Let's fight with all our might. If fear and dread caused them to abandon their mission to rescue his little sister, then even if he and his dad survived, they would live the rest of their lives in regret and suffering. It was better to honor their true intentions. After letting go of life and death, Zhang Jiafu found that the sweat brought on by tension had surprisingly diminished significantly. Chapter 386, Experiment Subject 123. However, the back of his clothes was still a bit wet, sticking uncomfortably to his back. After Wei Qingzhu finished speaking, he lowered his head to check the positioning device. That's right, the advancing army had indeed stopped moving. What had happened ahead? The few of them had no choice but to not sit idly by and immediately drove forward. Wei Qingzhu observed the positioning device and noticed that its location had only moved slightly. It seemed the army had not moved long distances. If they encountered something very dangerous, the army would not just sit still. They would not flee. Lu Zhou continued to advance alone. Meanwhile, on the army's side, significant progress was being made. Song Wei personally led the team. The vehicle was originally continuing to advance, slowly following the vehicle not far ahead. However, upon seeing the destination of that vehicle, everyone was somewhat shocked. What should have been an open area had inexplicably revealed a building at some point in time. This building appeared to be of a high-tech nature, not at all resembling what a pre-apocalyptic city should have, let alone a post-apocalyptic one. Song Wei's fingers tightened, and his heart raced like mad, pounding wildly. He had a premonition that this time they would uncover some unbelievable truths. As the other members of the military stared wide-eyed at this scene, a corner of their long-held belief in materialism crumbled. This piece of open land had indeed been open land before. Military planes, fighter jets, and drones had flown over here countless times, and every time they looked down from the aircraft, they had never seen the scene below. Everyone quietly held their breath, observing what was in front of them. The occupants of that vehicle quickly got out and entered the building. Song Wei waved his hand, signaling for the ultra-mini drone they had developed to be sent in to assess the situation. He didn't want his subordinates to suffer any unnecessary casualties. Given the current situation, it was necessary to use the drone to scout ahead. Soon, a small mini-drone swiftly flew into the building. Inside the vehicle, Song Wei was fixated on the images transmitted back from the drone. The images flickered. The signal seemed unstable. But soon, the picture became clear. The interior of the building was honestly quite similar to the laboratory they had obtained in Liangshan. Both were the same high-tech nature. Song Wei's heart sank heavily. He continued to watch. After those people entered, they quickly returned to the vehicle, then carried a little girl with them. Song Wei narrowed his eyes and looked closely, only to find that the little girl looked somewhat familiar. After the information circled around in his mind, he confirmed that this little girl was the child of Wei Qingzhu's friend. How did this child end up here? Song Wei was somewhat surprised. It was important to note that these people had not even traveled in the direction of Professor Wei's location. Was it possible that someone on the other side had helped them, and this little girl had been passed over midway? Recently, in Liangshan, the True God cult had abducted quite a few children, and he had come this time with the intention of recovering those kids. After all, young children are the hope for future generations. Previously, he was somewhat uncertain about whether these people were truly from the true God cult. However, after witnessing this scene, Song Wei was almost certain that even if they were not from the true God cult, they were familiar with it. However, what was strange was why they had chosen to send over just one little girl. Did this girl have some unique significance? Song Wei's curiosity grew more intense. Zhang Lele had long since lost consciousness and was in a coma. When she was being dragged through the air, she was completely unaware. Fortunately, she didn't know what was happening. Otherwise, the little girl might have fainted from fear at the hands of these people. Through the lenses of a sophisticated drone, the people carried Zhang Lele into a high-tech door that resembled a laboratory. After verifying the cornea, the door opened. At the same time, a red light flashed, but it passed quickly. In fact, Song Wei was right. Their direction of effort was completely correct. These people were indeed members of the True God Church, and they were among the more core members. These individuals only dealt with those tricky problems. When Lu Zhou encountered them in the past, they were the ones who transported the true God embryos for the church. This time, they were responsible for placing the children in suitable positions and waiting for the ritual to begin. One of them spoke up. "Uncle Yu, do you really think this child has something special about her?" The machine detected that her physique is suitable as a medium. As soon as our subordinates found out, they sent the child over immediately. "It's a pity such a young girl has been chosen." The middle-aged man spoke while looking down at the little girl being held. His tone carried a sense of sorrow for the world, yet a cruel smile appeared on his face. "However, she is quite lucky in a way. After all, not everyone has the honor to be a medium for the descent of the true God." The others smiled in agreement. "We've waited too long for this day. It's finally time to liberate the world." Before the speaker could finish, he was glared at by the middle-aged man. "Shut up, don't say such things outside. It will be heard by that one." The group immediately fell silent, but their steps did not slow down. Upon seeing this, Song Wei furrowed his brows. "Who is this one? Is it the leader of the True God Church?" At that moment, the group waited in front of a heavy door that looked very solid. As the middle-aged man was about to open the door, a disturbance suddenly occurred beneath his feet. Then, for the top of the door frame, a red laser beam shot straight at him. The middle-aged man was startled and froze in place, hastily raising his hand to block it. The red beam passed through his shoulder and hit the drone behind him. The drone fell to the ground, making a faint click sound. The middle-aged man turned around, and upon seeing the drone, his expression changed to a mix of suspicion, terror, relief, anger, and fear. The others were no better off. "Damn it, what is this thing? Are you blind? It's obviously a drone. Who's tracking us?" The group started blaming each other verbally, while their hearts raced like drums, pounding wildly. With such a big blunder, would they be killed on the spot by that one? Amidst their trembling, an order came through their earpiece. "Immediately bring the child over. The ritual needs to start early. Don't worry about those tracking you. We have already dispatched experimental subject number 123 to deal with them." Upon hearing about subject number 123, the group exchanged glances, their eyes revealing sympathy for the one being tracked. Chapter 387, The Giant. Specimen number 123 is the existence that has become a nightmare for all of them. Its size is enormous, and it is extremely aggressive and irritable. Anyone who appears in front of it will be torn apart. Although it possesses great strength, its stupidity is a significant drawback. The middle-aged man thought to himself, "No wonder there was such a commotion underfoot just now. It turns out they deployed specimen number 123. The passage beneath their feet connects directly to the cage of specimen number 123. If anyone attempts to invade, 123 can serve as the first line of defense against the enemy. Furthermore, 123's tough skin and flesh make it suitable as a meat shield to buy time." As the middle-aged man pondered this, a cruel glint appeared in his eyes. "These people, hurry up and die." Why come attract us? Isn't that asking for death? When they see that person later, they might even get scolded. Thinking of this possibility, the middle-aged man suddenly felt anxious. But there was no way around it. The task at hand still needed to continue. A group quickly brought Zhang Lele into the interior, and the heavy door closed behind them, leaving specimen number 123 roaring violently at the outside. Song Wei immediately noticed the red light shooting toward the aircraft. Following that, the electronic screen crackled and went black. Discovered. Song Wei's face turned cold, and he issued a command. Everyone, prepare for defense. The enemy has already noticed us. The aircraft had gathered quite a bit of information, confirming that these individuals were indeed from the True God Church, and that the young girl was of significant importance. His group needed to seize the girl and sabotage the enemy's plans. Under Song Wei's orders, everyone immediately entered a combat stance. At that moment, he felt a tremendous commotion coming from underground. The noise was loud, and the intense vibrations made everyone on the ground feel a sense of dread. Suddenly, a giant, covered in lumps and standing 4 meters tall, emerged from somewhere. It wielded a curved scythe and was nearly naked. This creature had a human-like appearance, but its eyes were blood red, its skin was green, and saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth. The bloodthirsty gaze made everyone's hearts tremble. What on earth is this thing? Song Wei quickly realized that this creature must have been sent by the enemy to deal with the trackers. Team 1, test it out first. The rest do not act recklessly. Soon, several fighter jets streaked across the sky. They were modified planes, and the sound of their propellers was nearly imperceptible. However, this almost silent noise was detected by the giant as soon as it approached. Roar! The giant's blood-red eyes widened, and it raised its scythe, preparing to attack. A team member immediately reported back. Report to Commander Song. The creature's perception is extremely high. It is very sensitive to sound. As soon as we moved, we were immediately detected. Song Wei remained expressionless and ordered the group to withdraw a bit. He then instructed, continue to test. Use heavy weaponry to attack. The fighter jets ascended higher, and soon, 2 cannon openings beneath the fuselage opened, revealing bright metal barrels. Almost instantaneously, the shells were fired. The tremendous impact surged toward the giant. Originally, Song Wei intended to see if the enemy could be killed or how strong its skin was. However, unexpectedly, the giant swung its scythe and batted the bomb back. The returning bomb exploded nearby, unleashing immense power. Not only Song Wei, but everyone who saw this scene was stunned. This was a bomb moving at incredible speed. How could this monster intercept it directly? In their hearts, an inexplicable feeling of dread began to take root. While Song Wei ordered everyone to retreat, he also signaled for multiple fighter jets to attack simultaneously. He believed that with so many jets attacking at once, they could definitely break through the defenses on the other side. Ants can bite an elephant. Sure enough, when a number of bombs increased, the giant could not defend against all of them and could not send them all flying back. Its heavy body swayed left and right to dodge the bombs, and the scythe in its hand swung swish, 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 knocking the incoming bombs aside. Several times, the bombs even rebounded back into Song Wei's team. But there were always moments when it couldn't pay attention to everything. Among those, 3 bombs flew straight towards the opposing side. Boom, boom, boom. Song Wei's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold before him. The bloody and gory scene he had imagined did not occur. These 3 bombs exploded on the giant's body, surprisingly only causing it to halt briefly. The power of the bombs barely broke its skin. This was a heavy weapon. Everyone was astonished. After the surprise, they felt it was troublesome. This giant moved slowly and was not easy to approach their team. However, if anyone tried to enter the building, this giant would become like a mad beast, relentlessly chasing after that person until they were dead. It would then continue its indiscriminate attacks. This sight made Song Wei think of the possibility that the other side had sent the giant to delay them. Several team members had already died trying to enter the building. Song Wei fell heartache and turned to give orders, signal flare. The person beside him immediately understood, found a spot, and released a signal flare. Their group had been dragged into a deadlock by a mutated giant and were unable to advance. They had to get inside, since the other side sent out this giant to annoy them and delay their progress. It indicated that something important needed to be dealt with on the other side. Think about it. Is it possible that they were preparing for a divine descent? Song Wei's heart raced, and his emotions became unstable in an instant. In any case, they must break through to the interior. Otherwise, if the other side successfully performs a divine descent, it would likely not just be giants coming to deal with their group. Everyone, find an opportunity to enter the building. Team 1 and 3 will cover, while Team 4 looks for a chance. Song Wei remained calm and directed his subordinates. Everyone entered combat mode. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and his 3 companions were racing towards their destination. From a distance, they could hear the sound of bombs exploding and the occasional roar. The group was anxious to know what was happening over there. Taking advantage of Zhang's driving skills, Lu Zhou also disguised all 4 of them. The surface disguise was not enough, so Lu Zhou used skills from the game to modify their appearances. After ensuring the 4 looked unrecognizable, Lu Zhou felt a bit relieved. When the vehicle could finally see a stretch of military vehicles, Lu Zhou immediately ordered the car to stop. Although the vehicle was in stealth mode, the probability of being discovered would be high if they got closer. The 4 gathered their things and got out of the car. Lu Zhou stored the vehicle away, placing it into the game inventory. Then he pulled out a cloak of invisibility and draped it over himself. Chapter 388, Lending a Hand. You all come over and squeeze in, Lu Zhou instructed the other 3, who quickly dove under his invisibility cloak, disappearing in an instant. The invisibility cloak was convenient. As soon as it was put on, one could become invisible, and the person inside could still clearly see the outside situation. Lu Zhou also activated a protective shield, which could fully ensure the safety of everyone, so they didn't have to worry about being killed by a sudden falling shell. In a low voice, Lu Zhou asked for the opinions of the 3. I plan to go look for Song Wei and see if there's any information over there. The 3 agreed without hesitation. The senior officer who had previously placed the locator had also revealed quite a bit of information, but after only a few words, there was no more communication, and the locator had stopped moving. Everyone suspected that either the officer had met with misfortune or the other side had discovered them, or perhaps the locator had been dropped on the ground. After learning this news in the car, the 4 drove even faster, fearing that something might happen. Now that everyone had invisibility cloaks, and their safety was relatively ensured, they all agreed to Lu Zhou's request. The 4 cautiously followed Lu Zhou forward. To speed up, Lu Zhou used shadow transposition. There were many shadowy areas here, and he chose more distant shadows, carefully bringing the others along while listening for Song Wei's whereabouts. As they moved deeper, they discovered the reason for the signal flares being fired. The giant in front was terrifying and fierce, wielding a scythe stained with blood, clearly having killed many people. Lu Zhou stared at the giant, while the other 3 gasped softly. What the hell, it's so big. What kind of monster is that? Zhang Jiahui was so shocked that his face changed, but after previously encountering mutated locust men, he had somewhat steeled himself. After a moment of surprise, he managed to accept the situation. As Wei Qingzhu looked at the giant, he was shaken by its formidable physical prowess. For some reason, this monstrous physique reminded him of T-34 materials, particularly the mutated forms that could result from the unlimited application of purified T-34 materials. If T-34 was used without restriction, and its potential was fully activated, it could indeed produce monsters like this giant. The difficulty in researching T-34 lay in how to ensure that a normal human appearance, thought processes, and emotions were maintained while also extracting the potential energy of T-34. However, if these limiting factors were disregarded, and the goal was merely to create humanoid killing machines, the difficulty would be significantly reduced. Wei Qingzhu quietly shared his speculations with the other three. Lu Zhou nodded, his expression grim. The other two were in a similar state of worry. This was too terrible. They had no idea how many such giants existed as biological weapons on the other side. One was manageable, but what if there was a whole swarm? Zhang Jiahui was even more worried about his sister. These people were so ruthless and inhumane. He couldn't imagine how the other side would treat the kidnapped children. The four were each troubled by their concerns, but fortunately, they found Song Wei. To avoid being detected by getting too close, Lu Zhou specifically chose the most suitable position. This position allowed them to hear the conversations while maximizing safety from detection. As Lu Zhou focused and listened intently, he heard Song Wei's anxious voice. No matter the injuries, the entire team must cover the fourth team entering the building. Success or failure relies on this one move. Perhaps it was his anxious demeanor, combined with the fact that many of his subordinates had indeed died, that led another senior officer to gently express his opinion, trying to persuade Song Wei to temporarily abandon this approach. Director Song, our people have truly done their best. In my opinion, we need to formulate a new plan and discuss it thoroughly before proceeding. The casualties have already been significant. Song Wei fell silent for a moment. Did he not know that the number of injured was high? There was a belief echoing in his mind, a desperate scream urging him that if they simply gave up and left, or even thought of alternative methods, there was a great risk that this operation would end in failure. Perhaps those inside would succeed in summoning the deity. Song Wei dared not imagine that if the deity were successfully summoned, the number of deaths would rise dramatically. Thus, he could only coldly state, "No, we must proceed according to the original plan. I have a premonition that if we retreat now, we will face even worse consequences in the future. There is no way around it. Sacrifice is unavoidable." The senior officer seemed visibly frustrated, trying to say something more, but he heard the usually gentle commander coldly order the other two to temporarily detain him and remove him from the scene. Lu Zhou listened intently. He turned to look at the building that Song Wei insisted they must enter. Its high-tech exterior was quite similar to the secret laboratory he and his aunt had. The moment they arrived, they spotted the suddenly appeared building. After listening for a while and confirming there was no valuable information, Lu Zhou decisively led his three companions away toward the interior of the building. Blocking their way was the giant. The four did not act recklessly, but instead carefully observed the giant, trying to gauge how resistant it was to damage. When they saw that heavy weaponry could only inflict minor wounds, their expressions soured. Lu Zhou contemplated whether the offensive weapons provided by the game could potentially kill such a giant, if absolutely necessary. Laser guns should work, but tracking rounds and airburst rounds would be less effective. While they were watching, they noticed that the giant was firmly guarding the entrance and would not allow anyone to enter. Several fighter jets circled in the sky, trying to attract the giant's attention to cover the four teams on the ground as they attempted to enter the building. However, the situation was not looking good. Lu Zhou's mind began to race. It was clear they needed this group of military personnel as support. Given that his group's identities were completely concealed, Lu Zhou decided to take the opportunity to bring the four teams inside the building with him. For ordinary people, entering a giant-guarded entrance would be difficult, but for him, it was incredibly simple. After all, he had the shadow shift skill, allowing him to easily avoid the giant and quickly reach the interior of the building. Lu Zhou whispered, "Soon, I will bring the military personnel in as well. With our current disguise, they won't be able to recognize us. Acting alone is the least advantageous strategy for this operation." The three nodded furiously, clearly understanding Lu Zhou's intent. "Get ready and prepare for battle. I will start by sending you over." The four exchanged determined glances, seeing resolve in each other's eyes. Before long, Lu Zhou successfully sent the three of them into the building. During this time, the giant was only distracted for a brief moment, quickly drawn back to the attention of the continuously bombarding fighter jets. "Damn, That was terrifying. The giant just looked at us. Zhang Jiehua patted his chest, and Lu Zhou quietly instructed the three to wait for him in a concealed spot. He quickly stepped outside and saw the fourth team struggling to move and trying to enter. Lu Zhou activated Shadow Shift, instantly appearing next to them, and, in just a couple of seconds, transferred all of them into the building. Chapter 389, The Admired Ones. Outside, the cannon fire was deafening, and everyone held their breath, hoping that Team 4 could break through the giant's pursuit and enter the building. It was really a pity. The giant's intelligence was low, and subconsciously it knew which area it needed to protect the most. No matter how much the team members provoked it, they could only draw it into a fixed range, and afterward, they could no longer attract its attention. As Team 4 moved forward slightly, wanting to rush into the building, the giant would go wild, brutally slaughtering anyone approaching the entrance. With such a giant at the entrance, it seemed impossible to get through. The army was still considering ways to enter, and Team 4's captain, Li Guang, was anxious and restless. This battle was very important, and everyone knew it, but they were currently stuck at the door. How could the subsequent mission unfold? Everyone felt a burning anxiety in their hearts. Each person here had long been prepared for sacrifice, but even in sacrifice, who wouldn't want it to be more meaningful and valuable? Team 4 was doing their best, struggling to push towards the entrance. Many brothers who provided cover had already died, but it was all in vain. When they were still a third of the way to the building entrance, the giant no longer seemed to be distracted by anyone. It focused solely on Team 4, charging in for a massacre. While Team 4 was hiding and trying to survive, suddenly they felt their bodies become light. Immediately afterward, everything in front of them turned pitch black. Captain Li Guang felt a wave of confusion. What the hell? Why did it suddenly turn black? Could it be that he was already dead? Many people had the same thought. When they saw the darkness, their first reaction was that they had kicked the bucket. A few seconds later, their vision brightened again. What is this? The things inside are so grand, someone whispered first. Li Guang immediately turned around, only to find that he was the only one who had entered the building. He had seen the interior of the building before, together with Instructor Song. So, once he entered, he realized that he was indeed inside. But he distinctly remembered that he hadn't had a chance to come in at all back then. While Li Guang was in a daze, explosions sounded behind him one after another. He heard Instructor Song's anxious voice coming through his earpiece. Team 4, where are you? Song Wei had been fixated on Li Guang and the others on stage, and everyone had been worried about how to get inside. He was even considering whether to activate other plans when he suddenly saw Team 4 disappear completely. The entire process was swift, so fast that he didn't have time to react. Instructor Song, we're still alive and have now entered the building. This statement immediately left Song Wei stunned. You have entered? Not only was Song Wei surprised, but Team 4 was also astonished. But soon, this surprise didn't last long, and everyone reacted quickly. There was no need to get tangled in these trivial matters since they were already inside. Li Guang immediately lead Team 4's soldiers to complete the mission. Song Wei's voice was serious as he handed down the task. Understood. Instructor Song. Li Guang no longer hesitated. Instead, he led the soldiers determinedly deeper into the building. On the side, Lu Zhou had witnessed the entire process. Subsequently, he quickly returned to his uncle and the others. They also need to hurry up with the exploration. Outside the building, ever since the 4 teams entered, the giant monster seemed to have gone mad, no longer guarding the entrance. Instead, it was swinging its large sickle, creating a whooshing sound as it immediately locked its blood-red eyes onto any enemy in front of it. Roar! It pounced forward. Everyone fall back. Teams 123 look for opportunities to enter. Song Wei's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Without the task of covering the entrance for the 4 teams, everyone quickly retreated, moving slightly further away from the giant monster. At the same time, the secret weapon had already been dispatched by Song Wei, and it was currently on its way. They only needed to hold on for a moment. This secret weapon could certainly blow the giant monster away. Before he set off, this weapon was still in the testing phase, so it hadn't been taken out. When Song Wei realized that the giant monster was particularly difficult to deal with, he immediately ordered someone to bring the weapon over. Teams 123 were each looking for opportunities, always ready to enter. However, because the giant monster was too berserk, no one had a chance to enter for the time being. Lu Zhou, using his ability to move through shadows, had brought in all the members of the 4 teams and his own small team through the 2 doors. Thus, once they entered, they didn't have to struggle with blowing up the main door. They had enough time to carry out their mission. Lu Zhou and his team moved ahead. The 4 of them walked with nimble steps, and with Lu Zhou's skills, they avoided many traps along the way. In their spare time, Lu Zhou also destroyed numerous mechanisms, making it easier for those behind him. So when the members of the 4 teams arrived, almost without any setbacks, their faces were filled with surprise. What the hell? They thought it would be dangerous, after all. This mission was the most perilous one they had received, but after entering, they found it wasn't that dangerous. As they advanced, apart from dealing with 2 small traps, there were no other mechanisms at all. Li Guang, known for his cautious nature, became even more careful at this moment. Could it be that they wanted to take advantage of their relaxation to wipe them all out in one go? There was indeed a possibility of this. Li Guang immediately spoke. Everyone be careful. This could be an enemy trap. The team members nodded in agreement. However, as they delved deeper, Li Guang began to feel that it might not be a trap after all. During their journey, they even discovered signs of human destruction, not just once or twice, but multiple times. Li Guang had some doubts about the situation, but upon seeing this scene, he immediately sent information to Song Wei. Everyone speculated that the people who destroyed these mechanisms were either patriots on their side or enemies of the true God Church. However, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. With such formidable strength, if they encountered each other, they must not act recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Li Guang furrowed his brows, starting to think about these complicated matters. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and his team quickly moved forward. After realizing that Lu Zhou was trying to make things easier for the troops behind them, the other 3 admired Lu Zhou's character. Many people have abilities, but those who are capable and still think of making things easier for those less skilled than themselves are indeed rare. Zhang Jiehua looked at his previously quiet friend from high school and felt that his friend had become quite impressive. Lu Zhou, you're really something. After saying that, Zhang Jiehua extended his finger and gave a thumbs-up gesture. It was a compliment to Lu Zhou. Chapter 390, The Flower of Evil. Lu Zhou slightly opened his mouth, just about to smile, when he heard a strange sound of thud, 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 coming from not far away. Shh, quiet. What is that sound? Lu Zhou, alone, now held his breath along with the others. They were currently within the shadow of Lu Zhou, where they felt somewhat safe. When moving through the building, they usually ran in open spaces, but if they encountered any obstacles, they would use Lu Zhou's shadow shifting skill to bypass them. Thud, 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 thud. The sound was very dull. Lu Zhou felt that this sound resembled the ringing of a bell. He cautiously poked his head out from within the shadow and saw an unusual environment outside. Up to this point, they had been walking through high-tech corridors and various heavy doors. It was at this moment that the environment abruptly changed. Lu Zhou quickly scanned the area and saw that it was damp and deep, a cave completely tangled with vines. In front of him were dozens of openings, and in one open space, there was a large bell. The wooden frame on either side of the bell was somewhat decayed, yet strangely, the bell itself was extremely well maintained. The ancient bronze bell had a color, and every intricate pattern was vividly detailed. Lu Zhou cautiously used his protective shield to survey the surroundings, but did not find anything amiss. We should go take a look. There doesn't seem to be any danger nearby for now, Lu Zhou said. Wei Qingzhu stretched her wrists, indicating her agreement. The 4 of them quietly approached under the bell, carefully examining it. Zhang Jiahao leaned in a bit closer and frowned, saying, "Did you hear that? There are sounds of a child crying from inside." Lu Zhou was taken aback and immediately leaned in to listen. Sure enough, there really was. The sound of a child's cries was faintly audible. Not only Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahao heard it, but the others did too. "This thing feels a bit strange," Zhang Jiahao said, staring at it, unable to help but speak. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow. What exactly was this? He faintly caught a whiff of a bloody smell. Before Lu Zhou could think further, he heard the sounds of a child crying coming from not far away. Someone was coming. Without saying a word, he immediately motioned for his companions to hide. The sound of crying grew louder. 3 adults appeared, each carrying a child under 1 year old, 1 boy and 1 girl. "Try these 2 kids. They fit the requirements perfectly," one of them said. All 3 of them had their faces covered with black cloth. Lu Zhou stared intently at the 3, watching as they placed the 2 children under the bell. Could it be that there was some kind of mechanism? Just as Lu Zhou's doubts began to arise, he quickly saw one of the 3 walk over to a control panel. "Stay back. I'm activating it." After saying that, the person pressed a button in their hand, and with a hiss, the bell quickly descended, enclosing the 2 children within it. Immediately afterward, the bell was flipped over, resembling a cooking pot. A sense of unease surged within Lu Zhou. Almost in the next second, a massive iron rod appeared from above, aimed directly at the children inside the bell, ready to strike down. Boom, 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 streepje, streepje. Inside, there were occasional sticky sounds mixed in with human tissue being crushed, and sometimes the sound of thud, thud, thud from the impact with the empty bottom. Lu Zhou suddenly understood where the sound in front came from. All of this happened too quickly. Lu Zhou and the others couldn't react in time to save the children. By the time they reacted, the 2 kids were already dead. But the strange thing was, this bell had somehow become even more pristine, the patterns clearer, and the bronze color seemed to brighten a bit. At this moment, Lu Zhou realized he had misjudged what was in front of him. It was not some ancient bronze bell. This thing might originally be blood red. He didn't know where this thing came from. It was so bizarre and cruel. While Lu Zhou's heart raced, the 3 people responsible for the task remained calm and unconcerned. Pretty quick, but it's still these little kids being handled. That big kid from earlier, his bones had hardened. He really wasn't easy to deal with. "TSK, your skills aren't good enough. The stuff inside nearly splattered on me just now. Next time, you come to my position." The man complained, while the other 2 laughed, treating it as a joke. Lu Zhou and the others felt their blood run cold, their eyes reddening, wishing they could kill these 3 men. What kind of beasts are they? These 2 little kids are still so small, and these 3 can kill infants with a straight face. Zhang's father was both shocked and scared, thinking of Zhang Lele, and his heart began to race and flutter. The Zhang family clenched their fingers tightly, their expressions darkening. Wei Qingzhu felt the same. At that moment, if it weren't for Lu Zhou, his own daughter might have ended up here, subjected to these inhumane tortures. An even more heart-wrenching scene emerged. One person slowly spoke up. "Tomorrow I'll be in charge of managing those infants." "Oh, really? Are you that lucky?" Managing infants is a very troublesome task. Babies cry and fuss, which is maddening. Moreover, without orders, no one can casually kill an infant. After all, every infant in this situation is a rare resource. Basically, they mostly serve as fertilizer for the bell. Though they didn't know what the bell was used for, the person had said that every other day they must throw in 1 boy and 1 girl to nourish the bell. Remember, each time you can only throw in 1 boy and 1 girl. If something happens to the bell, you'll pay with your lives. These people naturally didn't dare to voice any opinions and could only obey. Those managing the infants were indeed too numerous. Aside from daily providing food and necessities to these children to prevent them from dying, there were no other requirements from above. The subordinates managing them had developed twisted thoughts. These infants were around 11, 12 years old, and even 14. Here, the oldest was 14. When the guards felt bored, they could go in with companions to choose a little girl or a boy to serve themselves and their companions. Sometimes one girl, sometimes a few. These little girls initially resisted fiercely, but after they were beaten a few times, they became much more obedient. Thus, this task was quite interesting. In the past, such bullying and molestation of infants could lead to the death penalty. This group, once given a chance, were naturally unwilling to let it go. The evil of humanity was fully unleashed at that moment. Everyone knew about this, so when a man spoke up, they all felt envy. Wow. Last time I heard them say there were some pretty little kids inside. They said their mouths were very delightful to suck on. The man laughed lewdly, and the others understood immediately. Chapter 3, 91 Captives. You kids sure know quite a bit, huh? Why, get there in a couple of days. I'll let you try it out too. The man who spoke at first grinned. The three of them were all imagining the beautiful life ahead, unaware that a lone figure, Lu Zhou, was gradually approaching. Lu Zhou was already furious when he heard the vile words from the other party. Such people are simply not worth living. If they don't die, they will torment all the children into an early grave. Such people should be killed immediately. With Lu Zhou's help, when they got closer, the three men still hadn't detected anything unusual around them. The closer they got, the clearer the distinct smell of blood became to Lu Zhou and the others. Mixed with human tissue, it formed a strangely peculiar scent. It couldn't be described in detail, but it was enough to instill a deep fear from within, a kind of instinctive shudder after the killing of one's kind. The three men glanced at the bell again, then decided to put it away, considering today's mission accomplished. Lu Zhou, seizing the opportunity, exchanged a glance with his uncle. Zhang's family father also nodded. For hands simultaneously drew cold weapons, aiming at the three men. They didn't use firearms mainly because guns make noise. Cold weapons are far quieter. Stabbing into the bodies of these people could let them die without a struggle. However, it was indeed too regrettable to let these people die in such a simple manner. When Lu Zhou attacked, he didn't go straight for the weak spots. Instead, he first stabbed other parts of their bodies. Before the man's brain could register what was happening, the sheer pain in his body made him open his mouth wide and scream. But Lu Zhou was quicker. As he struck, a soft chunk of flesh suddenly fell to the ground. It was the man's tongue. Long before he screamed out loud, Lu Zhou had already cut off his tongue. Blood sprayed out with a puff. Lu Zhou dodged the splatter and pushed the man into the bell. One of the other two was also thrown inside. The remaining man was the one who had boasted about going to the children's area. Caught off guard, all three were stunned. Quickly, once they reacted, the one who had spoken pulled out a green stone from his pocket, intending to take action, but was kicked by Lu Zhou, sending the stone flying from his hand. The man was even more terrified. Lu Zhou turned around, his face concealed beneath a mask, making it difficult to distinguish his appearance. You go and open the switch. Lu Zhou pointed to the two men inside the bell. The man was taken aback, shaking his head in refusal. He wasn't pleading for the two, but rather because the person in charge had said that only one man and one woman could be released every other day. Releasing more was not allowed. If he ruined it now, even if he escaped alive, that person would definitely not let him off. Just thinking about that person's methods made the man shiver. Lu Zhou noticed the hesitation on the man's face. He smirked and pulled out a sharp dagger. I see that you're asking for trouble. Do you want to open the switch? Or do you want me to execute you slowly? I'm quite skilled at slow executions, and I can guarantee that torturing you for a month without killing you isn't a problem. Lu Zhou wasn't speaking falsely. He had indeed done this kind of work in his previous life.